Chapter 2291. A Genius Remembers. Love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Half of the powerful Black Fiend sect master's body was blasted into minced meat in just one exchange. And this was because Ancestor Xing, he had casually struck him from a distance. If the distance was close enough, the Black Fiend sect master would have been dead. This sudden turn of events caused Fong Qin to be stunned for a moment. Soon after, he surveyed his surroundings. Who is it? To be able to blast half of the Black Fiend sect master's body into minced meat, this person's strength was at least at Jian Wuji's level. Could it be the sect master's helper? Fong Qin immediately thought of the Divine Phoenix, sect master. In Dongxin Heaven, only the Divine Phoenix sect master was at the same level as the two of them. Just as Fong Qin was lost in his thoughts, a shocking voice entered his ears. The Divine Blade sect colluded with the Tianqing clan and betrayed the human race. This is an unforgivable crime. This voice descended from the sky like a heavenly punishment. Following closely behind was an old man with the demeanor of a transcendent being. He was wearing a blue robe with a galaxy embroidered on it that seemed to be flowing with the wind. A faint aura was emitted from his body. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary person. However, when Fong Qin saw him, the aura in his body actually shook. He widened his eyes and looked at the old man in front of him in disbelief. What? The Divine Blade sect master cried out involuntarily. His expression changed drastically, and he lost his composure. Bang! Jian Wuji took the opportunity to send the Divine Blade sect master flying. The latter's body staggered and landed on the square. At this time, half of the Black Fiend sect master's body also got up from the ground and looked at Ancestor Xing, he in panic. Ancestor Xing, he! The Divine Blade sect master's heart was in turmoil. His body trembled and his forehead was full of sweat. Things had developed to this point, which was completely beyond his imagination. He shifted his gaze to the Black Fiend sect master. In this situation, only the leader of the Tianqing clan could escape unscathed. Why is he here? Didn't the clan master say that he would secretly stop him? The Black Fiend sect master endured the pain and was very puzzled. He quickly sent a voice transmission to the clan master, but there was no response. Ancestor. The Divine Blade sect master wanted to explain something, but Ancestor Xing, he waved his hand and interrupted him. Uft. Ancestor Xing, he remained indifferent. With a flick of his finger, a terrifying ray of light turned into a bewitching flower in the void and entered the body of the Black Devil cult master. Bang! The Fiend sect master's body. Seeing this scene, the sect master of the Divine Blade sect plopped his knees on the ground and begged for forgiveness from the Patriarch of the Galaxy. Old Ancestor, I was possessed previously. Please forgive me, old Ancestor, the sect master of the Divine Saber sect said in a trembling voice. At this moment, he was cursing the 18 generations of ancestors of the Black Devil cult master in his heart. After cooperating with the Black Devil cult's master, the latter told him that he didn't need to worry about the Celestial River ancestor. With the patriarch of the Tianqing clan taking action, he simply couldn't free himself. Disciple Fong Qin greets Ancestor Xing He. Fong Qin cupped his fists and said to Ancestor Xing He. Hearing this, the old master Xing, he nodded his head in satisfaction. He then placed his palm on Fong Qin's shoulder. Instantly, Fong Qin felt a boundless amount of energy seeping into his body. In an instant, his injuries were healed. Not bad. He should be proud to be praised by Ancestor Xing He. Come here quickly. Fong Qin introduced Fong Shi to the Ancestor Xing He, the founder of Xing He Universe. Love go little say W. Chu, Disciple Fong Shi greets Ancestor Xing He. Fong, she said with a smile. I am very pleased that Xing He Universe has such an outstanding disciple like you. Ancestor Xing, he said with a smile. Fang, she had the myriad fusion body. Her future achievements were limitless. Her father, Fang Qin, was a rare sword Dao genius. He had also absorbed the innate order divine rune. Even in the chaotic void, he was considered a peerless genius. Ancestor Xing, he had been paying attention to Fang Qin and was very clear about her growth trajectory. Ancestor, you're finally here. At this time, Jian Wuji quickly walked in front of the Star River Great Ancestor and said with a smile, If you hadn't come, Fang Qin would have been in danger. Jian Wuji said with a sigh of relief. He looked at Fang Qin with a deep gaze. After this battle, he was even more determined that Fang Qin was the future hope of the Wuji sword sect. No matter what, he had to protect him. The latter had brought him too much shock. Just the secret technique that could rapidly increase one's cultivation was enough to shake the entire void star sky. If the Qiu family of Masha Heaven knew about it, they would probably try to snatch it at all costs. Fortunately, with Ancestor Xing here around, the Qiu family would not dare to be too presumptuous. Let me deal with the traitor first. Ancestor Xing, he nodded and said, Ancestor, the Divine Sword Sect is a subsidiary force of the Qiu family of Masha Heaven. You can't kill me. The Divine Sword Sect Master said anxiously when he heard Ancestor Xing his words. At this point, the only way to survive was to hand over the Qiu family. The Qiu family? Ancestor Xing, he snorted and said, Don't think that I don't know. A mere divine sword sect wants to be related to the Qiu family? What a joke! The Divine Sword Sect was at most a subsidiary force of the Qiu family. With Ancestor Xing his prestige, the Qiu family would not say anything even if he destroyed it. Crash! Ancestor Xing, he flicked his finger, and the Divine Sword Sect Master's corpse fell limply to the ground. All disciples of the Divine Sword Sect, listen up. From today onwards, the Divine Sword Sect will become a part of Dongxian Heaven's history. From this moment onwards, the Divine Sword Sect is disbanded. All unrelated people are to leave the Divine Sword Sect immediately. If you are found to have colluded with the Tianqing family, you will be killed without mercy. Ancestor Xing, his voice spread throughout the entire Divine Sword Sect. Instantly, countless disciples kowtowed to Ancestor Xing in gratitude. Being able to survive was already a blessing to their ancestors. Soon, everyone from the Divine Sword Sect hurriedly left the Divine Sword Sect. At this point, only 2 of the top 3 sect of Dongxian Heaven were left. Shall we talk in detail? Ancestor Xing, he looked at Fang Qin with a smile. Then, he took Fang Qin and Fang Shi away. What happened in the Divine Sword Sect instantly spread to the entire Dongxian Heaven. Dongxian Heaven was in an uproar. Everyone was paying attention to the Wuji Sword Sect. In the following days, the Divine Sword Sect completely collapsed. Under Jian Wuji's leadership, the Wuji Sword Sect occupied the Divine Sword Sect's territory in a high-profile manner. In just half a month, the Wuji Sword Sect took over the Divine Sword Sect's territory and cultivation resources. Many people sighed. From now on, the Wuji Sword Sect would dominate Dongxian Heaven. Even the Divine Phoenix Sect had to bow their heads. The Divine Phoenix Sect Master was very clear about the battle that day. He also watched it from afar, especially when Ancestor Xing he made a move at the last moment. Everyone who was ready to make a move was completely intimidated. No one dared to set their sights on the Wuji Sword Sect anymore. A month after the Divine Sword Sect was destroyed, the Wuji Sword Sect's internal division was completed and they were on the right track. One day, the Divine Phoenix Sect Master found Jian Wuji. Old monster Jian. At this moment, the Divine Phoenix Sect Master's face was filled with a bitter smile. From now on, the Divine Phoenix Sect will hide from the world and stand aloof from worldly affairs. I hope you can show mercy. the divine phoenix sect master said in a low voice. This was considered a declaration of his position. The Wuji sword sect's goal is not to dominate Dongxin heaven, Jian Wuji said slowly. Hearing this, the divine phoenix sect master breathed a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, let's go. Since you're here, I naturally have to act as a host. Let's drink. The two top experts walked side by side. In just a month, the entire Dongxin heaven had undergone earth-shattering changes. The Wuji sword sect's name resounded throughout Dongxin heaven. Fang Chen's name was also known by everyone. In order to save his daughter, he went to the divine sword sect in a rage and became the topic of conversation after meals. Many cultivators hoped to meet Fang Chen. His influence was no less than Jian Wuji's. Jian Wuji smiled slightly in response. He was very happy. Sect Master, on the Wuji Sword Mountain, the Sword Master said softly. Jian Wuji's back was facing the Sword Master as he looked down and said, "What do you think of Fang Chen?" This child's potential is too great. If the Wuji sword sect wants to completely rise and become a major force in Void Star Heaven or even the entire Chaos Void, we must rely on him. The Sword Master had a very high opinion of Fang Chen. Jian Wuji looked up at the blue sky and murmured, "He is an eagle in the sky. If he flaps his wings one day, the entire Chaos Void will be swept by a storm." Chapter 2292. A Genius Remembers. Love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. As one of the 33 skies of the primal chaos void, the illusory star sky was a desolate place in the eyes of many experts. Love, go, little, say, ku. However, for many ordinary martial artists, it was still a sea of stars. Void Star Sky was so vast that it seemed boundless. Even Han Tianxin would find it difficult to traverse it. In the center of Void Star Heaven, where the 4 mysterious heavens intersected, there was a towering mountain peak. This mountain was known as the Xing River Peak, and it was the dojo of one of the true rulers of Void Star Heaven, the Xing River Ancestor. Galaxy Peak, Galaxy Palace. Star River Great Ancestor sat on a stone bench and looked at Fang Chen and Fang Shi with a smile. Both of them were from the galaxy universe that he had created. He was very pleased that they could have such achievements. Patriarch. Fang Chen and Fang Shi were still in shock. The sage-like old man in front of them was actually the ancestor of their galaxy. "Thank you for your help, Patriarch." Fang Chen felt very grateful. If Ancestor Xing he hadn't intervened, he would have most likely died at the hands of the Black Fiend cult master. "When I first saw you, I knew that your achievements wouldn't be too low." The Star River Ancestor gently nodded, indicating that it was no big deal. He then slowly said, "I've been paying attention to your growth trajectory all these years, and I'm very pleased. However, I have a question. Why did you come out from the Demon City?" Even a powerhouse like the Star River Ancestor could not have predicted that Fang Chen would be expelled by the Demon City. "To tell you the truth, I was expelled from the Demon City." Fang Chen said awkwardly. He was the first ancient martial art practitioner to be expelled by the Demon City in the near ancient era. Why were they expelled? Xing, the old ancestor, frowned slightly. Being banished by the Demon City, unless he had done something that angered the heavens and the people. "There's a Yin Tomb spring in the Demon City. I went there to look for the Spirit Spring milk to save my brother. Who knew that Magoo, who ranked 10th on the Demon God ranking, threw me into the Yin Tomb Spring. I thought that I would definitely die. Who knew that the master of the Yin Tomb Spring was also a powerhouse with an innate divine order pattern. He used the power of my innate divine order pattern to mend his remnant soul. In exchange, he taught me how to control the Yin Tomb Spring." At this point, Fang Chen paused slightly before continuing. "After I took control of the Yin Tomb Spring, many experts on the Demon God ranking coveted the Yin Tomb Spring, and force me to hand over the secret treasure. I had no choice but to resist. Finally, I used the Entomb Spring to slaughter many experts on the demon god list. At this point, Patriarch Starry River understood. His gaze landed on Fong Qin. Fong Chun and Fong, she looked at Xing, the old ancestor. They were very puzzled. What is it? Was it about Ma Shaishan's Chiu family? Or was it about the Azure Sword path? You have the Azure Sword path. The Chiu family will not let you go. But don't worry, as long as you are in Void Star Heaven, the Chiu family will not dare to attack. Xing, the old ancestor, said, I called you here because of great Emperor Su Xian. Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. Just what kind of divine being was great Emperor Void Mystic? Speaking of which, the reason why Tian Qing's descendants want to control the entire Void Star Heaven is because of great Emperor Su Xian's inheritance and his weapon, the mysterious Sky All. Xing, the old ancestor, said, as the actual ruler of Void Star Heaven and one of the peak fighting forces, the secrets that old ancestor Xing he knew were far from what Jian Wuji and the others could compare with. They held high positions and were busy every day for the development of Void Star Heaven. Although Tian Qing's descendants had risen from the ashes, everything was under their control. Great Emperor Su Xian's inheritance. After learning about Great Emperor Su Xian's deeds from Xing, the old ancestor, Fong Chen was shocked. An expert more powerful than Xing, the old ancestor, had actually fallen in Void Star Heaven. It was no wonder that Tian Qing's descendants were frantically searching for him. If the mysterious Sky All appears, it will definitely attract the entire Void Star Heaven. Even Ma Shaishan and the other surrounding forces will be involved. Xing, the old ancestor, said, so after our discussion, we decided to send several heavenly gods to sneak into the secret base of Tian Qing's descendants and secretly assassinate the powerhouses of Tian Qing's descendants. You want me to go? Fong Qin was stunned for a moment. He had just broken through to the heaven-opening realm. His combat strength was comparable to an earth-opening realm martial artist at best. Wouldn't he be courting death if he went? That's right. You are one of the chosen martial artists. Xing, the old ancestor, said, originally you were not in our plan, but after the battle at the Divine Sword Sect, we unanimously decided to choose you as one of the candidates. Why is that? Fong Qin was very puzzled. Although the Black Demon cult master of Tian Qing's descendants had fallen, the Patriarch was still there. There were even some ultimate Saint Realm powerhouses. With his strength, once he was discovered, only death would await him. Listen to me first, Xing, the old ancestor, said. The current situation of Tian Qing's descendants is not as simple as you think. The Black Demon cult master has fallen, and the Red Demon cult master is in the Demon City. Once you enter the secret base, I will join forces with several other powerhouses to launch a fierce attack on the Patriarch of Tian Qing's descendants. Although we can't kill him in a short time, it shouldn't be a problem to trap him for at least 100 years. If we send Ultimate Saint Realm powerhouses to sneak in, the possibility of being discovered is very high. So the targets we chose this time are basically all heaven-opening realm martial artists, and they are all the most outstanding geniuses of various forces, Xing, the old ancestor, said. There were two reasons for this. First, it was easy for heaven-opening realm martial artists to disguise themselves. This way, it would be easier to sneak into the secret base of Tian Qing's descendants. Second, it was because they chose the most outstanding geniuses with great talent. Heaven-opening realm martial artists were comparable to Earth-opening realm martial artists. In the secret base of Tian Qing's descendants, they would carry out assassination missions while improving their strength. If they could come back alive, their names would definitely shake the Void Star Heaven. Hearing this, Fong Qin took a deep breath and nodded. Fong Qin, I chose you because I have high hopes for you. I have seen your space-time cultivation system. It is very profound, and it is very suitable for the secret base of Tian Qing's descendants, Xing, he old ancestor said. Moreover, there are a lot of resources in the secret base of Tian Qing's descendants. This is also an opportunity for you. With the Azura sword Dao, the Qiu family would not allow such a sword cultivator to exist. Entering the secret base, in addition to carrying out missions, could also avoid certain risks. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Think about it carefully, Xing, he old ancestor said. At the same time, he looked at Fang Shi and said, "You have the myriad fusion body, and your potential is unparalleled. It is just that you have not been able to stimulate it. During this time, you will stay in Xinghe Palace. I will personally guide you." "Many thanks, old ancestor." Fang Shi cupped his fists, very excited. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed on Xinghe Peak. During this time, Fang Qin had been thinking about his future path. Just as Xinghe old ancestor said, his martial path had reached a bottleneck, and he urgently needed a place to fight bloody battles to temper himself. And the secret base of Tian Qing's descendants was the best choice. Moreover, Xing, he old ancestor, also promised that as long as he came out of the secret base alive, he would give him the continuation of the demonic dragon body refining technique. The demonic dragon body refining technique was created by Senior Brother Han Yuan, the saint of draconic demon. It had a total of 9 levels, and Fang Qin had only obtained the first 3. According to Xing, he old ancestor, if he could cultivate the demonic dragon body refining technique to perfection, his physical strength would be unimaginably powerful. 1 punch could shatter the sky, and 1 kick could break the mountains. After thinking for a long time and weighing the pros and cons, Fang Qin chose to agree to Xing, he old ancestor's request. "Old ancestor, how many of us will enter the secret base this time?" Fang Qin asked. "A total of 10 people. But even if we meet in the secret base, we can't recognize each other," Xing, he old ancestor said. While speaking, the old ancestor took out a jade pendant from his arms and handed it to Fang Qin, saying, "This jade pendant was refined by me. At the critical moment, it can withstand the full blow of a Saint Realm expert. It may be useful to you." "Many thanks, old ancestor." Fang Qin cupped his fists and thanked him. Chapter 2293. Genius remembers love in 1 second. /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. 1 second, remember, wonderful novels to read at any time. Mashaishin, Qiu family. The huge Mashaishin was completely occupied by the Qiu family, and they were the absolute overlord here. The Qiu family had many branches, and the branch that Qiu Longtan belonged to was called the Spirit Void branch. The reason why it was called this was because the most outstanding genius in the history of this branch was also the ancestor of this branch. He was called Supremacy Spirit Void. Unfortunately, he fell because of an intense battle with the Azura sword Dao. The Spirit Void branch had always been proud of Supremacy Spirit Void. However, for countless years, ever since the fall of Supremacy Spirit Void, this branch had never produced a decent expert. This also led to the gradual marginalization of the Spirit Void branch from its important position in the Qiu family. Now, the Spirit Void branch was even sent to the border area, leaving the political center of the Qiu family. This also meant that the Qiu family had actually given up on the Spirit Void branch. However, Qiu Longtan's appearance seemed to have given the Spirit Void branch some hope. However, Qiu Longtan did not disappoint them. Soon he broke through to the earth-splitting realm with his extraordinary talent and even received the recognition of the headquarters. They even promised that he could enter the headquarters to cultivate. This made the entire Spirit Void branch ecstatic. However, today, in the territory of the Spirit Void branch, a certain luxurious mansion was lifeless. Almost all the upper echelons of the Spirit Void branch had gathered together. Their faces were gloomy, as if something very important had happened. "Family head, what exactly happened? Why did you summon us here?" so urgently?" An elder asked in confusion. Yes, what could be more important than Long Tan joining the headquarters? Several elders looked at each other, all trying to guess the purpose of the family head's urgent summons. Sitting at the head of the table was a middle-aged man in brocade robes. He looked around and then said in a deep voice, "Long Tan is dead." What? As soon as these words came out, many elders were dumbfounded, and they cried out involuntarily. Family head, what exactly happened? Under the gaze of many elders, the family head continued. Not long ago, Long Tan's life slipped shattered. At that time, I also did not dare to believe it. So I immediately investigated Long Tan's whereabouts. In the end, I found that Long Tan was indeed dead, and he was killed by an Azura Sword Dao martial artist. What? Azura Sword Dao? The Azura Sword Dao hidden in Emo Shatian? The patriarch shook his head and told the elders what had happened. Immediately, the entire meeting hall was filled with angry roars. Long Tan is the hope of our spirit void sect. That damned Wuji sword sect dared to kill Long Tan. They are courting death. That's right, especially that Azura Sword Dao warrior. He must die. The Chiu family cannot be humiliated. Even if our spirit void branch has declined, it is not something that the small Wuji sword sect can compare to. Go to Void Star Sky immediately and destroy the limitless sword sect. Many elders were enraged, and they all declared that they would attack Void Star Heaven. However, the patriarch waved his hand to stop him. Behind Su Xingtian is a powerhouse like the Galaxy Ancestor. If the headquarters is willing to help, there will naturally be no problem. However, Dragon Pool was probably not enough for headquarters to shed all pretense of cordiality with Su Xingtian. Therefore, we can only take revenge for Dragon Pool ourselves. Then what are we waiting for? With the strength of our Spirit Void branch, destroying the Wuji Sword Sect is a matter of minutes, an elder said loudly. Yes, we must take revenge for Dragon Pool. He destroyed the hope of our Spirit Void branch. We must take revenge. The patriarch waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Our Spirit Void branch naturally does not fear the Wuji Sword Sect. But if we rashly go there, we will definitely attract the attention of the Galaxy Ancestor and other powerhouses. If they secretly take action, we will not be able to take revenge. Then what should we do? A cold light shot out of the patriarch's pitch-black eyes. Naturally, we will use their strength to fight them. Void Star Sky, a small town at the border of Dongshin Heaven. On this day, many martial artists of the younger generation appeared. Most of these young cultivators were sword cultivators, and almost all of them were Heaven-opening realm cultivators. Heaven-opening realm cultivators were already considered powerhouses in Dongshin Heaven. How can we cultivate in such a godforsaken place? A cultivator in black said, Void Star Sky itself is a barbarian land. Our goal this time is to secretly kill the disciples of the Wuji Sword Sect. After completing the mission, we will naturally leave. Chiu Longtan, that idiot, actually died in such a desolate place. I heard that the root of this matter seems to be that idiot Chiu Longying. He came out to train and saw beauty and became lustful. Who knew that there was a Shura Sword Dao cultivator behind the latter who killed him? Before he died, he sent the news to Chiu Longyu. If Chiu Longyu did not want to take all the credit, why would he die here? Chiu Longtan would not be furious and come to take revenge for his younger brother. These disciples were all outstanding disciples of the Spirit Void branch. They hated Chiu Longying and Chiu Longyu from the bottom of their hearts. These two idiots had killed Chiu Longtan, who was the hope of the Spirit Void branch. What's the use of saying all this now? Let's move quickly. In a small town at the border, the disciples of the Spirit Void branch suddenly descended. Kill them. They disguised their auras and started killing the disciples in the town. Pucci. With their strength, the martial artists in the town could not resist at all. In the blink of an eye, the town was filled with blood and corpses were piled up like mountains. When they retreated, they disguised this place as the crime scene of Tian Qing's remnant tribe. A few days later, an elder of the Wuji sword sect who was sent out discovered the situation here. What's going on? Soon the elder checked and was shocked to find that there were more than 35,000 people in the town. Most of them were ordinary martial artists, but none of them were alive. They were all dead. Too cruel. After checking the scene, he concluded that Tian Qing's remnant tribe had done this to take revenge on the Wuji sword sect. Report it immediately. At the same time in the Wuji sword sect, Jian Wuji received a lot of similar news. They were all cities at the border and were far from the Wuji sword sect. Reinforcements could not arrive in time. Tian Qing's remnant tribe can't hold back anymore? Jian Wuji muttered to himself. Behind him, the sword master walked over quickly. Sect leader, there are already 15 towns that have been massacred. The sword master said expressionlessly, "Please send a Saint Realm elder to suppress Tian Qing's remnant tribe." Jian Wuji shook his head. Tian Qing's remnant tribe was openly massacring the cities of the Wuji sword sect. What was the meaning of this? Sect leader, are you just going to watch Tian Qing's remnant tribe commit such atrocities in our Wuji sword sect's territory? Aren't you afraid that it will disappoint the martial artists? The sword master's eyes were red and he was furious. His voice was hoarse. Jian Wuji turned around and patted the sword master's shoulder. This matter isn't as simple as you think. Don't act rashly. Let's get to the bottom of this first. Right, is Fang Qin back yet? Jian Wuji suddenly asked. Not yet, the sword master said. Just at this moment, Jian Wuji's body shook and his communication jade pendant rang. When he heard the contents of the jade pendant, a cold, killing intent appeared on his face. Sword master, I appoint you as the commander-in-chief of this operation. If you encounter anyone from Tian Qing's remnant tribe, kill them without mercy. Jian Wuji said. The sect leader suddenly changed his mind, causing the sword master to be stunned for a moment. However, he was soon overjoyed. Sect leader, don't worry. I will definitely slaughter all those bastards. Soon, the sword master led the army and left. On this day, the entire Void Star heaven was shaken. All the sects of the Four Mysterious Heavens sect were frantically sending troops to attack Tian Qing's remnant tribe. However, all of this was just to cover for Fang Qin and the others to successfully sneak into the secret base of Tian Qing's remnant tribe. At the peak of the Wuji Sword Mountain, on a stone pillar, Jian Wuji and Ancestor Xing, he looked at each other. Ancestor, is this safe? Jian Wuji asked. Isn't it a little too hasty? Ancestor Xing, he shook his head and said, I made this decision after careful consideration. After my comprehensive analysis, I think Fang Qin might be able to complete the mission. Jian Wuji nodded and didn't say anything else. Since the ancestor had made a decision, it couldn't be changed. He only hoped that Fang Qin could return alive. Even more. Lost. Can't write. Author's notice. Please use the novel app to read. It's free. The web version affects the reading experience. Install the novel app. Chapter 2294. Genius remembers love in 1 second. /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Tian Qing's descendants were able to contend with Su Xing heaven for countless years. Even Xing, he ancestor, couldn't help but sigh. A long time ago, all the powerhouses of Su Xing heaven joined forces to destroy Tian Qing's descendants. However, they still underestimated the resilience of Tian Qing's descendants. After tens of thousands of years, they rose from the ashes and made a comeback. However, tens of thousands of years later was obviously not what they had imagined. Tian Qing's descendants, who had originally vowed and made ample preparations, were shocked to discover that the humans of Su-Xing Heaven were also constantly improving over the countless years. This also caused their previous plans to almost all end in failure. In the end, they had no choice but to join forces with the Divine Blade sect. However, who would have thought that Xinghe Ancestor and the others would appear and directly destroy the Divine Blade sect? After the destruction of the Divine Blade sect, the biggest beneficiary was the Wuji Sword sect. They quickly occupied the Divine Blade sect's territory and became the #1 sect in Dongxin Heaven. As for the Divine Phoenix sect, they took the initiative to withdraw from the competition. Fang Chen's name resounded throughout Dongxin Heaven. Tian Qing's descendants were very cunning, and their void concealment ability was also very strong. They had a special method that could avoid the gentlemanly exploration of human cultivators, which also greatly increased the human cultivators' search for them. On a wasteland, several Tian Qing's descendants were being hunted down by human cultivators. Puchi, the human cultivator in the lead, was an earth-splitting realm powerhouse. He was so strong that he almost crushed the Tian Qing's descendants. Damn it! The few remaining Tian Qing's descendants had scarlet eyes and roared angrily. "Young Master Ju, you go first." One of the black-robed cultivators roared and used his physical body to block the human cultivator's attack. Crash! Fang Chen suddenly appeared in the void, not far away. At this moment, Fang Chen was shrouded in an evil aura. If one observed carefully, they would be shocked to discover that his aura was exactly the same as Tian Qing's descendants. Of course, this was Xinghe Ancestor's method. He had led the many powerhouses of Void Star Heaven to contend against Tian Qing's remnant race for so many years. Naturally, he had some results from his research. Given the means of the Galaxy Ancestor, no one would be able to discover Fang Chen's fake identity unless they met the patriarch of the Tian Qing remnant tribe. All right, success or failure depends on this. Patriarch Xing River's ethereal voice rang out in the void. Fang Chen nodded. His eyes were filled with determination. His figure flashed and appeared on the battlefield. Bang! He abruptly threw out a punch, instantly blocking the attack of the earth-splitting realm human cultivator, and a deafening boom rang out. Tian Qing's descendants. The human clan cultivator was stunned for a moment. After he steadied himself, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. "Master Ju, are you all right?" Fang Chen didn't turn his head. He stared at the human warrior and asked in a deep voice, "I'm fine. Did the clan send you here?" Tian Qing's descendant, who is known as the Absolute Young Master, asked excitedly, "I was on a mission and passed by here. I happened to see Absolute Young Master being besieged by the human clan," Fang Chen said. "Another Tian Qing's descendant. Kill them for me." The earth-splitting realm human cultivator shouted in a low voice. Immediately, he began a crazy slaughter of the Tian Qing's descendants. "Master Ju, you go first." Seeing this, the other Tian Qing's descendants hurriedly shouted. However, it was too late. The attack of the earth-splitting realm human cultivator had already enveloped Absolute Young Master. Crack! However, Fang Chen's figure appeared again and easily rescued Absolute Young Master from danger. "Master Ju, I'll block them. You go first." After saying that, Fang Chen held a scarlet saber in his hand and activated all his strength to kill the human clan cultivator. "I'm sorry," Fang Chen said silently in his heart. In order to successfully sneak into the Tian Qing's descendants, he could only kill these people. Puff! Although he was holding a battle axe, he still performed the traceless sword art. It was just that it was not conspicuous. Wherever the battle axe passed, a human cultivator's head was immediately split open. How is this possible? Seeing this, the earth-splitting realm human cultivator widened his eyes, and a trace of horror appeared in his heart. "Let's go!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several human cultivators were frightened by Fang Chen's powerful attack and quickly fled. Fang Chen did not chase after them. Instead, he turned around and walked toward Absolute Young Master. "Why don't you chase?" Absolute Young Master frowned and asked, "Absolute Young Master, don't chase a cornered enemy. Moreover, this is the territory of the human clan. We have been exposed. It's better to leave this place quickly," Fong Chen said. Hearing this, Absolute Young Master nodded. "Let's go." After this battle, Absolute Young Master no longer doubted Fong Chen. Their group quickly disappeared from the wasteland. After Fong Chen left, Ancestor Xing, he suddenly appeared. There was a trace of joy in his eyes. "We can act now." Immediately, he sent a message to the other experts. On this day, a shocking news once again spread throughout the entire Void Star Heaven. Several peak experts, led by Ancestor Xing, he and the patriarch of the Tianqing Remnant clan were engaged in a fierce battle. Neither side could do anything to the other. This battle lasted for an unknown amount of time. In the end, it ended with the patriarch of the Tianqing Remnant clan fleeing with serious injuries. For a time, the flames of war spread throughout the Void Star Heaven. Every corner was filled with the smoke of gunpowder. However, Fong Chen had already followed Absolute Young Master to the headquarters of the Tianqing Remnant clan. It seems that Absolute Young Master status in the Tianqing Remnant clan is not low, Fong Chen said to himself. Ancestor Xing, he had told him that unless it was the patriarch of the Tianqing Remnant clan, no one would be able to discover him. Void Star Heaven on a certain ice field. Has the Tianqing Remnant clan been hiding here all this time? When they came to a certain barren ice field in eastern profound heaven, Fong Chen was a little stunned. This ice field was called the Desolate Frost Ice Field. It was frozen all year round, and almost no cultivators would come here. He also didn't expect that the Tianqing Remnant clan would be hiding in such a harsh environment. After hurriedly entering the Desolate Frost Ice Field, Absolute Young Master waved his hand, and a complicated mark escaped from his head. It merged together in the sky and erupted with a dazzling light. Immediately, a ray of light pierced through the void and enveloped them. The next moment, Fong Chen disappeared. As soon as he entered the secret base of the Tianqing Remnant clan, Absolute Young Master heard a piece of news. His body trembled slightly, and he immediately said, "Go back to your residence first." After saying that, he turned around and left. Fong Chen followed the group without batting an eyelid and arrived at a residence. "Brother, how should I address you?" a thin cultivator asked. "Sanguinati," Fong Chen said. This was the alias he used when he first came to the outer universe from the ancient Sword Continent. "Brother Shui, something seems to have happened in the clan. Don't go out for the time being," the thin cultivator said in a deep voice. "I know." After talking with them for a while, Fong Chen returned to his residence. After a few days of inquiring, he finally learned some things about the secret base of the Tianqing Remnant clan. The Tianqing Remnant clan's patriarch personally opened up the Tianqing Remnant clan space. This space fully used the powerful space rules, so it was difficult to be discovered by human cultivators. In addition, the Tianqing Remnant clan's innate talent in space was extremely well hidden. Almost all the clansmen of the Tianqing Remnant clan lived in the Tianqing Remnant clan space, which was no different from the human race outside. However, every once in a while, there would be a mission to go out and kill human cultivators. However, just a few days ago, the Tianqing Remnant clan's patriarch returned with serious injuries and went into seclusion. He ordered that during this period, the Tianqing Remnant clan space was completely sealed and no clansmen were allowed to go out. This also caused the clansmen to be in a state of panic, thinking that something big was about to happen. If I want to secretly kill the clansmen of the Tianqing Remnant clan, I can only start from the competition. Fong Chen secretly thought. The Tianqing Remnant clan was belligerent. There would often be battles between each mansion. This kind of battle would have casualties. This was his excellent opportunity. Moreover, if he could be at the top of the fighting list, he could also get some rewards. The old ancestor asked me to pay more attention to the secrets of the Tianqing remnant clan. If I can get some, I can analyze the combat skills of the Tianqing remnant clan from it, including the divine techniques and so on. Then, I can destroy the Tianqing remnant clan from the inside. Fang Qin secretly said. Just as he was thinking, Lan Yong suddenly came to him. Brother Shui. Lan Yong was the thin man who met Fang Qin that day. He was also a warrior under Zhu Shaojie. Chapter 2295. Genius 1. Second, remember love, go, /little. I'll provide you with wonderful novels to read. Tianqing's descendants had many clansmen, so who would investigate a person's background? Moreover, Fang Qin was so strong, and he obviously had the aura of Tianqing's descendants, so no one doubted him at all. Lan Yong had a good relationship with Fang Qin, and they had been close recently. Fang Qin also learned a lot of secrets about Tianqing's descendants from him. Blood brother, aren't you going to take a look? Lan Yong came to Fang Qin's courtyard with a smile. What's there to see? Fang Qin asked in confusion. Blood brother, you can't bury yourself in cultivation like this. You have to strike a balance between work and rest. Lan Yong said, Today's duel between the Demon Dragon Mansion and the United Heart Mansion is very exciting. It's said that the two mansion masters are going to fight. With that, Lan Yong pulled Fang Qin to the square. There was a sea of people in the square, and countless clansmen were cheering. Bang! With a loud bang, a burly man on the martial arts stage sent his opponent flying with a punch. His face was full of confidence. Too weak. Lan Yong introduced him to Fang Qin in a low voice. Blood brother, this burly man is the strongest in the heaven-opening realm of the Demon Dragon Mansion. His name is Mo Kai, and he specializes in physical strength. Hearing this, Fang Qin nodded lightly. Mo Kai's physical strength was indeed extraordinary, but it was still a little inferior to his myriad sword body. He could feel that the myriad sword body that was stuck at a bottleneck seemed to be loosening a little. If he could find an opportunity, it would be easy for him to step into the 5th level. Is there no one else in the United Heart Mansion? Mo Kai stood on the martial arts stage, exuding an evil aura, and his face was full of disdain. Anyone in the heaven-opening realm can challenge me. Mo Kai's aura was very strong, and he didn't take the United Heart Mansion seriously at all. The duel between the two mansions was divided into 3 levels. The first level was the duel between the heaven-opening realm martial artists, the second level was the duel between the earth-opening realm martial artists, and the third level was the duel between the Saint Realm martial artists. Love, go, little, say, W. Mo Kai waited for a long time and gave up on the United Heart residents. Reverend Hexin, does this count as our Demon Dragon Mansion's victory? Reverend Mo Long grinned. The latter nodded with a gloomy expression. If they agreed to a bet, they had to accept their loss. Furthermore, with Mo Kai's strength, he was unrivaled in the heaven-opening realm. No matter how many clansmen they sent, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Next match. Reverend Hexin said in a deep voice, following which, an earth-opening realm cultivator from each side stepped onto the stage. The battle between the two was extremely intense. About an hour later, the earth-opening realm cultivator from the United Heart Palace gained a slight advantage. What's there to be proud of after winning one match? Immortal Mo Long sneered and walked onto the martial arts stage. The battle between the two absolute saints would determine the outcome of the battle between the two manors. Boom! The battle was on the verge of breaking out. The terrifying light emitted from the two of them made Fang Qin feel somewhat stifled. As expected of a Saint Realm expert, Fang Qin couldn't help but click his tongue. When he was in the Demon City, he could rely on the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth and the help of the Entomb Spring to kill an absolute saint. However, in the outside world, he had no chance of winning against an absolute saint. His targets were Heaven opening realm martial artists and Earth opening realm martial artists. Boom! A deafening sound resounded in the sky, following which the two figures quickly retreated. When the two of them stabilized themselves, Reverend Demo Long laughed loudly while Reverend Hiexian's face was gloomy. Swoosh! Reverend Hiexian took out a token and handed it to Reverend Demo Long. I'll take back the United Heartspring in a month. After saying that, Reverend Hiexian turned and left. The crowd exclaimed. Reverend Emo Long's strength was too strong. He actually suppressed Reverend Hiexian. Is the Demon Dragon Mansion strong? Fong Chen asked in a low voice. Brother Blood, there's something you don't know. There's a treasure in the Demon Dragon Mansion that can speed up the cultivation of martial artists. Otherwise, the Demon Dragon Mansion wouldn't be so strong. Lan Yong said in a low voice. The bet between the Demon Dragon Mansion and the United Heart Mansion is probably because of the Demonic Dragon Divine Plate. Demonic Dragon Divine Plate? Fong Chen muttered softly. However, at this moment, Reverend Demo Long's eyes suddenly fell on Ju Shao. Lan Ju, is your father still a coward? Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on Lan Ju. Lan Ju was Ju Shao. He was the son of the mansion, lord of the Jueshu mansion. My father is in seclusion. Although Lan Ju was furious, he didn't dare to go against Reverend Emo Long. Reverend Emo Long's eyes had a hint of mockery. I want the Jueshu jade pendant of the Jueshu mansion. Your father has been in seclusion, and I don't know when he'll come out. I can't wait. Why don't you take your father's place and fight with the Demon Dragon Mansion? Hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Reverend Emo Long was taking advantage of the situation. The Jueshu jade pendant of the Jueshu mansion was rare and very unique. Even Lan Ju couldn't use it often. It was very precious. Hearing this, Lan Ju's face changed greatly. He didn't dare to make a decision. What do you think? You don't dare to accept? I won't make a move. The bet between our two manors only requires 2 levels. If both sides are tied, it'll be the winner. What do you think? In order to get the Jueshu jade pendant, Reverend Emo Long was really willing to do anything. Hearing this, Lan Ju hesitated. The overall strength of the Demon Dragon Mansion was much stronger than that of the Jueshu Mansion. He didn't dare to make a rash decision. Just as he was hesitating, Fong Chen suddenly walked behind Lan Ju and whispered a few words in his ear. Suddenly, Lan Ju's body trembled. He looked at Fong Chen with his eyes wide open and asked hurriedly, Are you serious? Fong Chen nodded heavily. A strange smile appeared on Lan Ju's face. Since Reverend Emo Long wants to bet, then the Jueshu Mansion will accompany you to the end. I think everyone can be my witnesses. I hope that after the Demon Dragon Mansion loses, Reverend Emo Long will fulfill your promise. Lan Ju said, Isn't it just the Demonic Dragon Divine Disc? If you win, I'll let you use it for 2 months. Emo Long sneered. With a powerhouse like Emo Kai in the Genesis realm, it was almost guaranteed. As for the Earthbreaker realm, there was also Emo Xiong. Jueshu Mansion had no chance of winning. Emo Xiong, Immortal Emo Long shouted, and an even more burly man walked up to the martial arts stage. He was the infamous Emo Xiong, one of the best in the Earthbreaker realm. Boom! The Earthbreaker realm powerhouse of the Jueshu Mansion and Emo Xiong fought in a melee. The more he watched, the more Lan Ju frowned. How is this possible? Emo Xiong's strength was beyond their imagination. Now Emo Xiong was suppressing the Earthbreaker realm powerhouse of the Jueshu Mansion. Everyone could see that it wouldn't be long before Emo Xiong won. Bang! After a while, a loud sound rang out. Emo Xiong defeated his opponent. You let me win. Emo Xiong saluted Lan Ju respectfully. For the time being, Demon Dragon Hall has won the first round. Emo Long smiled. However, the second round will be ours as well. Lan Ju, why don't you obediently hand over the Jueshu Jade? I can ask Mo Kai to go easy on you and let Jueshu Mansion lose with dignity. Lan Ju was furious at Mo Long's words. Are you sure? At this point, Lan Ju could only rely on Fang Qin as his last hope. Don't worry, Master Ju. I fear no one in the Genesis realm. Fang Qin's voice was soft, but everyone present was a primal chaos god. When they heard his arrogant words, they all sneered. Who is this kid? So arrogant? He dares to look down on Mo Kai. Is he looking to die? Why would Lan Ju send a kid who's still wet behind the ears to fight? In the square, the sounds of discussion rose and fell without end. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fang Qin stepped onto the stage. Kid, you're too weak. Mo Kai's voice was thick. However, to everyone's surprise, Fang Qin turned to look at Lan Ju. Master Ju, if I were to accidentally kill this big guy in the middle of the fight, would I be punished? The entire square was in an uproar. Countless clansmen stared wide-eyed at Fang Qin. They thought he'd gone mad. How dare he threaten to kill Mo Kai? For a moment he didn't know what to say. If you can really kill Mo Kai, then he's not as good as you. Demon Dragon, Hull won't bother you. Mo Long frowned, his heart filled with anger. A Genesis realm kid dared to look down on Mo Kai. If that's the case, then there's no problem. Fang Qin nodded and said seriously, Chapter 2296. Genius remembers love in 1 second / small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Qin's arrogance ignited the anger of the Demon Dragon Mansion's people. The Demon Dragon Mansion's warriors glared at Fang Qin, wishing they could tear him apart. You want to kill me? Even Mo Kai found it too comical. A brat, still wet behind the ears, dared to threaten to kill him? A sinister smile spread across Mo Kai's face. He pointed a finger at himself. You're just an early heavens opening realm cultivator, and you want to kill me. Mo Kai's face was full of disdain, as though he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. Fang Qin nodded seriously. That depends on whether you cooperate or not. Fang Qin's meaning was clear. If he didn't admit defeat, he wouldn't be able to hold back. He'd kill him when the time came. Anyway, Mo Long had already said that even if he killed Mo Kai could only blame himself for being inferior. Ha ha ha, Lan Ju, is there no one else in Jueshu Manor? Mo Kai laughed loudly and mocked. Sending such an arrogant piece of trash to challenge me, Mo Kai? I think it's best if you obediently hand over the Jueshu Jade. Otherwise, I'll make my move and this kid will die. When the time comes, not only will you lose a cultivator, but you'll also lose the Jueshu Jade to Demon Dragon Mansion. Hearing this, the other cultivators in the square also shook their heads. They also felt that Fang Qin's words were a little too arrogant. This kid isn't calm at all. He's just playing to the gallery. Poor Lan Ju. He's screwed over by this kid. Yeah, Lan Ju is smart. I didn't think he'd send this kid to challenge Mo Kai. Does he really think he can beat him? A series of discussions could be heard among the crowd. Many were complaining about Fang Qin. Even many of the Jueshu Manor's cultivators were dissatisfied with Fang Qin. Lan Ju, however, was calm. He'd made his choice, and he'd unconditionally support Fang Qin. He'd even put his trust in Fang Qin. Moreover, he clearly knew how strong Fang Qin was. Will Blood Brother be all right? Lan Yong's face was filled with anxiety. The other party was Mo Kai. He could not afford to be careless. Lan Ju smiled at him, and Lan Yong finally calmed down. Blood Brother, do your best, Lan Yong shouted. Instantly, many people looked at Lan Yong as if they were looking at an idiot. Lan Ju, you people from Jueshu aren't just arrogant, they're idiots. Mo Kai spat. You talk too much, Fang Qin said calmly. We haven't even fought, and you think I'm not your opponent. Fang Qin shook his head. I've seen many people like you. You may be in the limelight for a while, but in the end you won't go far on the martial path." After saying that, Fong Qin sighed and said, "A true powerhouse will never underestimate any enemy." Mo Kai felt humiliated by Fong Chen's words. He glared angrily at Fong Qin. "You're right, I'm not underestimating you. I'll treat you seriously." When it came to the word treat, Mo Kai placed a heavy emphasis on it. BZZZ. Suddenly, an extremely violent power surged out of Mo Kai's body. He clenched his fist, and the air around him crumbled. The power gathered in his fist. If this fist landed on a natal cultivator, they'd be seriously injured, if not dead. Everyone understood that Mo Kai was truly angry. He'd used his ultimate move, the space-shattering fist. "Brat, I hope you'll be able to remain so calm in a bit." Mo Kai believed that Fong Qin was just pretending to be calm. In front of his overwhelming natal strength, Fong Qin wasn't even worth mentioning. Facing the imposing Mo Kai, everyone thought that Fong Qin would be intimidated. But who would have thought that Fong Qin was still as calm as ever? "Your space-shattering fist's aura isn't bad, but it's very weak." Contrary to everyone's expectations, Fong Qin didn't attack. Instead, he commented on Mo Kai's space-shattering fist. "Bullshit." Mo Kai rebuked angrily. "If my guess is correct, when you cultivated the space-shattering fist, you injured the divine spring. Although you succeeded in the end, when the divine spring transformed into space, it became very unstable." Fong Qin ignored Mo Kai and slowly said, "So, even though you seem powerful now, you're actually just scaring people. To put it bluntly, you're just a paper tiger. Your strength is so great that it scares people, but when you really start fighting, you're only SOSO." Fong Qin chuckled. "If it were up to me, I would have at least 100 ways to break your space-shattering fist. You." Mo Kai's expression was sinister as he stared at Fong Qin with his scarlet eyes. However, there was a slight ripple in his heart. How did he know? Mo Kai was shocked. The space-shattering fist was their Demon Dragon Hall's ultimate technique. It was impossible for outsiders to learn it. How had he seen through the flaws in his cultivation? Just based on his eyes? Mo Kai thought to himself, if that was really the case, then this brat was truly incredible. Was he really pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? It wasn't just Mo Kai. Even perfected Mo Long, who was full of confidence, had a trace of imperceptible shock in his eyes. As the Demon Dragon Hall's fist technique, he was most familiar with the space-shattering fist. What Fong Qin had just said was true. When Mo Kai had cultivated the space-shattering fist, there had been a flaw. Perfected Mo Long had tried to think of a solution, but he hadn't been able to help. Luck? Perfected Mo Long thought to himself, his face expressionless. In the square, Fong Qin continued, "With your strength, how dare you claim to be able to sweep the heaven-opening realm? Don't you feel ashamed?" Fong Qin's words had thoroughly enraged Mo Kai. The latter roared at the sky and punched out. Crash! Fong Qin's figure flashed and instantly disappeared into the void. Although it was a bit exaggerated to say that there were 100 ways to break the space-shattering fist, there were still a few. Needless to say, just the space-time collapse technique could easily break it. When the space-shattering fist was used, there would be a pause time of 1 second. Ordinary people wouldn't notice this at all, but Fong Qin had made full use of this 1 second. When the space-shattering fist came crashing down, he had already moved behind the space-shattering fist. Boom! The myriad sword body was activated, and a terrifying force attacked, directly hitting the space-shattering fist. Crack! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Mo Kai's fist radiance shattered, while Fong Qin stood quietly on the martial arts stage. How is this possible? Mo Kai cried out involuntarily. The many martial artists below were also in an uproar. He actually blocked it. Could it be that what he said was true? Does Emokai's space-shattering fist really have a flaw? Heavens, when did such a monstrous genius appear in Jueshu Mansion? Hearing the crowd's words, Emokai felt very embarrassed. His heart was filled with anger, and he forcefully used the space-shattering fist to the extreme. Rumble. Streaks of terrifying fist radiance enveloped Fong Chen's body. Humph, let's see how you block it. Seeing this, Emokai sneered. However, as soon as his voice fell, a leisurely voice suddenly came from the terrifying fist radiance. I said that there are at least 100 ways to break your space-shattering fist. As soon as Fong Chen's voice fell, the sky suddenly changed color. A huge axe cut through the sky and appeared above Emokai's head in an extremely strange trajectory. No, Emokai was shocked to find that his body was imprisoned and he couldn't move. He let out a miserable cry and turned his head to look at Perfected Emolong for help. Stop, Perfected Emolong said in a low voice. Then, with a flick of his finger, a ray of light shot out. Unfortunately, Fong Chen was already prepared. When the axe chopped down, he had already shattered the terrifying fist radiance and appeared behind Emokai. Bang! Using all the strength in his body, he punched a hole in Emokai's body. Crack! Emokai's eyes widened, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His pupils began to dilate, and his body became extremely weak. Dong! When the ray of light shot by Perfected Emolong hit the axe, Emokai's body fell limply to the ground. Crash! The entire square was in an uproar. Emokai, the strongest heaven opening realm expert of Demon Dragon Mansion, died just like that? I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Perfected Emolong's furious voice reached Fong Chen's ears. Demon Dragon Mansion can't afford to lose? Lan Ju's voice sounded. He didn't expect Fong Chen to be able to kill Emokai. Chapter 2297. Genius remembers Love in 1 second / small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After a brief uproar, the square instantly quieted down. Everyone stared at Fong Chen on the martial arts stage with their mouths agape. At the same time, they were also paying attention to the development of the matter. Emokai was a powerhouse that the Demon Dragon House had focused on cultivating. They wondered how Emolong would deal with it. He killed him on purpose, Emolong said coldly. Lan Ju took a step forward and came to the martial arts stage. He looked straight at Emolong and said, "The great demon dragon actually went back on his words. Before the battle, you said in front of everyone that if Emokai died, it would be because he was not skilled enough. However, now that Emokai has been killed by Sanguinati, you forced him to do it with your Saint Realm cultivation." Lan Ju's words caused a commotion in the square. Emolong, you are unreasonable in this matter. That's right. How can you go back on your words? Moreover, there is a certain safety hazard in the gambling fight. If you were afraid of Emokai dying, you shouldn't have sent him. There were other lords of the other mansions present. Lan Ju was a junior, so Emolong might not care. However, Emolong still cared about their words. After all, they were all at the absolute saint stage like him. Emolong's dark eyes stared at Fong Chen. His heart was filled with anger. Fong Chen spread out his hands and said, "It's normal to have casualties in a battle. If you want revenge, Emolong, do it." "You." Emolong's face was gloomy. He looked at Fong Chen for a long time, then turned and left with a flick of his sleeve. "Emolong, don't forget about the demonic dragon divine plate," Lan Ju reminded him. Humph! Emolong's cold snort came from afar. After this battle, Fong Chen's name was known in the celestial crystal. The eyes of the clansmen in the various mansions were filled with envy as they looked at him. "Brother Lan Ju, congratulations." "Ha! Jueshu House actually has such a genius. If he steps into the realm of Earth, won't he be comparable to a Saint Realm powerhouse? Jueshu House is going to rise." On the square, everyone laughed. Sanguinati, it's all thanks to you. Lan Ju clasped his hands in thanks. As a member of Jueshu Manor, this is something I should do. Fong Qin said, I've long disliked that Emokai. Killing him this time is very satisfying. Indeed, Emokai relied on his own strength to often humiliate heaven opening realm martial artists. No one dared to voice their anger. Now that they had been killed by Fong Qin, it could be considered retribution. It's just a trick. Suddenly, a cold voice could be heard from the distance. Everyone turned their heads and saw a black-clothed man holding a long sword quietly standing on a tree in the distance, looking down. BR, Black Serpent, Sword of the Startling Sword Mansion? Lan Yong exclaimed. He did not expect this guy to come as well. Black Serpent Sword? Fong Qin asked doubtfully. This Black Serpent Sword is publicly recognized as one of the strongest heaven-opening experts in the heavenly crystal space. He's on par with Emokai, who you killed before, Lan Yong introduced. Within the heavenly crystal space, there were 5 heaven-opening experts. Each of them was skilled in a different Tao. Emokai was skilled in the Tao of the flesh, while Black Serpent Sword was skilled in the Tao of the sword. Black Serpent Sword, you can't hold back anymore. All of a sudden, another voice sounded. As everyone knows, Black Serpent Sword was Emokai's sparring partner. This guy killed Emokai, so how could Black Serpent Sword let him go? The way I see it, Black Serpent Sword wants to take first place. When the crowd saw who it was, they saw 3 people standing next to Black Serpent Sword. Among them, the martial artist dressed in blue and surrounded by the aura of Array Tao was Zhou Zhen, one of the 5 powerhouses who specialized in Array Tao. The golden-clothed warrior surrounded by the aura of talismans was Wang Fu, one of the 5 experts who specialized in the talisman arts. As for the man who remained silent all this while, he's Pafong, the one who seems to have the potential to reach the earth-shattering realm. Even though Emokai's cultivation isn't on par with ours, his physical body is still quite powerful. The one who spoke was Zhou Zhen. He looked at Fong Chen with a smile and said, even the 4 of us would not dare to fight Emokai head-on. This guy was able to suppress Emokai with his physical strength and kill him. That's not bad. It's just a trick. He should have come into contact with the space-shattering fist. Otherwise, he would not have been able to discover the flaw in Emokai's cultivation, let alone kill him, Black Serpent Sword said coldly. He looked down on Fong Qin from the bottom of his heart. An early-stage heaven-opening cultivator had only been lucky enough to kill that idiot Emokai. Black Serpent Sword, if you're tempted, you can challenge him directly, Wang Fu said with a smile. Pafong remained silent, staring at Fong Qin. Sweeping his gaze over the 4 people, Fong Qin's gaze paused on Pafong for a moment. A slight ripple appeared in Fong Qin's heart. On the surface, Pafong seemed to be a man of few words, but in reality, Fong Qin could sense that he was the strongest among them. Brother Lan Yong, do you know anything about this Pafong? Fong Qin asked in a low voice. Lan Yong shook his head. Pafong was too mysterious and never fought. However, the other 4 all viewed him as an expert of the same level. Black Serpent Sword leapt onto the martial arts stage and looked at Fong Qin mockingly. Emokai was my sparring partner. You killed him, so what do you think I should do? What a joke. Your strength is at most on par with Emokai's, and you still claim that Emokai was your sparring partner. Aren't you ashamed to say such things? Fong Qin sneered, not giving Black Serpent Sword any face. And then, or are you saying that the 5 of you don't live up to your reputation? Fong Qin shook his head, deliberately provoking Black Serpent Sword. As expected, Black Serpent Sword was enraged. He suddenly pulled out the huge black sword on his back and pointed it at Fong Qin. Kid, do you know the consequences of angering me? You're very naive. After speaking, Fong Qin turned to look at Lan Ju. Master Ju, Do you know what position I'll occupy on the battle list if I kill all 5 of you? Whoosh! The square was in an uproar. Many cultivators stared at Fang Qin, dumbfounded. Even Lan Ju was a little dazed. Was he crazy? He dared to directly challenge the 4 great experts. As expected, even Zhou Zhen and Wang Fu were a little angry. Only Pafeng remained silent. The 4 of you are not even worth mentioning in my eyes. Fang Qin said, "You, Black Serpent Sword, specialize in the way of the sword. But you should know that you've already gone astray." Black Serpent Sword was about to refute, but Fang Qin stopped him. In the process of comprehending the way of the sword, you're eager for instant success. In order to improve your way of the sword, you're willing to do anything. As a result, your way of the sword is very weak. Any swordsman who knows a little about the way of the sword can easily break your way of the sword. Fang Qin shook his head and said disdainfully, "A person like you dares to call yourself Black Serpent Sword. I feel ashamed for you." Black Serpent Sword's face darkened. He held the huge black sword in his hand, and the sword chi around him vibrated. "You don't have to glare at me. Am I wrong? If you don't believe me, take a deep breath now, and then force the sword chi in your body into your mind. Then use the power of origin to guide it. See if your glabella hurts." Fang Qin spread his hands. "Nonsense. You don't know anything about the way of the sword," Black Serpent Sword said coldly. Although he said that, he still did as Fang Qin said without batting an eyelid. He easily forced the sword chi in his body into his mind, and then used the power of origin to guide it. He's lying. He doesn't know anything about the way of the sword. Seeing that the power of origin was about to guide the sword chi out, Black Serpent Sword sneered in his heart. He was even more certain of his thoughts. Fang Qin was a guy who was just making up the numbers. However, at this moment, Black Serpent Sword's body suddenly trembled. Then he felt an intense pain coming from his glabella. Fortunately, he adjusted in time. Otherwise, others would definitely see some clues. Black Serpent Sword, what are you waiting for? He's already lectured you. Can you bear it? Zhou Zhen said, "Aren't you known as the strongest sword cultivator of the Tianqing clan? It's time to test your strength," Wang Fu said. Pufeng opened his mouth, looking like he wanted to say something, but stopped. He originally had doubts, but after hearing Zhou Zhen and Wang Fu's words, the doubts in his heart were immediately dispelled. What can a pain in my glabella mean? During this period of time, I've been cultivating the way of the sword day and night. Maybe it's an illusion caused by the pressure on my head. Black Serpent Sword comforted himself. What? After secretly trying it out, it matches what I said. Are you hesitating? Fang Qin exposed him on the spot. Chapter 2298. Genius remembers love in 1 second. /small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Seeing Black Serpent Sword's expression, Zhou Zhen and Wang Fu were stunned. Black Serpent Sword, this kid isn't right, is he? Zhou Zhen asked. Could it be that this kid also has some understanding of the way of the sword? Wang Fu thought. Black Serpent Sword's heart quickly recovered after a short fluctuation. A sharp-tongued guy. You want to use this to mess with my mind. How laughable. Black Serpent Sword sneered. He raised his arm and pointed his black great sword at Fang Qin. You say I don't understand the way of the sword. Then I'll let you see what the true way of the sword is. Black Serpent Sword was about to attack, but was stopped by Fang Qin. The 4 of you should attack together. Fang Qin curled his lips. I want to get on the battle list as soon as possible. I don't want to waste time. After saying this, Fang Qin added another sentence. This sentence immediately angered all 4. Even the silent Pufeng frowned slightly, expressing his dissatisfaction with Fang Qin. I alone am enough to deal with you, Black Serpent Sword said. Fang Qin shook his head. I don't accept your challenge. If you want me to attack, then the 4 of you can attack together. Lan Ju wanted to dissuade him, but seeing Fang Chen's determination, he didn't say anything. Tian Qing's descendants were very warlike. Although they were of the same race, life and death battles were common. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to understand why Fang Chen wanted to kill them. Obviously, if he killed the 5 of them, not only would he become famous, but he would also get on the battle list and obtain cultivation resources. Why not? You really want the 4 of us to attack together? Pufeng, who had been silent, spoke. As soon as he spoke, Zhou Zhen and the others' faces were full of gloating. They looked like they were dead meat. Fang Chen nodded and looked at Pufeng. Of the 4 of you, only you can give me a sense of pressure, but it's just pressure. All right, I accept your challenge, said Pufeng in a deep voice. Fang Chen shook his finger and corrected him. Not you, but the 4 of you. The people in the square who were about to leave returned once again. They were also stunned by Fang Chen's arrogant words. When the 4 of them joined forces, Mo Kai was no match for them. Will Blood Brother be all right? Lan Yong asked anxiously. Brother Xuet isn't a reckless man, Lan Ju said. Maybe he really has a chance. In fact, Fang Chen had asked Lan Ju about the situation before he'd challenged them. If he killed all 4 of them, would there be trouble? Lan Ju's response reassured him. Let's cut the crap and attack. The black serpent sword said in a low voice. His figure flashed, and his body seemed to merge into the huge black sword. Voila! Zhou Jin opened his palm, and a violent heaven-splitting formation appeared. Meanwhile, Wang Fu's hands were constantly performing hand seals, condensing one powerful talisman after another. Pufeng was the only one who didn't move. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the arena. It had been a long time since they'd seen such a heated battle. Fang Chen stood there quietly, dealing with all changes by remaining unchanged. He looked at the heaven-splitting formation that surrounded him and grinned. Yi Tianyan smiled and said, This formation is really simple and crude. At this moment, Fang Chen recalled something that the Celestial River ancestor had said to him. The Tianqing clan's understanding of the Tao was extremely weak. Their strength was made up for by their cultivation. At first Fang Chen didn't quite believe it, but after killing Mo Kai and fighting the 4 powerhouses, he was convinced. A peak heaven-splitting array master, an expert in the Tao formations, had set up such a flawed formation. What a disgrace! He looked up at the talismans in the sky. He shook his head and sneered. Although his skill as a talisman master wasn't as good as the Tao formations, he was still proficient. He saw the flaws in the talismans at a glance. Of the 4, he couldn't see through Pufeng. The latter didn't move, only stared at Fang Chen. Kill! The first to charge was the black serpent sword. He held a huge black sword and used a killing move, wanting to cut off Fang Chen's head in one fell swoop. At the same time, the talisman in the sky exploded, and a terrifying power engulfed Fang Chen's body. Zhou Zhen was far away, controlling the formation to imprison Fang Chen's body. No matter who it was, this was a situation of certain death. However, there was no worry on Fang Chen's face. When the black serpent sword's huge black sword was about to touch his body, he suddenly raised his hand and lightly tapped it. Crack! A crack appeared in the heaven-splitting formation, and the imprisoned power disappeared. Fang Chen's figure also disappeared. Immediately after, Fang Chen suddenly punched into the majestic power of the talisman, skillfully destroying the internal operation of the talisman. Crash! The talismans in the sky lost control and turned into nothingness. How is this possible? Wang Fu and Zhou Jin cried out at the same time. However, just as they were about to continue attacking, the black serpent sword's body was sent flying by Fang Chen's battle axe. Dong! A deafening vibration resounded through the sky. Everyone stared at Fang Chen, dumbfounded. They rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that it was all an illusion. Kill! A roar came from Fang Chen's throat. Then he swung his axe at Zhou Jin, which was imbued with Shura sword chi. He specialized in formations, so his defense was relatively weak. Whoosh! At this moment, Pafung finally made his move. His body was like a wild horse, arriving in front of Fang Qin in the blink of an eye. Roar! An angry roar sounded, and a roaring golden lion appeared above Pafung's head. The lion's body emitted a shocking power. Pafung controlled the lion and launched a fierce attack on Fang Qin. Is this what you're relying on? For a long time, Fang Qin couldn't see through Pafung. However, after Pafung used his special ability, Fang Qin finally knew Pafung's trump card. You can't stop me. And before Pafung's attack came, Fang Qin's axe chopped at Zhou Jin's head. Crack! His head shattered, and his body disappeared. At the same time, Pafung's attack came whistling. Unfortunately, Fang Qin had the space-time collapse technique, so the latter's attack couldn't touch him. First one. As soon as Fang Qin's voice fell, he suddenly appeared behind Wang Fu. Puchi! The axe chopped Wang Fu to death. Ah! Pafung went crazy for the first time. His attack couldn't touch the latter's body. Die, die, die! Pafung roared crazily. The golden lion above his head opened its mouth and swooped down. Second one. At this moment, Fang Qin was like the god of death, unapproachable. Did he really do it? On the square, it wasn't just Lan Zhu and the others. Even the lords of the various manors were completely shocked. The strength of a heaven-opening martial artist could actually reach such a level. Oh my God! Everyone's hearts trembled as they exclaimed. Third one. When Fang Qin killed the Black Serpent Sword, the lords of the various manors finally realized that something was wrong. Stop, you can't kill anymore. Several lords roared, wanting to stop Fang Qin. However, Fang Qin's eyes were red from killing, and he didn't care at all. Don't! He and Pafung clashed head-on. The golden lion above Pafung's head was torn apart. Bang! Pafung's body was also sent flying. Stop! Just as Fang Qin jumped up and was about to kill Pafung, the saints finally arrived and hurriedly stopped Fang Qin. Sanguinati, that's enough. One of them said, Fellow manor heads, was I wrong? Fang Qin gradually calmed down, put away his battle axe, and asked. The lords looked at each other, then shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Sanguinati, logically speaking, as lords, we shouldn't interfere in your duel. However, they are all outstanding geniuses of our Tianqing remnant family. Even one of them dying is a loss. You've already killed 4 of the 5 great prodigies. That's enough. Pafung has already been defeated by you. You've already proven to everyone that you're the #1 heaven-opening realm cultivator. When it's possible to make mistakes, one should forgive them. The strong were respected. Before this, the lords of the various manors didn't care about Fang Qin at all. But now he had shown that his potential and strength surpassed the 5 great prodigies. The lords of the various manors immediately changed their attitudes. Although Fang Qin had killed the 4 great prodigies, they didn't blame him at all. Sanguinati, you've already entered the battle ranking. There's no need for you to continue killing, right? Fang Qin glanced at Pafung, who sat on the ground dejectedly and didn't get up. Chapter 2299. Genius remembers love in 1 second. /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In the face of the persuasion of the saints, Fang Qin chose to compromise. He had already killed 4 prodigies. If he stubbornly persisted, he was bound to offend these saints, which would be detrimental to his future plans. Ha ha ha, heroes come from the young. I didn't expect such a monstrous genius to appear in Jueshu Manor. Before, the 5 prodigies had been fighting for first place in the heaven-opening realm. I didn't expect the hanging sword saint to silently take it. Yeah, 4 of the 5 prodigies are dead and 1 is injured. The paragons all shook their heads. Sanguinati, with your potential, you won't get any cultivation resources in Jueshu Manor. Why don't you join our Milky Way province? If you join our Jingyan province, we'll use all our resources to cultivate you." In an instant, Fong Qin became a hot commodity. However, no matter what they said, they couldn't change Fong Chen's mind. He still decided to stay in Jueshu Manor. Hearing this, Lan Ju was excited. Ha ha ha, as expected of a clansman from Jueshu Manor. Lan Ju was very happy. Sanguinati's battle had shocked the world. All the clansmen in the heavenly crystal space knew of his power. Some even said that Sanguinati was already comparable to an earth-shattering realm cultivator. When these words came out, it caused another wave of commotion. No matter what the outside world said, it couldn't affect Fong Qin. In Jueshu Manor, "Have you investigated clearly?" Lan Ju stood in front of the water screen and asked. "Master Ju, I've already investigated clearly. 20 years ago, a cultivator surnamed Shui left the heavenly crystal space. After that, there was no news of him." Lan Yong said in a low voice. He didn't believe that Sanguinati was a human spy. "Master Ju, the blood of our heavenly crystal clan flows in Brother Shui's body. His aura can't be fake, right?" Lan Yong continued. "The cultivator surnamed Shui from 20 years ago should be Brother Shui. He hid in Starvoid Sky and must have obtained many opportunities to achieve what he has today. Besides, have you forgotten, young Master Ju? In Eastern Profound Heaven, Brother Shui stepped forward bravely and killed the human race cultivators to save you." Lan Ju's last doubts about Fong Qin vanished like a puff of smoke after hearing Lan Yong's words. Lan Yong is right, Lan Ju thought. "Pass down my orders. From today onwards, all the cultivators of Jueshu Manor will treat Sanguinati the same way they treat me. All cultivation resources will be given to Sanguinati," Lan Ju said. Yes, very little. Fong Qin had proven his worth with his absolute strength. Moreover, he had also ascended to the top 20 of the combat roll because of this. One had to know that in the top 20 of the battle ranking, other than him, there were only 3 expansion realm cultivators. The other 16 were all palace, lords of the Holy Realm. As for him, he was the only heaven-opening realm martial artist in the top 20 of the battle rankings. In a garden somewhere, Fong Qin and Lan Ju sat facing each other. "Young Master Ju, I've been away for many years and don't know much about the battle ranking. I wonder if you can enlighten me." Fong Qin asked. "Brother Shui, it's natural that you don't know. The rules of the battle ranking changed 10 years ago. The new rules are based on the ability to fight across realms." Lan Ju said, "Although you didn't fight across realms, you fought 1 against 5 and left them in such a sorry state. It's enough to convince people that you're qualified to fight across realms. Of course, this alone isn't enough for you to reach the top 20, Lan Ju continued. You have great attainments in the Tao of the flesh, the Tao of the sword, the Tao of the matrix, and the Tao of the talisman master. The Grand Elders in charge of the battle ranking have discussed and decided that you have great potential. You're the most promising and the most likely genius to reach the Holy Realm in a short time. Therefore, your ranking has been raised to 20, Lan Ju said with a smile. The top 20 of the battle ranking was a symbol of glory. There are countless clansmen in the Celestial Crystal, and it was difficult to reach the ranking. One could imagine how glorious it was to reach the top 20. You're now in the top 20 of the battle ranking. You can use the Void Jade pendant of Jueshu Manor at any time. Lan Ju said, not only that if you can reach the top 10 of the battle ranking, you can use any treasure in any of the mansions unconditionally. Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Fong Chen spent the rest of the afternoon talking with Lan Ju. Lan Ju told him a lot of secrets about Tianqing's clan. From their conversation, he also learned the uses of the demonic dragon divine plate, the void jade pendant, and other treasures. I didn't expect Patriarch Tianqing to be such a powerful armor. The void jade pendant, the demonic dragon divine plate, and other treasures were all personally refined by Patriarch Tianqing. The next day, Lan Ju and the others brought Feng Qin to the demonic dragon manor. Demonic dragon immortal. Lan Ju cupped his fist. Demonic dragon immortal had heard about what happened yesterday. He looked at Feng Chen with a complicated look in his eyes. If it was any other time, he would definitely make things difficult for Lan Ju and the others. But today he didn't. He brought them directly to the demonic dragon divine plate. In front of them, there was a wooden plate with 8 trigrams that was slowly rotating. A strange aura surged out from the wooden plate. Is this the demonic dragon divine plate? Feng Qin stared at the wooden plate and said softly, "The demonic dragon divine plate was a treasure used to cultivate the primordial spirit. It was a 5 elements, 8 trigrams array, yin and yang." The martial artist sat cross-legged on the demonic dragon divine plate and used his heart to feel the yin and yang qi in the plate. Then he gradually merged the yin and yang, and finally merged with the demonic dragon divine plate. In this process, the primordial spirit would be cleansed, and it would undergo a qualitative transformation. This was the magic treasure that every member of Tianqing's remnant tribe dreamed of. Unfortunately, the demonic dragon divine plate was controlled by the demonic dragon manor. Unless they won a bet with the demonic dragon manor, it would be difficult to have the opportunity to cultivate it. 1 month later, you all leave quickly. Demonic dragon immortal said in a deep voice. Lan Ju and the others boarded the demonic dragon divine plate, one after another. At the top of the clouds of Su Xingxing, he ancestor and the others gathered together, looking at each other with a dignified expression. "Ancestor, what's wrong?" "9 died. Xing, he ancestor, said in a deep voice. "What? Were they discovered?" Everyone exclaimed. They carefully selected 10 martial artists. How long had it been since they entered the secret base of Tianqing's clan? 9 died? Xing, he ancestor, shook his head. According to the information sent back, they had lost contact in an instant. At present, we don't know the specific situation. The reason why I called you here today is that I am worried that the last person will be discovered. Xing, he ancestor, said. So I decided to continue to attack Tianqing's clan and distract them so that they won't have time to look for the traitor. 9 out of 10 died, which means that there is still one alive. Our plan still has hope. Yes, it's time to force Tianqing's clan. A few days later, the forces of the 4 mysterious heavens launched a new round of attack on Tianqing's clan. Tianqing's space was closed, and many of the clan members who were scattered outside couldn't return. Under this sweep, all of them were killed, on a certain mountain peak. The heavens are really helping us. Yes, I originally wanted to frame Tianqing's clan. Who would have thought that they would be so cooperative and attack directly? Ha ha ha! We can take advantage of this chaotic autumn to kill a few more limitless sword sect bastards. These people were all martial artists of Mashation's, Qiu family's, spirit void branch. They were hiding in Dongshin heaven and had already killed many limitless sword sect disciples. Feng Chen should be hiding. After our inquiries, Feng Chen was taken away by Xing, he ancestor, and never came back. Could it be that his potential has attracted the attention of Xing, he ancestor? If so, then it will be a little troublesome. Why do we care so much? Let's kill a few more limitless sword sect disciples first. After a short discussion, the Qiu family's disciples stood up and prepared to continue the operation. However, at this moment, the sky became gloomy. The air condensed, and a huge palm fell from the sky and directly slapped the mountain peak. Kacha! The mountain peak was instantly razed to the ground, and the Qiu family's disciples were all killed. After that, the palm dissipated, and the sky became clear again. In the void clouds, Xinghe ancestor looked at all of this indifferently. The Qiu family is really getting more and more overboard. Xinghe ancestor said in a deep voice. However, the Qiu family was powerful, and he couldn't blatantly kill the Chiu family's people. Taking advantage of this turmoil, he could kill these eyesores in the name of Tianqing's clan. Chapter 2300. A Genius Remembers. Love in 1 Second? Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. Celestial Crystal's Domain, Demon Dragon Mansion. Because of Patriarch Tianqing's unexpected injury, all plans for his family had been put on hold. Celestial Crystal's domain would remain sealed until Patriarch Tianqing emerged from his seclusion. So long as it wasn't Patriarch Tianqing, no one would be able to see through Feng Chen's disguise. Thus Feng Chen could carry out the mission given to him by the Starry River Patriarch without fear of repercussions. At the moment, he was cultivating atop the demonic dragon's disc. The disc was a relic personally crafted by Patriarch Tianqing and contained a vast amount of soul Dao. Most importantly, there was a control hub in the demonic dragon divine disc. As long as the control hub was in place, it could continuously absorb the power of heaven and earth and convert it into soul Dao power. Within Celestial Crystal's domain, the demonic dragon's disc was widely recognized as the most precious treasure for soul Dao cultivation. Every soul cultivator wanted to cultivate in the devil dragon divine disc, but unfortunately, Clan Chief Tianqing had given it to the devil dragon mansion. With the demonic dragon master guarding it, no one dared to act rashly. However, the winner of the battle between Jueshu and Demon Dragon Mansion would be able to cultivate within for a month. The demonic dragon divine plate was very big. It was an extremely wide disc. Lan Ju and the others sat cross-legged upon it, quietly cultivating. Feng Chen could clearly sense the extremely dense presence of the way of the soul surging from the demonic dragon divine disc. The presence of the way of the soul silently burrowed into his soul, nourishing the 7 golden figures. So comfortable. Feng Chen couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Lan Ju was so excited after battle. The demonic dragon divine disc was indeed a soul cultivation treasure. Thinking of this, Feng Chen quickly closed his eyes and began to cultivate. In his mind, the incantation for the inverse spirit art began to circulate. Feng Chen studied it carefully. The Devil Dragon Mansion had the Devil Dragon Divine Plate, so most of the people in the mansion had powerful primordial spirits. They had always looked down on the other clansmen, thinking that they were the strongest in the field of Soul Dao. As time passed, Feng Chen's comprehension of the innate soul reversal technique continued to improve. The incomplete version of the innate soul reversal technique had a total of 5 levels. Feng Chen had already successfully cultivated 2 levels, but he still couldn't comprehend the remaining 3 levels. Without the soul stone, it would be difficult to comprehend the innate soul reversal technique. However, this demon dragon divine disc was no less helpful to Feng Chen than the soul stones. One day, half a month later, Feng Chen's primordial spirit suddenly trembled in his mind. Immediately after, the 7 golden figures in his Yuan spirit gave off an extremely violent soul Dao aura. This soul Dao aura merged with the soul Dao aura on the demonic dragon divine plate, causing Feng Chen's mind to tremble. Innate soul reversal technique, so that's how it is. Feng Chen murmured softly with a smile on his face. He had been stuck at a bottleneck for so long, but it only took him half a month to reach the 3rd level of the innate soul reversal technique on the demonic dragon divine disc. Phew! Feng Chen opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. His face was full of smiles. He looked around and found that Lan Ju and the others were still cultivating with their eyes closed. Let's continue cultivating. Feng Chen said to himself. It was not easy to come to the demonic dragon divine disc to cultivate, so he couldn't waste time. However, just as he was about to continue cultivating, a ripple suddenly appeared in the void. Immediately after, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the demonic dragon divine disc. His pitch-black eyes stared at Feng Chen. Sanguinati. Feng Chen recognized him at a glance. This person was Mo Xiong, one of the strongest experts of the Demon Dragon Mansion in the Earth Expansion Realm. Mo Xiong and Mo Kai had a very close relationship. So why had Mo Xiong come in such a threatening manner? Seeing Mo Xiong, Fong Chen frowned. Mo Xiong suppressed the anger in his heart and said calmly, Mo Kai is my junior brother. So what? Fong Chen asked. It was just a bet between two mansions, but you killed him. I will avenge him. Mo Xiong said, Of course I won't bully you. I can see that your primordial spirit is very strong. If you can withstand 3 of my soul Dao attacks, the grudge between us will be written off. I will even apologize to you immediately. If you lose, you will have to break one of your arms. Hearing Mo Xiong's words, Fong Chen's lips curled up, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Mo Xiong must have been paying attention to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed over as soon as he heard the news. He sensed my soul Dao aura? Fong Chen thought to himself. What? Sanguinati, who is ranked 20th on the combat ranking, are you afraid? Mo Xiong used a clumsy method to try to anger Fong Chen. Seeing this, Fong Chen spread out his hands and looked at Mo Xiong mockingly. If I lose, I will break one of my arms. What if you lose? Mo Xiong's condition was unfair to him. I won't lose. Mo Xiong was very confident in his soul Dao cultivation. What if? Fong Chen asked, unwilling to give up. A cold killing intent flashed in Mo Xiong's eyes, and he said, What do you think? Fong Chen stared at Mo Xiong with his dark eyes and grinned. If you lose, how about you give me your soul Dao divine skill? If you agree, we will fight. If you don't, then forget it. After all, Fong Chen was ranked 20th on the combat ranking. If he didn't agree, Mo Xiong wouldn't be able to make a move. Mo Xiong was enraged when he heard that. However, he suppressed his anger and said coldly, Fine, I agree. Mo Xiong sneered inwardly. He didn't fear anyone when it came to soul Dao cultivation. I'll say this first. We're only competing with our soul Dao cultivation. If you use your martial Dao power, you'll be breaking the rules. Fong Chen said in a deep voice, If you break the rules, you'll lose. Mo Xiong was an earthbreaker. If he used his martial Dao, Fong Chen wouldn't be able to resist, so he had to make things clear. However, Fong Chen was still worried. He was afraid Mo Xiong would play some trick during the fight. He was about to call Lan Yong to be a witness when he realized Lan Ju was awake. Brother Shui? Lan Ju was surprised to feel the tension in the air. He looked at Fong Chen. When he saw Lan Ju, Fong Chen chuckled. Master Ju, Mo Xiong wants to avenge his junior apprentice brother, Mo Kai. He's challenged me to a soul Dao duel. Since you've woken up, why don't you be my witness? Fong Chen quickly told Lan Ju about their agreement. Lan Ju looked at Fong Chen with concern. Brother Shui, Mo Xiong, Fong Chen waved a hand to stop him. Don't worry, Master Ju. I know what I'm doing. Lan Ju stared at Fong Chen for a long time, then nodded. Very well. As the young master of Jueshu Manor, I will preside over this duel. If I find anyone breaking the rules, I will kill them. Lan Ju's words carried little weight, but the young master of Jueshu Manor carried a lot of weight. Right here? Fong Chen asked. Right here. Mo Xiong nodded. Boom! Suddenly a violent soul Dao aura erupted from Mo Xiong's mind. Then the soul Dao aura gathered in the void, forming a soul sea. In the middle of the soul sea, there was a huge whirlpool. The whirlpool spun rapidly, and a terrifying suction force seemed to be attracting the soul Dao aura from the demonic dragon divine plate. This is... Fong Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Mo Xiong to have such a technique. Interesting. Fong Chen grinned, eager to give it a try. He had just reached the 3rd level of the innate soul reversal technique, and he couldn't wait to see how powerful it was. With that thought, Feng Qin used the innate soul reversal technique. Whoosh! The third level of the innate soul reversal technique was much more powerful than the second level. Berserk Soul Dao power condensed into a long sword in the sky before it swiftly shot towards Emo Xiong. At the same time, the Soul Dao aura in Feng Chen's mind surged out violently. So powerful, even Feng Chen couldn't help but sigh. The third level of the innate soul reversal technique was too powerful. What kind of Soul Dao divine skill is this? Emo Xiong, who was originally confident, cried out when he felt the power of the innate soul reversal technique. At the same time, his body flickered, and he opened his palm to absorb the Soul Dao aura from the demonic dragon divine plate. You want to use the demonic dragon divine plate to deal with me? Chapter 2301. A Genius Remembers. Love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Crack! The innate soul reversal technique ended with Emo Fan's victory. Dang! 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 Emo Xiong's body kept retreating. When he finally stabilized himself, he stared at Feng Chen with his dark eyes. What kind of soul path divine art is this? Emo Xiong thought that his soul path divine art was already very strong among the heavenly divine arts. Who would have thought that Feng Chen's soul path divine art would be able to suppress his soul path divine art? It was simply unbelievable. There are billions of soul path divine arts in the chaotic void. How many do you know? Feng Chen sneered. You! Emo Xiong was even more furious after hearing Feng Chen's words. He stretched out his hand and roared. He activated the violent soul path power in his mind and resonated with the soul path power in the demonic dragon divine plate. Wind, come. Emo Xiong let out a low roar. Suddenly, the calm space was filled with a violent gale. Rain, come. In the next moment, it started to drizzle. This made Feng Chen a little stunned. Is this your trump card? I don't believe that I can't defeat you with the wind and rain spirit heavenly technique, supported by the demonic dragon divine plate. Emo Xiong's eyes were scarlet and his face was ferocious. He waved his hands, and the wind and rain mixed with the soul path power. Dazzling light burst out. However, this didn't change anything. His soul path cultivation was far inferior to Feng Chen's. After the innate soul reversal technique reached the third level, Feng Chen's soul path cultivation was enough to suppress Emo Xiong. Suppress! Feng Chen roared and activated the innate soul reversal technique to the extreme. The terrifying soul path power instantly condensed into a long sword and stabbed at Emo Xiong at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Crack! The soul path aura above Emo Xiong's had exploded. This powerful sword strike forcibly severed the soul Dao power of Emo Xiong and the demon dragon divine plate. After cutting off the connection, Emo Xiong's soul path power became much weaker. Crack! With another loud bang, the demon's last bit of defense was completely destroyed. His eyes were filled with despair. A majestic force came from his body, and he flew out uncontrollably. Bang! With a loud bang, Emo Xiong's body smashed into the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. His face was slightly pale. Emo Xiong struggled to get up from the ground and looked at Feng Chen with a complicated expression. He didn't dare imagine that an early-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator would have such a powerful soul Dao cultivation. How is this possible? Emo Xiong's potential in the martial path was already heaven-defying enough. In addition to his potential in the soul path, Emo Xiong had already treated Feng Chen as a great enemy. Just as the killing intent in Emo Xiong's heart surged, Emo Long arrived. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Immortal Emo Long scolded Emo Xiong. Now, Sanguinati's name shook the heavenly crystal space, and all the major martial lords were secretly paying attention to him. If Mo Xiong really attacked, he would definitely be ambushed by the various prefecture lords. On the surface, Immortal Mo Long was reprimanding Mo Xiong, but in fact he was saving him. Prefecture Lord, being reprimanded by Immortal Mo Long, Mo Xiong's expression changed. He was a little ashamed. Losing is not scary. What's scary is losing your fighting spirit. Your cultivation time is too short, and you have plenty of time in the future. A temporary failure doesn't mean anything. Maybe 1 year later, 2 years later, or 10 years later, you'll still be alive, but he'll already be dead. Love, go, little, say, net, chew. At this point, Immortal Mo Long shook his head and said, when you reach the Saint Realm, you'll understand that being alive is better than anything else. You're right, Prefecture Lord. I'll definitely work hard in my cultivation. Mo Xiong cupped his fists. At the same time, he looked at Fang Chen with a cold gaze. You haven't given me the bet yet. Seeing that Mo Xiong was about to leave, Fang Chen hurriedly said, Humph. Mo Xiong snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he threw a yellowed book to Fang Chen and left angrily. As expected of Sanguinati, your martial arts potential is already heaven-defying. I didn't expect your soul cultivation to be so powerful as well. It's really amazing. Immortal Mo Long looked at Fang Chen with a smile. Fang Chen could feel that Immortal Mo Long wanted to kill him. You don't have to worry about me, Immortal Mo Long. After dealing with him, Fang Chen left Mo Long Mansion. Although there was still half a month left, it wouldn't have much of an effect on him. He might as well use the time to study Mo Xiong's wind and rain soul heavenly skill. In the courtyard of Jueshu Mansion, Fang Chen was reading the wind and rain soul heavenly skill seriously. This wind and rain soul heavenly skill is quite magical. Unfortunately, it's still a little weaker than the innate soul reversal skill. After reading the whole book, Fang Chen concluded, although he didn't specialize in the wind and rain soul heavenly skill, he could still learn from it. In this way, Fang Chen spent 3 months perfecting the innate soul reversal skill. During this period, the heavenly crystal space was as peaceful as usual. However, one day, a sudden clap of thunder stirred up the quiet heavenly crystal space. What? Human martial artists sneaked into the heavenly crystal space? Damn it. How did the human martial artists sneak in? 9 human martial artists died in the heavenly crystal's Beast Valley? For a moment, this news swept through the entire heavenly crystal space like a storm. Even the mansion masters were paying close attention to this matter. Some people even began to suspect that Sanguinati was also a human martial artist in disguise. Many people began to analyze Fang Chen's past. The more they analyzed, the more they found that Fang Chen was the most suspicious. Immortal Mo Long naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Sanguinati massacred our clansmen. He must be a human martial artist in disguise. Immortal Mo Long gathered all the mansion masters and came to Jueshu Manor to capture Fang Chen. Rumble! A shocking aura swept through the entire Jueshu Manor. The mansion masters hovered in midair and stared at Jueshu Manor. Manor heads, what brings you to my absolute void manor? The mansion master was in seclusion. Lan Ju temporarily replaced his father to exercise his authority. Lan Ju, hand over Sanguinati. We suspect that Sanguinati is a human martial artist. Hand him over. Immortal Mo Long's voice was cold. Lan Ju frowned and said in a low voice, What makes you say that? Do you have proof? Immortal Mo Long sneered. In the valley of the Tianqing Beastmaster, 9 corpses of human warriors were found. Someone has infiltrated our Tianqing remnant tribe. The Blood Sword Saint is the most likely. Another mansion master nodded. That's right. A monstrous genius like Sanguinati wouldn't have been unknown. Now that he's returned, his strength has increased greatly. He suppressed the 5 heaven opening experts and killed Mo Kai and the other 3. His actions prove that he's a human martial artist. Lan Ju, is it true or not? Why don't we just ask Fang Chen to come out and confront him? Faced with the mansion master's questions, Lan Ju was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. He didn't believe Fang Chen was a human martial artist. He lifted his head, and his dark eyes slowly swept over the crowd. Mansion masters, don't forget that Sanguinati is ranked 20th on the battle list. Without sufficient proof, even you mansion masters have no right to capture him. The battle list symbolized the future of Tianqing's clan. To be able to enter the battle roll, it showed that regardless of potential or strength, he had obtained the recognition of the Tianqing remnant clan. The clan leader once said that no one was allowed to act recklessly against a martial artist on the battle list without proper reason or evidence. This also protected the safety of the martial artists on the battle list from the side. Hearing this, the mansion masters' faces changed slightly. We're just going to confront him. You can just ask him to come out, Mo Long said. Lan Ju knew that if he didn't ask Fang Chen to come out today, they wouldn't let it go. Immediately, he sent a message to Fang Chen. A moment later, Fang Chen appeared beside Lan Ju. His eyes swept over the crowd and finally fell on Mo Long, brother Shui. Lan Ju said apologetically. Fang Chen waved his hand to indicate that it was fine. He said, Mansion masters, you're all saints. You can kill me with a thought. I, Sanguinati, don't think I've done anything wrong to Tianqing's clan. You framing a clansman like this is the greatest harm to me. Since Fang Chen said so, the other mansion masters couldn't say anything. How can you prove that you're not a human martial artist? Mo Long asked. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, then looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. He said, Then how can you prove that you're Mo Long? Chapter 2302. A Genius Remembers. Love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chen chose to ignore immortal Mo Long's question. What a joke! Elder Xing, he had personally told him that even a Saint Realm expert would not be able to see through his disguise. Unless Patriarch Tianqing came out of seclusion, he was not worried at all. He glanced at immortal Mo Long and said, Since immortal Mo Long has said so, I have nothing to say. I, Sanguinati, am standing right here. You can check however you want. I have nothing to fear. After speaking, Fang Chen glanced at everyone and said, Don't tell me that you don't even have the means to check. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the mansion masters looked a little embarrassed. They released their divine consciousness and shrouded Fang Chen to check. Humph! Immortal Mo Long snorted and spread his divine consciousness, drilling directly into Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen's body suddenly trembled. His face changed instantly, and he glared at immortal Mo Long. Immortal Mo Long. Fang Chen's eyes were scarlet. He activated the 1,000-sword territory, directly isolating everyone's divine consciousness. I killed Mo Kai, so you have been holding a grudge against me and won't let go of any chance to deal with me? Fang Chen asked. Checking me is fake. You want to take advantage of the opportunity to plot against me, right? Hearing Fang Chen's words, the mansion masters were stunned and immediately looked at immortal Mo Long. They had no idea what had happened and why Fang Chen would suddenly fly into a rage. Are you afraid? At this point, immortal Mo Long did not intend to admit it. Instead, he questioned Fang Chen. The mansion master of Demon Dragon Mansion, immortal Mo Long, used such a clumsy method to deal with an initial stage heaven opening realm martial artist. How ridiculous! Fang Chen told them about how immortal Mo Long had tried to invade his mind and injure his primordial spirit. Everyone present was an absolute saint. They immediately knew whether Fang Chen was telling the truth or not. At this moment, several mansion masters frowned and looked at immortal Mo Long with displeasure. Mo Long, you've gone too far. Sanguinati has the aura of our Tianqing clan. This kind of aura cannot be disguised. He is not a human. Mo Long, Sanguinati, is a genius ranked 20th on the battle list. Let me remind you, don't let the Tianqing clan suffer losses because of personal grudges. The immortal Mo long stopped quibbling after the other mansion masters had spoken. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Qin as he said coldly, I have a strong feeling that he is related to the human race. Enough. The manor heads berated. Seeing this, immortal Mo Long no longer spoke. He flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Before he left, he looked coldly at Fang Qin and said, Brat, don't let me get hold of your weakness. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. After immortal Mo Long left, the other prefecture masters nodded at Fang Qin and left one after another. Brother Blood, I'm sorry. Lan Ju apologized to Fang Qin. As the young master of Jueshu Manor, he was unable to protect the disciples of the manor. He felt that he had failed in his duty. That's none of your business. Fang Qin shook his head and returned to the courtyard. Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley? Fang Chen muttered, his heart full of shock. Patriarch Xing, his words were still echoing in his mind. They had chosen 10 people to sneak into the heavenly crystal space, but now only a short period of time had passed, and the other 9 people had already fallen. Have we been discovered? That's impossible. They didn't even notice me. Fang Chen was puzzled, but he vaguely felt that this matter had a lot to do with the Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley. After that, Fang Qin found Lan Yong and chatted with him to inquire about the details of the Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley. It turned out that the Tianqing Beast Sovereign was a peerless powerhouse that had once appeared in the Tianqing clan. He fell in the battle with the heavenly human clan of Su Xing. After his death, his body turned into a huge valley, so that valley was called the Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley. Speaking of the Tianqing Beast Sovereign, Fang Qin could not help but sigh. This person was indeed a monster. He was different from the ordinary members of the Tianqing clan. He had a human head and a beast body. He was born with divine strength and a pure bloodline. At birth, he had mastered the innate, remarkable powers of the Tianqing clan. Because he was a beast, he was respectfully called the Tianqing Beast Sovereign. Even the current patriarch of the Tianqing clan was a descendant of the Tianqing Beast Sovereign. The Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley was full of danger. Even the descendants of the Tianqing clan would not go there for no reason. This time, 9 corpses were found, causing a great sensation. Many cultivators had already gone to the Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley to investigate the truth. Oh, all disciples can enter the Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley? Fang Qin asked. Lan Yong nodded, his face solemn. The Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley is too dangerous. If you're too weak, you'll die. Besides, who knows if there's a trap waiting for us inside? Ignoring Lan Yong, Fang Qin pondered in his heart what reason to go to the Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley. Unexpectedly, 3 days later, Lan Ju came looking for him at noon. Brother Shui, I'm preparing to go to the Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley. Do you want to come with me? Lan Ju asked. It turned out that in the Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley, the statue of the Tianqing Beast Sovereign was shaking. Many cultivators were fanatical, believing that the Beast Sovereign spirit was about to appear. Many people rushed madly into the Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley. The manors did not appear, nor did they stop them. They seemed to be secretly watching. Sure, Fang Qin said with a grin. As a descendant of the Tianqing Beast Sovereign, there was no one who wasn't interested in the Tianqing Beast Sovereign's legacy. Therefore, Fang Qin had to pretend to be interested. At the same time, he also believed that this was an excellent opportunity. After a little tidying up, Lan Ju and Fang Qin quietly left Jueshu Manor. Brother Shui, the Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley is in the northernmost part of the Tianqing dimension. It's quite a distance from Jueshu Manor, Lan Ju said. But with our speed, we should be able to get there in 3 days. Fang Qin nodded. He didn't tell Lan Ju that if he hurried, he could get there in half a day. However, in order not to arouse suspicion, He deliberately slowed down and hurried along with Lan Ju. 3 days later, they arrived in front of the Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley. In front of them was a huge statue. It had the head of a human and the body of a beast. There was a strong sense of majesty about it. Around it was a valley that was neither large nor small. It was surrounded by a terrifying aura. In front of the valley, many clansmen were discussing in low voices. Fang Chen's arrival attracted the attention of many people. Sanguinati. Some people's eyes were filled with anger when they saw Sanguinati. You killed Senior Brother He. I want to avenge him. A disciple of the Black Snake Manor rushed toward Fang Chen in a moment of anger. Puchi. The disciple was split in half with an axe. Then Fang Chen's eyes swept across the crowd, and he said coldly, Powerhouses on the battle list are not to be humiliated. This is the result. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Fang Chen's actions aroused the dissatisfaction of many Earth Breaker Realm cultivators. Isn't he just a guy who got lucky? What's so great about him? Sanguinati, you need to give our Black Snake Manor an explanation. An early Earth Breaker Realm cultivator from the Black Snake Manor berated. His face was gloomy. His palm contained a violent power, ready to attack at any time. Oh, you want an explanation? Fang Chen grinned and walked toward the Earthbreaker Realm cultivator. Rumble. All of a sudden, a violent power burst out from Fang Chen's body. In the next instant, he held the axe in his hand and hacked at the Earthbreaker Realm cultivator. Not good. Sensing the power carried by the battle axe, the Earth-opening Realm cultivator exclaimed inwardly. Then he quickly retreated. At the same time, Fang Chen executed the innate soul reversal technique. Xiu! The terrifying power of the soul, Dao, disturbed the Earth-breaker Realm cultivator's mind. In the next instant, Fang Chen executed the 6th move of the traceless sword art with the axe. Terrifying Azura sword Qi fused into the axe. Kacha! With an incomparably domineering axe strike, the chest of this Earth-opening realm cultivator was directly split open. The crowd on the plain sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't Sanguinati too strong? In a short 3 months, he was able to suppress an early Earth-breaker realm cultivator? However, what they didn't know was that 3 months ago, Fang Chen already had such strength. Chapter 2303. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he held the battle axe in his hand and charged out again. A terrifying force wrapped around the axe and slashed at the Black Snake Mansion's Earth Expansion Realm cultivator. Crack! The Earth Expansion Realm cultivator was unable to resist at all. His defense was shattered, and his head was smashed into meat paste. Whoosh! The entire plain was filled with exclamations. Everyone was shocked by Fang Chen's decisiveness. That was an Earth Expansion Realm cultivator. Wasn't it too domineering to kill him like that? Sanguinati, how dare you kill my Black Snake Mansion's cultivator? The Black Snake Mansion's people roared in anger. Fang Chen snorted and kept the axe. I already gave him a chance. He just didn't take it. Bullshit. I only saw you, Sanguinati, being cruel and vicious. You killed your fellow disciples. Fang Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. I'm ranked 20th on the combat roll. Anyone who insults me should be prepared to die. After speaking, Fang Chen walked straight to the Heavenly Sovereign Beast Valley. Seeing this, everyone clenched their fists in anger. Sanguinati is too much. Ranked 20th on the combat roll? Pooh! The Heavenly Sovereign Beast Valley will be his place of death. The Black Snake Mansion's people were filled with killing intent. Soon, Fang Chen entered the Heavenly Sovereign Beast Valley. As soon as he entered the valley, he felt his body being squeezed. A terrifying force attacked him from all directions. Is this the Heavenly Sovereign Beast Valley? Fang Chen thought to himself. After a while, He disappeared into the darkness. Other than the sage realm cultivators, everyone else from the heavenly sovereign race had entered the valley. There was a thick fog around the valley that blocked the detection of divine sense. Even sage realm cultivators couldn't see the situation inside. This made it even more convenient for Feng Chen. He didn't need to hide from the detection of divine sense and could kill the heavenly sovereign race cultivators without fear. For example, the Black Snake Mansion's disciples. Not long after entering, Feng Chen encountered a Black Snake Mansion's disciple who was alone. Die! With a flick of his finger, a streak of sword light shot out, instantly killing the heaven-opening disciple of the Black Snake Estate. After that, Feng Chen entered his killing mode. As long as he encountered a heaven-opening realm martial artist, he would almost instantly kill them. At this moment, the advantages of the space-time collapse technique were completely revealed. If he encountered Earth-opening realm late stage or even peak stage cultivators, he would immediately avoid them. Kill! Blade after blade, Tinqing's descendants died one after another at the hands of Feng Chen. The valley of the Tianqing clan had become Feng Chen's battlefield. In just a month's time, more than 700 disciples had died in his hands. During this time, Feng Chen learned that there were roughly 10,000 heaven-opening realm clansmen, 3,000 earth-opening realm clansmen, and 19 Saint Realm clansmen. Continue the slaughter, Feng Chen said to himself. Time passed, and another 3 months passed. Feng Chen's slaughter finally slowed down. As the number of deaths increased, the chances of encountering Earth-opening realm martial artists increased, and he could no longer kill as he pleased. However, it was also because of this that Feng Chen discovered a strange place. At the center of the valley there was a huge statue. Below this statue, Feng Chen found some clues. Dried blood? Below the statue, there was a trace of dried blood. Feng Chen could clearly feel that this blood belonged to the human race. Could there be some secret below? 9 human race cultivators had died here, which meant that there was definitely something strange about this place. Feng Chen made up his mind and prepared to investigate the secret of this statue. He walked around the statue once. Then his divine sense spread out and enveloped the statue. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Whoa! In Feng Chen's mind, a vast amount of energy gushed out and formed a powerful imprint in the void. Endless power emerged from the mark and instantly blasted towards the statue. Crack! Some cracks appeared around the statue, and debris kept falling down. At this time, the phantom of Ancestor Xing, he condensed. Ancestor! Feng Chen was stunned for a moment and looked at Ancestor Xing, he in disbelief. This is a mark I left on you. It has no fighting power, but it can sense whether you are still alive, Ancestor Xing, he said. Hearing this, Feng Chen was relieved. Ancestor, what did you find? Ancestor Xing, his phantom, slowly dissipated. He said in a deep voice, Inside the statue, there is a reincarnation pool. Destroying it will completely wipe out the Tianqing clan from the root. Reincarnation pool. Feng Chen asked. There is no time to explain to you. When my mark left your body, it was rejected by the statue. All I can do is to send you into the statue. After that, Ancestor Xing, his phantom, gradually dissipated and finally turned into a mass of light, which wrapped Feng Chen and shot into the crack of the statue. Crash! With a flash of white light, Feng Chen found himself in a strange place. Is this the inside of the Tianqing Beast Sovereign statue? Feng Chen's eyes fell on a spring in front of him. Bubbles kept coming out of the spring. Although he did not know what it was, Feng Chen felt a terrifying aura spreading. Reincarnation pool. Feng Chen was a little afraid and kept retreating. How can I destroy the reincarnation pool? Feng Chen was puzzled. If he acted rashly, it was very likely that he would lose his life. So he could not be reckless. Outside the Tianqing Beast Sovereign's valley, 19 absolute saints gathered together. They looked at each other and then looked at the huge statue in the distance. A trace of fear flashed in their eyes. How is it? Have you thought about it? The person who spoke was immortal Mo Long of the Demon Dragon Mansion. I support Mo Long's suggestion. If we can succeed, we can break through the bottleneck and lead the Tianqing clan to rise again. That's right. Even if we fail, we can only rest for 10,000 years. But if we succeed, it will be just around the corner for us to unify the Suxing sky. The 19 absolute saints did not have the same opinion. The reincarnation pool is very important. Before the clan leader comes out, we should not act rashly. The humans have already found the reincarnation pool. You know what they are capable of. If the reincarnation pool is destroyed, we will die. We must make a decision quickly. For a moment, the 19 of them were arguing with each other. After a long while, they finally came to a consensus. They decided to fight. This was an opportunity. Although it was dangerous, if they succeeded, they would benefit immensely. Okay, let's act together. After making the decision, the 19 absolute saints quickly rushed toward the Tianqing Beast Sovereign's Valley. At the same time, Fang Chen was inside the statue, thinking carefully about how to deal with it. Crash! Suddenly a light flashed. Fang Chen felt that it was dazzling. What is it? Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that something was calling out to him. What is it? The closer he got to the dazzling light, the stronger the calling in his heart. This made Fang Chen's expression turn serious. After arriving at the edge of the statue, Fang Chen's body trembled slightly. He could not help but release the Shura sword chi. Hiss! When the Shura sword chi came into contact with the dazzling light, a terrifying power burst out and sucked Fang Chen in. In an instant, Fang Chen disappeared into the statue. It was at this moment that the 19 figures entered the statue one after another. Be careful. Only the clan leader can control the reincarnation pool. If you are not careful, you will die. The reincarnation pool was the foundation of the Tianqing Beast Sovereign's tribe. It was also their greatest opportunity. Seeing the bubbling spring, the 19 saints all revealed looks of joy. As expected of the reincarnation pool, this is my first time seeing it. I wonder when the clan leader will come out of seclusion. If he can send us into the reincarnation pool, the danger will be greatly reduced. Stop dreaming. Don't you know what the reincarnation pool means to the clan leader? Stop talking. Let's check it out. After the dazzling light dissipated, Fang Chen found himself in an unfamiliar place. What is this place? Buzz! A weak aura entered Fang Chen's mind. Suddenly, Fang Chen cried out, "Who are you?" Buzz! This thought sent another voice transmission. However, it was intermittent, and Fang Chen could not hear it clearly. Su. Da. What does this mean? Fang Chen muttered. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he cried out involuntarily, "Great Emperor Su Xian?" Chapter 2304. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Great Emperor Su Xian was once the king of Void Star Heaven. He completed the unification of Void Star Heaven. Love, go, little, say, W. Chu, even a powerhouse like the Star River great ancestor, could not help but sigh at Great Emperor Su Xian. The reason why Tianqing's descendants were in Void Star Heaven was actually because of Great Emperor Su Xian's inheritance. Could it be that Great Emperor Su Xian's inheritance is inside this statue? Fang Chen said excitedly, but that's not right. If that's the case, why would Tianqing's descendants search on a large scale? In a situation where he could not figure it out, Fang Chen could only try to communicate with that thought. This thought seemed to be very weak, as if it could collapse at any time. Fang Chen carefully communicated with it. At the same time, he continued to pour his soul Dao power into the consciousness. After a long while, this thought could finally speak. Senior, are you Great Emperor Su Xian? Feng Qin asked straightforwardly. The thought was silent for a moment, then said, Great Emperor Su Xian is my master. I'm just the weapon spirit of my master's weapon, the mysterious sky cone nail. Hearing this, Feng Chen's heart trembled. Master has been dead for countless years. I've been looking for a fated person for the mysterious sky cone nail. The thought said again. Feng Qin listened quietly. Until today, I've finally met you. There was a hint of joy in the voice. Senior, where is this place? This is the inside of the mysterious sky cone nail. You must be wondering why you were attracted by the mysterious sky cone nail, right? The thought said, because your body contains the Shura sword chi. Shura sword chi? Feng Chen widened his eyes and exclaimed. Then, the thought's explanation made Feng Chen even more incredulous. The founder of the Shura sword path was the demon Sword Venerable, and he was actually the disciple of great Emperor Su Xian. No wonder after he entered the statue, the mysterious sky cone nail automatically glowed and sucked him into the body. In this way, all the doubts could be explained clearly. Those fools outside, how dare they try to get their hands on the inheritance left behind by Master? What a joke! Feng Qin knew that he was talking about Tianqing's remnant clan. Come to think of it, for countless years, the vessel spirit controlled the mysterious heaven's cone nail and hid inside the statue. Tianqing's descendants could not find it even if they racked their brains. The most dangerous place was also the safest place. If the heavenly crystal's descendants were to know that the mysterious heaven's cone nail that they had been searching for painstakingly and almost destroyed had never left the heavenly crystal space, it was unknown how they would feel. Are you willing to become the master of the mysterious heaven's cone nail? The vessel spirit suddenly asked. I am willing. Feng Chen was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly said, How could he refuse such a good opportunity? That was the mysterious sky all, the former weapon of great Emperor Su Xian. Countless years ago, it had left behind an illustrious reputation. The mysterious heaven's cone nail contains the lifelong inheritance of great Emperor Su Xian. If you accept it, you will have to fulfill the last wish of my master. What last wish? To avenge my master, the vessel's spirit said. Feng Chen's heart trembled. Who could kill a powerhouse that even the Star River great ancestor was afraid of? Who is great Emperor Su Xian's enemy? The vessel spirit was silent for a moment before he said, Great Emperor Su Xian's enemy is very strong. For the time being, you won't be able to get in touch with him. Moreover, knowing too much will not do any good. You just have to promise me that when you have the strength to avenge him in the future, you can use the mysterious heaven's cone nail to kill your enemy and avenge great Emperor Su Xian. Love, go, little, say, W. Chu. Hearing this, Feng Qin nodded. This request was not too much. I promise. Good. The vessel spirit was in a good mood. He directly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the void. In the next moment, a large amount of information appeared in Feng Chen's mind. Feng Chen felt a splitting headache. He held his head with both hands and fainted. The mysterious heaven's cone nail was slowly merging with Feng Chen's primordial spirit. 3 days later, Feng Chen woke up from his coma. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his casual actions could control the mysterious heaven's cone nail. At the same time, all the information about the mysterious heaven's cone nail appeared in his mind. Mysterious heaven's cone nail, grade unknown. In fact, with Feng Chen's current strength, he could not see the true grade of the mysterious heaven's cone nail. Master, the vessel spirit said, the mysterious heaven's cone nail was injured in the past and has not fully recovered. Its internal strength is almost dried up, so it can't be used for a long time. Moreover, with your current strength, using it once will drain the strength in your body. You can use it once in the heaven-opening realm. In the future, every time you advance to a higher realm, you will have the qualification to use it once. Until one day, when you completely control the mysterious heaven's cone nail, you can use it without restrictions. Fong Chen nodded. He did not care too much. The mysterious heaven's cone nail was too strong. The vessel spirit did this for his own good. Also, you can't trigger the old master's inheritance at all now. Increase your strength as soon as possible, the vessel spirit said. Fong Chen pursed his lips. After saying so much, there were no substantial benefits. Master, you should be content. Do you know how strong the mysterious heaven's cone nail is? The vessel spirit said. It's not an exaggeration to say that with your current strength and my full cooperation, once the mysterious heaven's cone nail is activated, it can definitely sweep away all the powerhouses at the level of the heavenly gods. Sweep away the heavenly gods! Hearing this, Fong Chen was secretly delighted. He had a chance to use it now. If he used it to deal with Tian Qing's descendants, he did not know how effective it would be. Thinking of this, Fong Chen thought of the rebirth pool. Right, do you know about the rebirth pool? The vessel spirit said. Actually, it's not the real rebirth pool. It's just a fake. Tian Qing's descendants were abandoned by the Tian Qing world's ancestral family in the chaotic void. The ancestral family's rebirth pool is the real rebirth pool. Even the old master in his prime did not dare to resist the rebirth pool. Tian Qing world's ancestral family. Master, the chaotic void is too vast. How much do you know? To put it bluntly, this void star heaven is a tiny place and it's very remote. The Tian Qing world is located in the center of the chaotic void. It's very prosperous. The ancestral family is the overlord of the Tian Qing world. Anyone from the family can destroy the void star heaven. The Tian Qing clan's patriarch was not abandoned by the Tian Qing world's ancestral family. After he was expelled, he was very unwilling and wanted to return to the family. Unfortunately, after generations of hard work, he was still unable to be accepted by the ancestral family. However, this Tian Qing beast venerable was the closest to completing the mission. Unfortunately, he failed at the last moment. The mysterious heaven's cone nail had followed Great Emperor Su Xian for his entire life. His understanding of the chaotic void was not something that an ordinary person could compare to. The rebirth pool you see is the simplest imitation. It can't unleash a millionth of the real rebirth pool's effect. The vessel spirit said, every clan member of Tian Qing's descendants will enter the rebirth pool after death. After the rebirth pool's baptism, they will gradually develop consciousness and be resurrected. However, this kind of rule goes against the rules of heaven and earth, so it's suppressed. Even the ancestral family will not simply resurrect ordinary disciples. The vessel spirit said. Upon hearing this, Fong Chen nodded lightly. Tian Qing's descendants were much more complicated than he had imagined. Those few absolute saint idiots from the outside world actually entered the rebirth pool for baptism. How stupid! They did not know that if there was no strong person controlling it, Han Tianshen's primordial spirit would be corroded after entering the rebirth pool. His realm would fall, and he would suffer a backlash. As he spoke, Fong Chen realized that he had left the interior of the mysterious heaven's cone nail. In his palm lay the mysterious heaven's cone nail. Immediately, Fong Chen's mind moved, and he kept the mysterious heaven's cone nail. You're saying that someone from Tian Qing's descendants entered the rebirth pool? Fong Chen asked. 19 absolute saint idiots all entered the rebirth pool. I think at least half of them will die. The remaining half will be severely injured, even if they don't die. The vessel spirit said disdainfully. Only the first-generation ancestor of Tian Qing's descendants was a true member of the ancestral family. Every generation after that, the ancestral family's blood in their bodies became lesser and lesser. However, they were proud of the ancestral family and always wanted to return to the ancestral family. Unfortunately, this goal stumped generations after generations of Tian Qing's descendants. After listening to the vessel spirit's words, Fong Qin was secretly delighted. 19 absolute saint experts all entered the rebirth pool. Even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. Did this not mean that he had benefited from it? Seemingly seeing through Fong Chen's thoughts, the artifact spirit directly said, "Master, you're now Great Emperor Su Xian's direct disciple. With your status, wanting to exterminate these people is still like chopping vegetables." Chapter 2305. Genius 1. Second, remember, love divided by little? I'll provide you with a wonderful novel to read. Just as the artifact spirit had said. 10 minutes later, there was a huge commotion in the rebirth pool. Love, go, little, say, Webka screams of agony came from within. Pucci, skeletons floated on the surface of the rebirth pool. At the same time, 7 or 8 mansion lords escaped from the rebirth pool in fear. Ah! The few manor lords who had escaped with their lives sat on the ground, still in a state of shock. Equals battle through the heavens manga E/CX 16 / never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that the pool of rebirth would be so dangerous. As soon as they entered, they suffered a powerful backlash and almost lost their lives. Mo Long is dead. Only 9 of the 19 absolute Saint Realm martial artists came out alive. However, they were in a sorry state and were heavily injured. Just as the 9 of them were panting, a voice came from behind them. Mansion lords. The 9 mansion lords turned around and saw that it was Fong Qin. They heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Sanguinati, quickly escort the 9 of us out of here." "That's right. If you can send us back safely, we'll give you a great opportunity." Fong Qin shook his head and smiled at the 9 absolute Saint Realm martial artists. "Sanguinati, what are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at your stupidity. You actually tried to enter the rebirth pool." "What a joke," Fong Qin said. You dare to disobey our orders?" Bang! Fong Qin kicked the manor lord and said coldly, "What's the use of an order? Why don't you take a look in the mirror and see what you look like? How dare you threaten me?" As he spoke, a battle axe appeared in his hand. He walked toward the 9 mansion lord step by step. "Sanguinati, what are you doing? Sanguinati, how dare you kill us? Jueshu Mansion will be destroyed because of you." "Are you threatening me?" Fong Qin sneered. He was not afraid of threats. Pucci! The axe spun and a saint's head was chopped off. The feeling of killing a Saint Realm expert is really awesome. Fong Qin grinned. Then he wielded his battle axe and attacked again. "Sanguinati, why are you doing this?" The remaining absolute saints roared with bloodshot eyes. "Because I am a human." As soon as Fong Qin finished his last sentence, his battle axe swept across the crowd with a terrifying force. Crack! The 9 saints were all dead. Whoosh! Fong Qin let out a sigh of relief, grinned, and left the statue. With the help of the artifact spirit, Fong Qin could easily deal with the people of Tianqing's remnant race. In about half a month's time, over 10,000 Heaven Opening clansmen had been killed. As for the expansion realm cultivators, Fong Qin came up with a vicious plan. He purposely opened up a hole in the sculpture and spread the news that the heritage of Great Emperor Su Xian was inside. One could imagine how crazy they were. In just one afternoon, they all rushed into the sculpture. After discovering the rebirth pool, they entered without hesitation to search for the heritage of Great Emperor Su Xian. As expected, no one could resist the backlash of the rebirth pool, and all the expansion realm cultivators died. Before Fong Qin left the valley, the Xiantian cone nail floated out and shot out a ray of light, shattering the Tianqing beast venerable statue. Outside, after a period of crazy attacks, all the clansmen of Tianqing's remnant race hidden in Void Star Sky had died. Void Star Sky entered a short period of peace. Love, go, little, say W, Chu Patriarch Xing, he, and the other experts gathered together again. Xing, he, what's the situation? That's right. Did the last person die? If he dies, our plan will fail completely. Hearing this, Patriarch Xing, he revealed a faint smile. The last person hasn't died, and the mark I left on him has dissipated. I already know who he is. Ancestor Xing, he had left the same mark on 10 people at the same time. As long as the mark wasn't activated, he couldn't sense who it was. He only knew if they had died. Who is it? Everyone asked curiously. Feng Qin. It's him. Obviously, these experts at the same level as Ancestor Xing, he didn't think highly of Feng Qin. They were more optimistic about the other 9 people. But the truth was beyond their expectations. This fella has given us another surprise. The few experts said one after another. Let's hope this guy succeeds. Just as Ancestor Xing, he was about to speak, his communication jade pendant suddenly flashed. When he heard the voice from the communication jade pendant, he was overjoyed. Xing He, what's wrong? Ha ha ha, Feng Qin is back. What? He's back? Did the plan succeed? Whether the plan succeeded or not, at least we know where the nest of Tianqing's remnant race is. Hurry up and bring him here. No, let's go. Soon, Ancestor Xing, he and the others arrived at the north of Void Star Sky. Greetings, Ancestor. Greetings, seniors. How is it? Ancestor Xing, he asked anxiously. Ancestor, the nest of Tianqing's remnant race is in front of us. After a pause, Feng Qin continued. Disciple didn't disappoint you and has completed the mission. I think it won't be long before Tianqing's remnant race is destroyed. Completed the mission? Tell us, how did you complete the mission? The old farts were getting more and more curious. A heaven-opening realm martial artist completed the mission in less than a year. How could they not be surprised? One had to know that when Feng Qin was chosen, he was given 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years. Now he came out in less than a year. I think I should have completed the mission more than expected. Being stared at by several peak experts of Void Star Sky, Feng Qin said somewhat embarrassedly, What do you mean by completing the mission more than expected? Feng Qin adjusted his mood and said, All the heaven opening and earth opening realm clansmen in Tianqing space have died. Now, only the patriarch of Tianqing's remnant race is left. If Ancestor kills Patriarch Tianqing, Tianqing's remnant race will naturally be destroyed. Wait, you said that all the heaven opening and earth opening realm clansmen were killed by you? Ancestor Xing, he asked hurriedly. Feng Qin nodded. How is that possible? With your strength, killing heaven-opening realm martial artists is easy, but against earth-opening realm martial artists, the chances are not high at all. What's going on? Feng Qin told everyone what happened in detail. Of course, he had the matter of the mysterious sky, cone nail, and great Emperor Su Xian. After all, great Emperor Su Xian was too powerful. Once his inheritance spread, it would definitely cause a commotion. I see. Ancestor Xing, he nodded, his face full of a gratified smile. Not bad. You can think of using the reincarnation pool. You're very smart. Ha ha ha. You contributed the most in this mission. When we destroy Tianqing's remnant race, we'll give you a reward. There's no time to lose. Quickly enter Tianqing space and besiege Patriarch Tianqing. On this day, a shocking battle broke out in Tianqing space. Several powerhouses, standing at the peak of Void Star, heaven joined forces to besiege Patriarch Tianqing. In the end, Patriarch Tianqing died. He was very unwilling. He did not understand why Tianqing space had changed so much after a period of seclusion, and why his clansmen had all died. However, no one could solve all these doubts for him. The fall of Tianqing's remnant race shook the entire Void Star Heaven. When this news spread, all the martial artists in Void Star Heaven were overjoyed. All the major sects held banquets to celebrate the destruction of Tianqing's remnant race. Ancestor Xing, He and the others were at Xing He Peak, surrounding Fang Chun in the middle and looking at Fang Chun with burning eyes. Boy, you contributed the most in destroying Tian Qing's remnant race. Yes, when we chose you, it was also because Xing He was stubborn. We didn't really believe in you. Who would have thought that when the 9 of them died, you would do such a feat, as expected of someone from the Star River universe? Just like the Star River, he has potential. For a time, Fang Qin became the most popular person in everyone's eyes. If they were not from the Xing He universe like Ancestor Xing He, they would have fought to accept him as a disciple. Fang Qin, you did well. Ancestor Xing He nodded with satisfaction. Fang Qin had indeed brought honor to their Xing He universe. To be able to make such achievements at such a young age, his future was limitless. Hidden in the mysterious heaven cone nail in the Sima Ring, the artifact spirit listened to Ancestor Xing He and the others with a cold face, looking very disdainful. You old fellows want to accept my master as a disciple? If Fang Chen's identity was announced, it would not only shake Void Star Heaven, but also the entire chaotic void. After all, the name of great Emperor Su Xian was very famous. Chapter 2306. Genius remembers. Love in 1 second. /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The martial artists of the Black and White universe seemed to realize that something was wrong and immediately rushed here. Unfortunately, what they saw were the cold corpses of the Blue Moon universe's martial artists. At this time, Fang Chun was talking to Star and Moon and the others. Brother Chen, the martial artists of the Black and White universe, are on the other side. You. Star and Moon was a little worried about Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he was fine. The disciples of the Star River province looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. This was the legendary first governor of the Star River province. They did not expect him to be so powerful. Fang Chen. After seeing Fang Chen, the martial artists of the Black and White universe were also a little surprised. However, soon, a sinister smile appeared on their faces. Just the few of you? Fang Chen spread his hands and asked with disdain. The few of us are enough to deal with you. Fang Chen shook his head and said, If you have any last wishes, say it quickly, or you won't have a chance later. The strongest was only a martial artist of the extreme heaven opening realm. For the current Fang Chen, they were too weak. With the mysterious sky cone nail in hand, even if he encountered a sage realm martial artist, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. You're too arrogant, let me meet you. A martial artist of the Black and White universe was angered by Fang Chen. With a low shout, he attacked with lightning speed. However, just as he released his tyrannical aura, he was cut in half by a sword light that descended from the sky. Fang Chen gently blew a trace of dust on the hidden star sword and said casually, Tell me, how do you want to die? How is that possible? Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. They looked at each other and immediately attacked together. Every time the hidden star sword was waved, one person would die. After several consecutive waves, the martial artists of the Black and White universe were all wiped out. This scene shocked all the disciples of the Star River province. Master, there's a human aura 1,000 miles away. The mysterious sky cone nails artifact, Spirit, sent a message. Wait for me here. After saying that, Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. However, before he left, he smashed the matrix that was troubling Star and Moon and the others with a punch. 1,000 li away, the Earth Expansion realm cultivators of the Chiu clan were shocked. How can this guy be so strong? He's only an early-stage heaven opening martial artist. Why is that? Don't panic. Even though he's powerful, he's only comparable to an Earth opening realm primary stage cultivator. With the few of us working together, we should be able to deal with him easily. The warrior called Third Brother said calmly. But a moment later, Fang Chen arrived 1,000 miles away. When he discovered the people from the Chiu clan, His pitch-black eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. The Chiu clan is really stubborn. Fang Qin took a step forward and arrived in front of the Chiu family. Fang Qin, you killed Long Tan. Our Chiu clan will not let you go. Won't let me go. Fang Qin sneered. They had already set their sights on his wife. How could they say that they wouldn't let him go? Do you think I let you go? Fang Qin asked coldly. You're just a heaven-opening realm cultivator. We're all earth expansion realm cultivators. Puchi, the third layer of the innate soul reversal technique, was used. At the same time, the sixth move of the traceless sword art was also used. The attacks of the two trump cards directly enveloped an early-stage earth expansion realm cultivator of the Chiu clan. Kacha! Without any resistance, the cultivator was killed by Fang Qin. The Chiu clan is too much. Fang Qin was like a god of death, holding the hidden star sword. He walked step by step towards the Chiu clan. Kill! The battle instantly erupted. It was extremely chaotic. From time to time, the Chiu clan cultivators would scream miserably. Fang Qin had the absolute advantage. The Chiu clan cultivators couldn't resist him at all. Die! When Fang Qin took out the mysterious heaven cone nail, a violent power instantly engulfed the entire land. The remaining cultivators of the Chiu clan were directly imprisoned on the spot. Kacha! Fang Qin used the most barbaric method. He used the mysterious heaven cone nail to smash the Chiu clan cultivators to death. Whoosh! When the last Chiu clan cultivator fell, Fang Qin let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the mysterious heaven cone nail with a burning gaze. As expected of the great Emperor Void Mystic's weapon, it's really powerful. He was still using pure strength to use the mysterious heaven cone nail. It was already able to smash an earth expansion realm cultivator to death. If he used that one slot, the mysterious heaven cone nail's power would completely erupt. Even Jian Wuji would find it hard to resist. After Fang Qin's investigation, he found that the Chiu clan controlled the control center of the mysterious moon impasse. They purposely created a restriction to lure the Wuji sword sect disciples into this place. Fortunately, he discovered it in time and sent it outside. A few days later, Fang Qin brought Star and Moon and the others back to the Wuji sword sect. After this incident, Star and Moon had an epiphany and broke through the bottleneck. She opened the divine spring in her Qi Sea and broke through to the Unity Realm. This way, she directly became an inner sect disciple. The position of Star River Prefecture Master was passed to the Destruction Swordsman. As time passed, the potential drawbacks of the Destruction Swordsman were gradually exposed. Not only Star and Moon, but many disciples of the Star River Prefecture also surpassed him one by one. However, the Destruction Swordsman, who had cultivated for countless years, had a very stable mentality. He was slowly comprehending the martial Tao and improving at the same time. His potential had been squeezed dry. It was unrealistic to want to improve in a short period of time. Accumulation was the key to success. This was his current idea. Fang Qin also gave some pointers to the Destruction Swordsman. He left the resources he did not need in the Star River Prefecture. After returning to the inner sect, he settled Star and Moon down. Fang Qin immediately returned to his residence. He sat cross-legged, surrounded by violent sword qi. He had an epiphany, and the bottleneck seemed to be loosening. Azura Sword Principle. Previously, he had cultivated the Azura Sword Principle to the small success stage and created the sixth move of the Traceless Sword Principle. Now, Fang Qin continued to work on the Azura Sword Principle. 3 months later, Fang Qin cultivated the Azura Sword Principle to the large success stage. Traceless Sword Principle. Striking while the iron was hot, Fang Qin created the 7th move of the Traceless Sword Principle. This move was mainly based on the Azura Sword Principle and combined with the innate soul reversal technique. When the sword light attacked, it was accompanied by a soul Tao attack. It was impossible to guard against. After creating the 7th move of the traceless sword principle, Feng Qin had enough accumulation. Rumble. The space in his body was constantly expanding. His cultivation level jumped from the early stage of the heaven opening realm to the middle stage of the heaven opening realm and then to the late stage. In the end, Feng Qin's cultivation level stopped at the late stage of the heaven opening realm. He could feel that he was only a step away from the limit of the heaven opening realm. Unfortunately, this step stopped him in his tracks. However, he was satisfied to be able to break through to the late stage of the heaven opening realm. Whoosh! He opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. His face was full of excitement. After cultivating for 3 months and accumulating a lot, he had achieved such an achievement. Now, I should be able to kill an earth opening realm cultivator in a second, right? Feng Qin murmured. In fact, if he used his full strength, an earth opening realm cultivator would not be a match for him. He could even fight a peak earth opening realm cultivator. However, I feel that the 7th move of the traceless sword principle seems to have some flaws. His intuition told him that the 7th move of the traceless sword principle was flawed. He thought for a moment and sat down cross-legged to study the Azura sword principle and perfect the 7th move of the traceless sword principle. Day after day, year after year. This time he went into seclusion longer than before. For 3 years, Feng Qin did not step out of his courtyard. His courtyard was often surrounded by extremely dense sword qi, which caused people to tremble. During this time, something happened in the Limitless Sword sect, but Feng Qin did not know about it. On a certain day, 3 years later, in Feng Qin's courtyard, sword qi suddenly filled the air. The terrifying sword qi spread out in all directions, shocking Jianwuji. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jianwuji and the others arrived and looked at Feng Qin's courtyard from afar. What happened? He should have finished his seclusion. I wonder how much his strength has increased. This was what Jianwuji was most concerned about. Buzz! A dazzling sword light cut through the void and shrouded the sky above the Limitless Sword sect. This sword light contained an aura that made people tremble. It pierced through the sky and disappeared. The entire sky was shaking. The Limitless Sword Mountain could clearly feel the shaking. So strong! Everyone exclaimed. Chapter 2307. Genius remembers. Love in 1 second go. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Sword qi crisscrossed and pierced through the sky. After a long time, Feng Qin's courtyard regained its calm. Jianwuji and the others quickly came to Feng Qin's courtyard and found him standing in the middle of the courtyard in a daze. His entire body was filled with extremely sharp sword qi, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. Don't move! Just as the sword master and the others were about to approach, Jianwuji stopped them. He has entered the state of sword heart connected to the spirit. Jianwuji's eyes were burning with excitement. He didn't expect this guy to be able to enter the state of sword heart connected to the spirit. Sword heart connected to the spirit. Everyone present was a sword Dao cultivator and had a strong understanding of the sword Dao. They couldn't be more familiar with sword heart connected to the spirit. This was the state that every sword Dao cultivator dreamed of. It was said that entering the state of sword heart connected to the spirit was equivalent to hundreds of years of hard work. Feng Qin was now in the state of sword heart connected to the spirit. The sword master and the others, who had been stopped by Jianwuji, calmed down and carefully sized up Feng Qin. Only then did they realize that his body was shimmering with wisps of sword Dao light. At the location of his heart, the dazzling light outlined his heart. Sword heart connected to the spirit. The sword master clenched his fists in excitement. A sword Dao genius, an absolute sword Dao genius. I have cultivated for thousands of years and have never entered the state of sword heart connected to the spirit. I didn't expect Fang Qin to be able to enter this state at such a young age. I'm ashamed. Under normal circumstances, it was extremely difficult for a Sword Dao cultivator to enter the state of Sword Heart connected to the spirit, unless one had heaven-defying potential in the Sword Dao. Obviously, Fang Chen's potential in the Sword Dao had unknowingly reached a shocking level. This breakthrough in the Azura Sword Dao had allowed him to enter the state of Sword Heart connected to the spirit. I wonder how long he can last? The Sword Master asked. In the history of Void Star Sky, there are people who had entered the state of Sword Heart connected to the spirit. The longest record was 2 hours. One had to know that the state of Sword Heart connected to the spirit was extremely difficult. Even if it was only for 2 hours, it was still extremely difficult. I don't know, but this cultivation will definitely make it undergo a qualitative transformation, Jian Wuji said in a deep voice. 1. Then, Fang Chen's courtyard was completely sealed off by Jian Wuji and the others. They even stood guard for Fang Chen, afraid that he would be disturbed. Sword Heart connected to the spirit? Fang Chen muttered to himself. His mind was filled with an extremely rich aura of sword principle. 1. The 7 golden figures in the primordial spirit brandished their swords and performed the traceless sword technique again and again. This is the perfect form of the traceless sword art's 7th move. Fang Chen said to himself. When he first created it, it had many flaws. However, after countless hours of repeated study, his mastery of the Azura sword principle had reached an extremely high level. At this moment, the 7th move of the traceless sword principle had reached its most perfect state. The 7th move of the traceless sword principle has undergone a great change. It seems to be closer to the Azura sword principle. Fang Chen pondered carefully. After a long time, he decided to reconstruct the first 3 moves of the traceless sword principle. He began to do it as soon as he thought of it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Due to his great improvement in the Azura sword principle, Fang Chen also dissected the essence of the traceless sword principle. First, he separated the first 3 moves into different parts. However, he went from complex to simple and began to combine the first 3 moves. The power of the first 3 moves is too weak. If the 3 moves are combined, the traceless sword principle will be perfect. Love, go, little, say, W. Chu, thinking of this, he began to combine the first 3 moves. The whole process was smooth and there were almost no obstacles. He succeeded. What a comfortable feeling. The state of Sword Heart connected to the spirit was rare. Cultivating the sword principle in this state was twice the result with half the effort. In an hour, Fang Chen had completely reconstructed the traceless sword principle. Due to the combination of the first 3 moves and the addition of the Azura sword chi, there was a fundamental change. In addition to the 4 moves that Fang Chen had created, the traceless sword principle now had a total of 5 moves. However, Fang Chen realized that the traceless sword principle had been modified beyond recognition by him. It should not be called that anymore. After thinking about it, he finally decided on a new name. Azura sword principle. The complete traceless sword principle was now based on the Azura sword principle and the space-time collapse technique as support. The combination of the 2 created a unique great Tao. Dudu 2. Next, Fang Chen began to integrate the 5 moves of the Azura sword principle and strengthen it again. The longer the state of Sword Heart connected to the spirit, the more heaven-defying the potential of the martial artist in the sword principle. In the endless history of the Void Star Heaven, the longest one lasted was only 2 hours. However, Fang Chen had unknowingly broken the highest record. Jian Wuji and the others looked at Fang Chen with their mouths agape. The shock in their hearts had already reached a point where it could not be any greater. It was too shocking. For hours was something that they had never thought of before. Heavens, how strong is this guy's sword principle potential? It seems that we have underestimated his sword principle potential previously. God bless our Wuji sword sect. Many of the upper echelons, including Jian Wuji, were ecstatic. If such a peerless genius could continue to grow, his journey would not be in the void star heaven, but in the sea of stars. One day he would be able to stand at the peak of the sword principle. At that time he would be qualified to look down on the entire chaotic void. The Wuji sword sect would naturally rise with him. For hours, 6 hours, 8 hours. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Fang Chen was still in the state of sword heart, connected to the spirit. The dazzling light in his heart was still there. Everyone's expression had returned to normal. They had already recovered from their shock. When they looked at Fang Chen, their eyes were filled with complicated emotions. I wonder how many days he can last? Before Fang Chen, the length of time he was in the sword heart connected to spirit state was calculated by the hours. Now, however, they were already counting in days. One could imagine how shocking the changes Fang Chen had brought. The dazzling light in his heart is still very strong. According to my estimation, he can last for at least 3 days, the sword master said slowly. 3 days is too long. Even in the entire chaotic void, very few people can last for 3 days, another sage realm elder said. Yeah, I think it will take about 2 days. The few of them talked one after another, guessing when Fang Chen would wake up from the state of sword heart connected to the spirit. However, only Jian Wuji remained silent. However, the look in his eyes had already revealed everything he was thinking. He had a crazy idea in his heart. Could Fang Chen break the historical record of the chaotic void and last for 10 days in the state of sword heart connected to the spirit? So far, the longest recorded time in the state of sword heart connected to the spirit was 10 days. Of course, the chaotic void was too big and this record might not be true and accurate. Jian Wuji had only heard about it from hearsay. However, no matter what, from the depths of his heart, he still hoped that Fang Chen would be able to persevere for 10 days or even longer. 3 days later, the sword master and the others were completely stunned. Their hearts were filled with shock. 5 days later, they had completely calmed down. It was as if Fang Chen was cultivating in seclusion. They didn't take sword heart connected to the spirit seriously at all. In the blink of an eye, 9 days had passed. Only 2 more hours and it would be 10 days. Jian Wuji looked calm on the surface, but he was very excited on the inside. Hold on. Jian Wuji was shouting in his heart. He hoped that Fang Chen could last for 10 days. In that case, his future achievements in the Sword Dao would definitely shake the entire chaotic void. Time ticked by. When the 10th day arrived, Jian Wuji jumped up in shock. He didn't expect Fang Chen to really last for 10 days. It was incredible. Who could compare with such potential in the Sword Dao? The Wuji sword sect was vaguely shrouded by a tyrannical sword qi. Jian Wuji and the people from the construction department looked at each other, their eyes filled with excitement. Sect master. The sword master suddenly called out softly. Jian Wuji nodded. He knew what the sword master meant and said without any hesitation, "Don't worry. Even if we die, we must protect Fang Chen's safety. I will immediately contact Ancestor Xinghe. Unless the Qiu family headquarters takes action, a mere spirit void branch will definitely not be able to escape from Ancestor Xinghe's palm." The sword master nodded heavily. The current Fang Chen status in the Wuji sword sect was completely different. Chapter 2308. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. 19 days. It lasted for 19 days. Love, go, little, say, W. Chew. If this record were to spread, it would definitely cause a commotion in the chaotic void. The moment Fang Chen woke up, he was enlightened. The Shura sword qi in his body had undergone earth-shattering changes. His control of the Shura sword Dao seemed to have reached the point of perfection. Has it reached perfection? 19 days in the heart of Sword Spirit State was equivalent to 10,000 years of bitter cultivation. With Fang Chen's heaven-defying potential in the Sword Dao, it was understandable that the Shura Sword Dao had reached perfection. The perfection of the Shura Sword Dao allowed Fang Chen to experience what the Sword Dao was. The Shura Sword Dao had reached the point of being completely natural. Even a martial artist at the peak of the earth-splitting realm would not be able to make him use all 5 moves. There are more, but with my current understanding of the Sword Dao, I can't comprehend it, Fang Chen said to himself. He carefully sensed it and was surprised to find that the myriad sword domain had expanded to a range of 10,000 meters. The power of the domain was even more tyrannical. With just a thought, he was able to bind a dimension shatter realm cultivator within it. It was a pity that the myriad sword body was still at level 4 and had not broken through. This made Fang Chen somewhat disappointed. Forget it, let nature take its course. The cultivation of the myriad sword body was very difficult. If he wanted to improve it, he would need enough energy. For the time being, he would not think about this. He would wait for the opportunity to improve it. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, he suddenly felt countless burning gazes. He raised his head and was surprised to see Jian Wuji and the others staring at him with their eyes wide open. He subconsciously touched his cheek and chuckled. Is there something wrong with my face? Immediately, Jian Wuji and the others rushed towards Fang Chen. They looked at him seriously, as if they wanted to see through him. Amazing! After a long time, Jian Wuji gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. Even with his current state of mind, a ripple still appeared in his heart. Fang Chen's actions had a visual impact on him. I, Jian Wuji, have cultivated for hundreds of millions of years, but I have never seen a monstrous sword cultivator like you. In the past, those monstrous sword cultivators only existed in legends. But today, Jian Wuji finally saw it with his own eyes. Moreover, it was a disciple of his limitless sword sect. How could he not be happy? Sect leader, you praise me too much. Fang Chen said modestly. Jian Wuji shook his head and said, You don't have to be humble. With your current potential in the Sword Dao, you will attract the attention of a large sect in the entire primal chaos void. You are worthy of this praise. Jian Wuji's high evaluation of Fang Chen couldn't be described with words. The sword master, who was standing at the side, kept talking to Fang Chen. Not long after, Ancestor Xing he arrived. When he learned that Fang Chen had persisted in the state of sword heart connected to the soul for 19 days, he was extremely excited. The entire limitless sword sect was filled with joy. Just as everyone was celebrating for Fang Chen, the latter suddenly received a piece of news and quietly left the limitless sword sect. Myriad Devil Island. The current Myriad Devil Island had become Fang Chen's backyard. Under the leadership of Myriad Devil Island Lord and Mocha, the entire Myriad Devil Island was thriving day by day. There were even many Unity realm experts. And Myriad Devil Island Lord's cultivation had reached the limit of the Unity realm. He was just one step away from the heaven opening realm. Island Lord, ever since the 9-star Golden Dragon mine suffered a heavy blow, the production has been greatly reduced. Just a few days ago, I received news that the 9-star Golden Dragon mine has reached the bottom. It won't be long before it is completely mined. Mocha muttered in the Myriad Devil Palace. The black-robed Myriad Devil Island Lord nodded. His expression was calm. He placed his hands behind his back and looked up at the endless sky. Love, go, little, say, W. Chew! I've already sent a message to Master. We'll talk about it when he comes. Just as Myriad Devil Island Lord finished speaking, his body trembled. Soon after, he looked into the distance with blazing eyes. A figure slowly walked out from the void. Why did you send a message for me to come here? Fang Chen asked. Master, it's regarding the 9-star Golden Dragon mine. Myriad Devil Island Lord told Fang Chen about the 9-star Golden Dragon mine in detail. Hearing this, The latter nodded lightly and said, "I'll go take a look." "Master, this is your 9-star golden dragon mine." After receiving the Sumer ring from Myriad Devil Island Lord, Fong Qin swept through it with his spiritual sense. He discovered 10 billion pieces of 9-star golden dragon mine lying inside. Grinning, he vanished from the Myriad Devil Islands. "Master is becoming more and more unfathomable." Myriad Devil Island Lord thought in his heart. In the past, the latter's cultivation was inferior to his, but now he had to look up to him. Myriad Devil Island Lord became even more determined. He would follow the footsteps of his master forever. Not far away from Myriad Devil Island, in the primal chaos void where the 9-star golden dragon mine was located, Fong Qin floated in the sky, looking down at some miners mining. After not seeing each other for a few years, only a small part of the 9-star golden dragon mine was left. At most, it would be mined out in 3 months. "I wonder what's at the bottom of the 9-star golden dragon mine?" With a thought, Fong Qin drilled into the 9-star golden dragon mine. Seeing a 9-star golden dragon mine appear out of thin air, Fong Qin was filled with doubts. However, he had explored for a long time without finding anything. Now that his strength had increased greatly, he believed that he could explore deeper. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the deepest part of the 9-star golden dragon mine. He used the space-time collapse technique to penetrate the 9-star golden dragon mine and reach the bottom. "What is this?" Fong Qin's heart trembled. The bottom of the 9-star golden dragon mine was a dark void. The entire 9-star golden dragon mine was suspended in midair. 2 months later, only a large piece of the 9-star golden dragon mine was left. Fong Qin dismissed the miners and let them return to Myriad Devil Island. As for himself, he personally came to mine the last large piece of 9-star golden dragon mine. In these 2 months, Fong Qin carefully explored the bottom of the 9-star golden dragon mine and discovered some mysteries. Finally, his gaze fell on the last large piece of 9-star golden dragon mine. This was also the only 9-star golden dragon mine that was close to the dark void. Fong Qin was mining it piece by piece. Gotcha! When he was mining to the end, there was a sudden change in the 9-star golden dragon mine. The huge 9-star golden dragon mine exploded in an instant. Pieces of gravel suddenly formed a circle in the void. Above the circular 9-star golden dragon mine, a terrifying, attractive force emerged from it. Crash! Fong Qin cried out in his heart. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. His body was instantly shrouded by the violent attractive force, and then he disappeared into the colorful 9-star golden dragon mine. After a while, the colorful 9-star golden dragon mine returned to normal. 3. If someone was here, they would definitely discover that the place where the 9-star golden dragon mine disappeared was a 5-colored altar made of 9-star golden dragon mine. Fong Qin disappeared from this 5-colored altar. Gotcha! A breeze blew past, and cracks appeared on the 5-colored altar. Gotcha! Sounds were heard. In a few breaths of time, the 5-colored altar directly collapsed and turned into nothingness, vanishing into thin air. There was a great fluctuation in the chaotic void, but it soon returned to normal and became dark and silent. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Somewhere in the chaotic void, an old man riding a big black dog was playing chess with an old man with stubble on his face. "Ha ha ha, you bastard. Every time you ride a big dog here to swindle me." The old man with stubble on his face put the black chess piece in his hand on the chessboard and laughed. It was a dead end and he won. "How is it? My chess skills have improved a lot, haven't they?" The old man with stubble on his face laughed. "Can't you see that I'm deliberately letting you win?" The old man grinned. "With your lousy chess skills, even my Blackie can beat you." Hearing the old man's words, the old man with stubble on his face deliberately pulled a long face and said, "You're so boring. I'm not playing with you anymore." The old man jumped onto the big black dog, and prepared to leave. "I'm leaving first. I'll come and play with you next time." However, at this moment, his expression suddenly changed slightly. "What's wrong?" the old man with stubble on his face hurriedly asked. Although they often quarreled because of chess, they were brothers of life and death. When something happened, they would be the first to rush forward. "Interesting." The old man chuckled, then pinched his fingers and said to himself, "What are you talking about? Previously, when I was traveling, I passed by the Void Star Sky and found a good Sword Dao seedling. He gave me a 9-star stone, and I gave him the demon Swords Azura Sword Dao inheritance," the old man said. And then, "I didn't expect him to cultivate the Azura Sword Dao to perfection," the old man said with joy. And he went to the starry sky. Chapter 2309. The dark void was empty and silent for an unknown amount of time. Stifling, desolate, these were the main themes of the void. At this moment, Fong Chen was floating alone in the dark void. He did not know how much time had passed, nor did he know where he was going. The only thing he could do was to protect himself and not be harmed by the outside world. "Where am I going?" Fong Chen would often ask himself. He clearly remembered that he had been sucked into the last piece of 9-star Golden Dragon, or he had mined. After the 9-star Golden Dragon, or had shattered, it had turned into a 5-colored altar. If his guess was correct, it should be an ancient transportation array. He did not need to think to know that he had already left the illusory star heaven, but where he was going and whether there would be danger, he had no idea. Time, to him, had already become very blurry. In the end, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Only when one was in a desperate situation would one realize how pitiful it was to be helpless. The current Fong Chen was like this. Although his cultivation base had reached the late stage of the heaven-opening realm, his combat strength was comparable to a peak stage Earth opening realm cultivator. However, in front of nature, he was powerless to fight back. "One day, I will conquer this dark void," Fong Chen said to himself, clenching his fists. These days lasted for a very long time, so long that even he had forgotten the time. However, one day, the clouds finally parted and the moon could be seen. Dong! His body suddenly staggered, and a great tremor occurred in the dark void. He had a feeling that the transportation array had ended, and he was about to leave this dark void. Is it ending? At this moment, Fong Chen had an indescribable feeling in his heart, and his expression was complicated. Kacha! Like the dawn of the night, a bright light crudely tore through the dark void, and Fong Chen's eyes were pierced. However, he quickly adapted to this light, and his pitch-black eyes stared at it. Kacha! Another crisp sound rang out, and the area of the dark void that was torn apart grew larger and larger. Fong Chen was very excited. No matter what, he had to leave this dark void first. Dong! About 3 minutes later, Fong Chen felt his body tremble, as if he was weightless on a plane back on Earth. Then his body swooped down like a cannonball, breaking through the cage of the dark void and smashing into the ground. Bang! Dust flew everywhere, and a huge crater appeared on the ground. Fong Chen felt pain all over his body, but his heart was filled with joy. What is this place? He forcefully endured the pain in his entire body and hurriedly crawled out of the large pit. He looked around and suddenly took a few deep breaths of air, and then his face revealed an expression of wild joy. He was finally certain that he had returned to the primal chaos void. However, one could imagine that this was not the void star heaven, an unfamiliar aura. There was an extremely unfamiliar aura in the air, which made him feel a little uneasy. The origin energy is so dense. Suddenly, Fong Chen's expression changed greatly. Then his heart was filled with ecstasy and excitement. This was because he discovered that the origin energy contained in the air far surpassed that of the void star sky. At least 100 times, right? The origin energy was the most fundamental power of the primal chaos void, and also the power that martial artists relied on to survive. Absorbing the origin energy could continuously change a martial artist's body, and at the same time it would make it easier for them to comprehend the martial Tao. The density of the origin energy was different in every place. Originally, Feng Chen thought that the origin energy in the void star sky was rich enough, but after sensing the origin energy in the surrounding air, his heart trembled. 100 times was a conservative estimate, or even more. What did this mean? This meant that with the same amount of cultivation time, the origin energy you absorbed was 100 times more than a martial artist in the void star sky. The more origin energy one had, the faster one's strength would improve. It seems that I have come to a place where the martial Tao is more prosperous. After a while, Feng Chen's ecstatic heart gradually calmed down. He gradually realized that this should be one of the 33 heavens, but he didn't know which day it was. It shouldn't be Mo Shatian. First of all, Feng Chen eliminated Mo Shatian. At best, Mo Shatian was only slightly stronger than the void star sky, and was far from being comparable to the heaven and earth he was in. Let's find someone to ask later. Feng Chen said, coming to an unfamiliar environment, the first thing to do was to check the surrounding environment to see if there was any danger. Looking around, Feng Chen realized that he was in a valley. So oppressive. He didn't feel anything earlier, but after calming down, he suddenly felt that the air was filled with an oppressive aura. This made Feng Chen feel extremely uncomfortable. There's a skeleton in front. Looking up, he suddenly realized that there was a skeleton in the middle of the valley. There was an extremely dense, oppressive aura around the skeleton. What is this valley? Feng Chen quickly walked over to the pile of bones and discovered a stone stele. There are words. Feng Chen carefully examined the words on the stone stele. After a long time, a smile appeared on his face. Xingqian Sky? Feng Chen's eyes widened as he cried out. How did he come to Xingqian Sky? In Feng Chen's memory, Xingqian Sky was the most prosperous region in the entire chaos void. There were strong and weak places everywhere. In Huasha on Earth, there were strong and weak places in every province, let alone in a foreign world where the strong were respected. It was the same in the chaos void. Although it was divided into 33 heavens, there were also strong and weak ranks. Void Star Sky and Mo Shatian could only be considered as low-level regions in the 33 heavens. They were located at the edge of the chaos void, and in the eyes of the strong, they were barbarians. However, Mo Shatian was relatively stronger than Void Star Sky, but only by a little. Since ancient times, no matter how the 33 heavens changed, there were always 10 regions that remained the same. They were synonymous with strength, and Xingqian Sky was one of them. Among the 33 heavens of the primal chaos void, Stellar Heavens was ranked 10th. It was no exaggeration to say that the top 10 regions were the core of the chaos void. Any region could be compared to hundreds of void star skies. These top 10 regions gathered countless peerless experts in the chaos void. Ranked 10th, Xingqian Sky? Feng Chen muttered to himself. He didn't expect that he would cross the chaos void and come to Xingqian Sky. With a sigh, he couldn't help but exclaim, what kind of expert could build such a heaven-defying teleportation array? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Feng Chen continued to look at the stone tablet. After reading the contents of the stone tablet, word by word, Feng Chen sighed in his heart. This valley was called Shadow Moon Valley, and the skeleton in front of him was the Shadow Moon Saint. So it was built by Great Emperor Su Xian. No wonder. Thinking about it carefully, only Great Emperor Su Xian had such ability, right? Great Emperor Su Xian's strength was considered a peerless expert in the entire chaos void. The Shadow Moon Saint was a servant under Great Emperor Su Xian. When Great Emperor Su Xian left home, he specially built this super long-distance teleportation array and ordered him to guard it. who knew that time was merciless and gradually took away his life. Weapon Spirit, do you know about Shadow Moon Valley? Fong Qin communicated with the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail and asked. After a while, the Weapon Spirit said, "Of course I know. Master, why are you here?" The Weapon Spirit was surprised. After sleeping for a while, he didn't expect his master to come to Shadow Moon Valley. Wasn't it in Xingqian Sky? I'm near Demon's Island. Fong Qin told the Weapon Spirit the details of his mining of the 9-star Golden Dragon Oregon. The Weapon Spirit said slowly, "No wonder the old master built a super long-distance teleportation array there so that he could leave Void Star Sky at any time." The distance between Void Star Sky and Xingqian Sky was too big. Even a peerless expert like Great Emperor Su Xian couldn't fly there. He could only travel by teleportation array. "Master," the Shadow Moon Saint is just a servant that the old master casually took in. "He's in charge of guarding this super long-distance teleportation array," the Weapon Spirit said. "How do I go back?" Fong Qin asked. Chapter 2310. Clearly, the Artifact Spirit's understanding of the stellar sky far exceeded Fong Qin's. He had only seen it in the Wuji Sword Sect's ancient records, and there was very little information about the stellar sky. He only knew that the stellar sky was one of the top 10 regions in the chaotic void. The old master once left behind a sect in the stellar sky. I don't know how it is now. Master, you can go to that sect to take a look. Perhaps there is something you need there? Said the Artifact Spirit. Fong Qin nodded. The Artifact Spirit was right. Besides, even if he wanted to leave, could he leave? This kind of ultra-long-distance teleportation array across the chaotic void required frequent maintenance. Since the fall of Great Emperor Su Xian, no one had used this ultra-long-distance teleportation array. With the passage of time, the energy within the ultra-long-distance teleportation array gradually disappeared. Fong Qin had accidentally triggered the ultra-long-distance teleportation formation, which was why he was teleported here. At this point, the ultra-long-distance teleportation array had stopped working. Its energy had been exhausted and it could no longer operate. How could it be easy to go back? Master, don't be too anxious. If you can get some energy gems, you still have a chance to go back. The Artifact Spirit said, "Besides, how can the Void Star Sky compare to the stellar sky? Master's journey is the sea of stars. The Void Star Sky is not your stage. You will have the opportunity to come into contact with experts of a higher level here. Countless opportunities await you." Fong Qin also understood what the Artifact Spirit meant, but his wife and daughter were still in the Void Star Sky. "Master, you don't have to worry about that. The Wuji Sword Sect has already become the overlord of Dongxian Heaven. Furthermore, the Xing He ancestor will secretly protect them. Nothing will happen to them," said the Artifact Spirit. "As for the Qiu family in the Masha Heaven, when Master is strong enough, you can return home and destroy them directly." Fong Qin curled his lips. It was easy to say. With his current strength, when would he be able to grow to the point where he could destroy the Qiu family? However, people always had to have some thoughts. Otherwise, what motivation would there be on the martial path? Thinking of this, Fong Qin's heart gradually relaxed. Since he was here, it meant that this was the will of the heavens. That was the beginning of his martial arts journey. What is the name of the sect left behind by Great Emperor Su Xian? Fong Qin asked. The Shadow Moon Immortal Sect. The Artifact Spirit said, "The skeleton you see now is the ancestor of the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect." Fong Qin was stunned for a moment and then sighed. Then, under the guidance of the Artifact Spirit, he left the Shadow Moon Valley. Shadow Moon Valley was located within the Shadow Moon Mountain Range. As for the Shadow Moon Mountain Range, it was one of the more famous forbidden areas in the innate realm. Recently, strange phenomena had appeared in the Shadow Moon Mountain Range. Everything indicated that a supreme treasure was about to appear. Everyone was very clear in their hearts that the supreme treasure in the Shadow Moon Mountain Range definitely came from the Shadow Moon Valley. Thinking of Shadow Moon Valley, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. That was the legendary burial ground where countless experts were buried. Outside the Shadow Moon Mountain Range, there was a wasteland. At this moment, there were many warriors standing on the wasteland. The auras emanating from these martial artists were all at the pure sky god level. Have the ancestors shown themselves? Haha, the heavens are protecting our Shadow Moon immortal sect. It must be our ancestor guiding us. Several martial artists in purple robes had excited smiles on their faces. They were elders of the Shadow Moon immortal sect. Their ancestor had fallen in the Shadow Moon Valley, and they had always wanted to enter to find their ancestor's body. However, the Shadow Moon Mountain Range was full of danger. The sect members had entered countless times, but never returned. Including this time, many sect members in the Phrygia district were watching, not daring to enter without permission. Seeing how excited the elders of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect were, the people from the surrounding sects had mocking expressions on their faces. Humph, why don't you look in the mirror? How far has your Shadow Moon Immortal sect fallen? That's right, there isn't even an abstruse god in the sect. How dare you show up here? What a disgrace. Idiots of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, isn't your ancestor inside? Why don't you go in? Some of the sect members looked down on the Shadow Moon Immortal sect and were mocking and even threatening them. Back in the day, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect was famous in the Phrygia district. Even in the Khanate world, it was one of the strongest sect. However, ever since the Shadow Moon Saint's death, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect was short of manpower. In addition, they had made too many enemies back then and were attacked by a group. In the end, it was fortunate that the Shadow Moon Immortal sect hadn't been destroyed. As a result, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect had fallen into dire straits. As a result, the once insufferably powerful sect couldn't hold its ground in the Phrygia district. There wasn't even an abstruse god in the sect. An abstruse god was an existence above the primal chaos god. It was extremely mysterious and miraculous. At the level of an abstruse god, one could become a lord in the chaos void. In a barbaric place like the Void Star Sky, it was enough to establish a sect. The Void Star Sky was one of the top 10 regions in the chaos void. A sect without an abstruse god would be embarrassed to greet others. There were many small sects in the Phrygia district that wanted to annex the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, but a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. After all, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect had some foundation. They'd been struggling at death's door. Recently, they'd gone crazy after seeing the phenomenon in the sky. They'd thought it was their ancestor guiding them. The opportunity for the Shadow Moon Immortal sect to rise had arrived. Unfortunately, when they'd arrived outside the Shadow Moon Mountain Range, they discovered that their strength wasn't enough to fight against the other sect. You guys go in and take a look. Suddenly, a fat cultivator with a big head and big ears walked up to the elders of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect and said in a deep voice, "Humph, back when the Shadow Moon Immortal sect was strong, you were still hiding somewhere." Slap. The bloated cultivator slapped the Shadow Moon Immortal sect elder and sent him flying. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like this? Lee Mo, don't go overboard." Another Shadow Moon Immortal sect elder shouted angrily, "Do you want to die?" The bloated cultivator called Lee Mo was an elder of the Violet Sky sect. He'd used his power to bully others and had once wanted to destroy the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. Lee Mo's actions infuriated the Shadow Moon Immortal sect elders. Their eyes widened as they exchanged glances with Lee Mo. The crowd in the square watched their fight with interest. However, at this moment, a great tremor occurred in the Shadow Moon Mountain Range. The strange phenomenon in the sky suddenly disappeared. Immediately after, a figure strolled out of the Shadow Moon Mountain Range. With the help of the Dark Heaven All's tool spirit, Fang Chun walked out of the Shadow Moon Mountain Range as if he'd entered a no-man's land. However, when he came out, he was instantly stunned. Why were there so many people? Why were they all staring at him? Fang Chen's expression changed as he prepared to turn and return to the Shadow Moon mountain range. "Who are you, kid?" Suddenly, a deafening voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Immediately after, the bloated Li Mo instantly made his move. A violent, attractive force directly sucked Fang Chen's body to his side. "Why are you in the Shadow Moon mountain range?" Faced with Li Mo's question, Fang Chen was stunned. "Li Mo, you've scared him, silly. A little guy in the heaven-opening realm can actually walk out of the Shadow Moon mountain range? Could it be that this guy obtained the treasure in the Shadow Moon mountain range?" For a time, there were sounds of discussion in the wilderness. Among the people present, the weakest was at the Saint Realm, and there were even a few profound gods present. "All right, quiet down." A profound god in a Taoist robe walked to Fang Chen's side and said calmly, "Fellow Taoist, who are you? Why did you come out of the Shadow Moon mountain range?" Fang Chen woke up from his shock and shook his head. "I was cultivating when I was accidentally swept into the mountain range by the airwaves in the sky. I ran desperately and came here." "What did you get?" This was what everyone was most concerned about. Fang Chen shook his head, looking very confused. The profound god in a Taoist robe enveloped Fang Chen with his consciousness and carefully examined him. Then he shook his head. "He's too weak. He can't enter the Shadow Moon mountain range at all. He's not lying. He must have been cultivating nearby and was brought into the Shadow Moon mountain range by a strange phenomenon." With the two profound gods speaking, the others naturally did not dare to say anything. However, there were still people who did not give up, such as Li Mo of the Purple Sky Sect. Whoosh! Li Mo's figure flashed and disappeared into the Shadow Moon mountain range. Chapter 23:11. The most frustrating thing in the world was to know that the treasure was right in front of you, but you could not get it. You might even lose your life because of it. Fang Chen's appearance made Li Mo and the others go crazy. Under Li Mo's lead, many powerhouses entered the Shadow Moon mountain range. However, after a few breaths, miserable screams were heard, and at the same time, battered and exhausted figures flew out from within. Their faces were filled with horror, as if they had seen the god of death. "Damn it! The Shadow Moon mountain range is too dangerous. So many people died in the blink of an eye." The surviving warriors felt a lingering fear in their hearts. Fortunately, they had rushed to the rear, otherwise they might have died inside. At this time, an extremely miserable scream attracted everyone's attention. They turned to look and were shocked to find that the owner of the voice was the plump fatty Li Mo. At this moment, Li Mo's entire body was covered in blood. Both of his arms were broken, and his eyes were scarlet red. He was screaming at the top of his lungs. He had rushed to the front and was the most seriously injured. He almost could not make it back, so he simply used his trump card at the critical moment and returned safely. It's too scary. Everyone's body trembled, and at the same time they thought of Fang Chen. How could he come out safely? A sentence from the crowd instantly made Fang Chen the center of attention. Even the two profound gods were staring at him, which made Fang Chen's expression somewhat solemn. There's something wrong with this kid. Many people looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. This kid can enter and leave the Shadow Moon mountain range at will. If we recruit him, won't we be able to get the treasure? For a moment, countless ideas were born in everyone's hearts. They looked at Fang Chen greedily, but the latter's heart was filled with helplessness. What should we do? Fang Chen secretly communicated with the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail. "Master, don't worry, I'll disguise you." Then the weapon spirit controlled the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail and secretly disguised Fang Chen's body. "Kid, how about joining the Purple Sky Sect?" This was another elder of the Violet Sky Gate. He no longer cared about the injured Li Mo. "My Yonyuan sect is very powerful. If you join us, I guarantee that you'll have a meteoric rise. Little guy, I see that you mainly cultivate the way of the sword. Why don't you join our Dongxian sword sect? Many sect members were trying to win over Fong Qin. They kept talking about how outstanding their sect was. Only a few elders of the Shadow Moon Celestial Sect stood aside with gloomy expressions. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight for it, but with their Shadow Moon Immortal Sect situation, it was impossible for them to succeed. Rather than humiliating himself, he might as well just give up. Facing the clamor, the two profound god exchanged glances with each other. Then Xianxin coughed and said, "His meridians are all broken, and there are cracks in the space in his body. His foundation is unstable. If we don't fix it, the space will collapse and he will die." That's right. The Shadow Moon Mountain range trembled, and a strange phenomenon fell from the sky. The aura was too strong, and it must have been this force that destroyed his body. At this point, the other Xianxin shook his head and sighed. For a pure sky god, the space in his body was very likely to collapse. This was an extremely painful thing. This also meant that this pure sky god had no potential and was destined to live a mediocre life. It was easy to get out, but difficult to get back in. As the two Xianxin spoke, the expressions of many sect members changed. They looked at Fong Chen coldly and mockingly, without the previous enthusiasm. In their opinion, a piece of trash could never re-enter the Shadow Moon mountain range. A worthless martial artist was not worth mentioning in their eyes. Sigh. Everyone sighed softly, then turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, all the sect members had disappeared. This time, they had lost so many people in the Shadow Moon mountain range. They had to go back and discuss countermeasures. As for Fong Qin, they couldn't be bothered to deal with him. Before the two Xianxin left, they glanced at Fong Qin and sighed regretfully. So what if he had monstrous potential? The power of the phenomenon had destroyed the space in his body and killed his future. There was no place for him in the Kanglin district. Fong Qin stood quietly on the ground, motionless. At this time, only the three elders of the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect were left in the wilderness. They glanced at Fong Qin and said, "Is this kid provoked?" Anyone who fell from the sky to the 18th level of hell would not be able to accept it. They thought that Fong Qin would not be able to accept the fall. However, that was not the case. At this moment, Fong Qin was secretly delighted. What a good trick. Fong Qin could not help but sigh. What's this trick? I have followed Great Emperor Su Xian for my whole life. What a pity. The artifact spirit sighed. Why don't we take him away? The three elders of the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect whispered. Although there are cracks in the space in this kid's body, there might be a way to fix it. Besides, he came from the Shadow Moon mountain range. Perhaps it has something to do with our ancestors. That's right. I think we need to save a lost lamb. As they spoke, the three of them walked up to Fong Qin. The purple-robed elder waved his hand in front of Fong Qin. Fong Qin's gaze fell on his face. "Little brother, although you are injured, don't be discouraged. If the other sect doesn't want you, the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect will." Fong Qin froze when he heard the words Shadow Moon Immortal Sect. A faint smile flashed through his eyes. He hadn't expected to run into an elder of the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect by chance. How powerful is the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect? Fong Qin asked with a cupped fist salute. The three elders coughed softly and said, "The Shadow Moon Immortal Sect used to be one of the top forces in the innate world. Although it has weakened over the years, it is still one of the top forces in the small Kanglin district. Little friend, joining the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect is the best choice." "That's right. If you don't have any objections, follow us back to the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect." Fong Qin nodded. The three elders were secretly delighted. The Shadow Moon Immortal Sect was in dire straits now, and almost no disciples were willing to join them. The innate world was a huge area in the northern part of the stardust sky. This area was divided into many districts, and the Kanglin district was one of them. On the way, the three elders introduced the Kanglin district to Fangchen. Although it was only a brief introduction, Fangchen was extremely shocked in his heart. He hadn't expected the small Kanglin district to be as big as the East Profound Heaven. The entire innate world was much stronger than the void star sky. The innate world was only one of the districts in the stardust sky. From this, it could be seen how powerful the stardust sky, one of the top 10 regions in the chaos void, was. The Shadow Moon mountain range wasn't too far from the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, so they arrived in an hour. The four of them stopped in front of a mountain peak covered in weeds. Is the Shadow Moon Immortal sect up there? Fangchen asked. That's right. Don't underestimate this mountain. People call it the Immortal Mountain. On the way up the mountain, Fangchen's heart was filled with doubts. The mountain didn't look like an immortal mountain at all. Instead, it looked more like a barren peak covered in weeds. After a while, the four of them arrived at the mountain peak. Fangchen was dumbfounded. This is the Shadow Moon Immortal sect? Fangchen's eyes widened in disbelief. There were only a few buildings on the barren peak. These buildings were dilapidated and didn't look like a large sect at all. It was simply a dilapidated building that had been abandoned for a long time. Ahem, the purple-robed elder coughed a few times and said awkwardly, Our Shadow Moon Immortal sect has been a little tight recently, so we sold the mountain in exchange for some cultivation resources. Little friend, a luxurious mountain is useless to us cultivators. Don't be bound by worldly thoughts. Cultivation resources are more important, the purple-robed elder said in a very heroic manner. However, in Fangchen's heart, there were 100,000 alpacas galloping across it. How was this a little down? It was so down and out that it was almost disbanded. How could this be called a sect? Fangchen felt like crying in his heart, but no tears would come out. Chapter 23:12. If he hadn't seen this scene with his own eyes, he would have been moved by the righteous words of these bastards. I'll submit to your grandpa. Fangchen couldn't help but curse in his heart. After all, it was the sect left behind by the Shadow Moon Saint. It had once been one of the top forces in the innate world. Now it had fallen to such an extent. No wonder no sect took him in. But the Shadow Moon Immortal sect was so enthusiastic to take him in. So that was the case. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Little friend, I know you can't accept it for a while, but I believe that as long as you stay, you will definitely take a liking to our Shadow Moon Immortal sect. Fangchen tried hard to calm his inner breath and asked, How many people are there in the Shadow Moon Immortal sect? Hearing this, the purple-robed elder chuckled and said, Back then our Shadow Moon Immortal sect. Seeing this old man talking, Fangchen hurriedly stopped him. If he let him continue, who knew how long it would take? Get to the point. Now there are a total of 19 people in our Shadow Moon Immortal sect. The purple-robed elder said, Including you, there are 20 people. Hearing this, Fangchen was completely dumbfounded. What kind of sect was this? Even the beggars outside had more people than your sect, okay? And you still claim to be the descendant of the Shadow Moon Saint. Are you worthy of the Shadow Moon Saint? If the Shadow Moon Saint had a spirit, he would have spat out a mouthful of blood when he saw you, right? However, now that things had come to this, what else could he do? In order to get what he wanted, he could only join the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. Fangchen's appearance attracted the attention of the people of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. When they saw Fangchen, they were very excited, as if they hadn't seen a human for a long time. Don't touch me. Seeing that someone was ecstatic and directly pounced on him, Fangchen quickly dodged. I'm not gay. Damn it, it's too scary. Fangchen, this is the sect master of our Shadow Moon Immortal sect, Guru Purple Moon. The purple-robed elder introduced. On the way here, he knew Fangchen's name. How did you trick this guy? Guru Purple Moon asked directly. Fang Chen's forehead darkened, and he couldn't help but retort. I wasn't deceived. I came to your Shadow Moon immortal sect on my own accord. Sect Master. This fellow was cultivating nearby when he was swept into the Shadow Moon mountain range by the power of the heavens. His meridians were crippled, and the space in his body is about to collapse. If it wasn't for that, it would have been snatched up by the other sect. After briefly explaining the sequence of events, Guru Purple Moon nodded slightly. There was no other way. If the Shadow Moon Immortal sect wanted to continue its legacy, it needed disciples. Without disciples, it would not be long before its legacy was cut off. As such, Fang Qin didn't care. At the very least, he was a heaven-opening realm cultivator, so he could be considered a person. Fang Qin, from today onward, you'll be the third disciple of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, Purple Moon said. Hearing this, Fang Qin couldn't help but have the urge to curse. You mean before me, there were only 2 disciples? Purple Moon nodded. Before you, there were 19 people in the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. 2 disciples, 16 elders, and me. Fang Qin almost spat out a mouthful of blood, but he still held it in. I want to be an elder, Fang Qin said directly. He was here to find energy gems. Being a disciple had too many restrictions, so he might as well be an elder. If possible, he could help the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. AI, who told them to have a relationship with Great Emperor Su Xian. Fang Qin, although my Shadow Moon Immortal sect is declining, not just anyone can be an elder, Purple Moon said calmly. Was this F** King declining? Was it about to be disbanded? Moreover, your meridians are all broken and the space in your body is unstable. There won't be any progress in the future, so... Purple Moon explained patiently to Fang Qin. Fang Qin spread his hands and said, no need to say any more. I think I'm qualified to be an elder. In fact, Fang Qin didn't want to do this at all, but the situation forced him to do so. Fang Qin, listen to me. The purple-robed elder said anxiously. You keep saying that my meridians are broken, but have you checked carefully? You said that the space in my body is unstable and is about to collapse. Have you checked? He looked at everyone and said, you didn't check carefully, and you said that I'm not qualified to be an elder. Purple Cloud was stunned by Fang Qin's words. Then he used his divine sense to cover Fang Qin. After all, Purple Cloud was an expert at the pinnacle of the absolute saint stage. If he took the last step, he would be able to reach the profound God stage. Soon he found that Fang Qin's meridians were intact, and the space in his body was not only stable, but also very vast. This Guru Purple Moon was stunned. Who said he's trash? How is that possible? The purple-robed elder and the others widened their eyes and looked at Fang Qin in disbelief. Was the judgment of the 2 profound gods wrong? What happened? The purple-robed elder asked Fang Qin. It's a long story. Let's talk about me being an elder first. Fang Qin changed the topic. Fang Qin, it's a good thing that your meridians are not broken, but an elder. As soon as Gurzi finished speaking, a loud bang was heard. Then a figure flew out and let out a miserable cry. Am I qualified now? Fang Qin asked. Looking at the earth-opening realm elder who was sent flying, Guru Purple Moon froze on the spot. After a long time, he nodded heavily and was overjoyed. Ha! Our Shadow Moon Immortal sect has found a treasure. Then he ordered, from today onward, Fang Qin will be an elder of our Shadow Moon Immortal sect. Elder Fang, I didn't expect you to have such great potential. The sect master smiled. Fang Qin couldn't be bothered to argue with the sect master. He directly told him what he saw in the Shadow Moon Valley. What, you came out of the Shadow Moon Valley? At this moment, the sect master was completely shocked. His expression became extremely serious. I saw the bones of the Shadow Moon Saint, and I also obtained something that seems to be useful to your Shadow Moon Immortal sect. Fang Qin said. When Fang Qin took out a severed finger, Everyone in the Shadow Moon Immortal sect knelt on the ground. Ancestor above. Voices were heard one after another. It could be seen that they were all very pious. Everyone rise. Fong Chin said. After the sect master got up, he looked at Fong Chin with a burning gaze. Their Shadow Moon Immortal sect had an ancestral rule. Whoever could obtain the ancestral relic would become the next sect master of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. This severed finger was left behind by the Shadow Moon Saint for the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. They had already regarded Fong Chin as the young sect master. After putting away the severed finger, the sect master said, Elder Fong, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect will never forget your great kindness. All right, see if there are any inheritances here. If there are, hurry up and cultivate and strengthen the Shadow Moon Immortal sect as soon as possible. Fong Chin urged. Don't worry, with the guidance of the ancestor, our Shadow Moon Immortal sect will definitely become stronger quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed since they arrived at the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. During this period, Fong Chin inquired about a lot of things about the Kanglin district. Fortunately, the forces in the Kanglin district weren't very strong. Although many of the major forces were luxurious, their foundation wasn't as strong as the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. Fong Chin set his sights on these small sect. There were no energy gems in the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. If he wanted to obtain them, he had to get them from other sects. For the time being, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect didn't have the strength to fight against a sect with a profound god. Secretly take in the small sect and develop the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. Fong Chin said. A month later, the sect master's face was filled with joy as he found Fong Chin. Elder Fong, we found the lost technique of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect in the ancestral relics you brought out. If I cultivate it, I have confidence to step into the profound god level. The sect master said with a smile. Hearing this, Fong Chin nodded. This was the most gratifying news he had heard in a while. If the sect master stepped into the profound god level, he would have the strength to expand the mountain range. At least he wouldn't have to worry about the harassment of other sects. Sect master, hurry up and cultivate the lost technique and step into the profound god level as soon as possible. Fong Chin said mysteriously, the Shadow Moon Saint gave you some guidance. Only when you step into the profound god level can the plan be implemented. Oh, Elder Fong, can you tell me in advance? The sect master was very curious. Chapter 23:13. During his days in the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, Fong Chin had also communicated with the mysterious Heaven All. Master, don't underestimate the foundation of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. The spirit said, at its peak, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect was still very strong, but with the death of the Shadow Moon Saint, it continued to decline. Isn't this too much? Are you sure that the Shadow Moon Immortal sect will have a chance to turn things around soon? Fong Chin asked. Master, the mountain gate of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect has been occupied by other sections. The world doesn't know their background at all. If you can take back the mountain gate, you may be able to obtain the energy treasure you want, the artifact spirit said. Moreover, through the conversation with the spirit, Fong Chin felt that the latter was very confident in the Shadow Moon sect master. It seemed that the latter could really break through to the profound god level. 3 months later, a miracle happened. The Shadow Moon sect master, who had been stuck at the bottleneck for hundreds of years, actually broke through to the profound god level. This news shook the entire Shadow Moon Immortal sect. All the disciples and elders gathered in front of the main hall, excitedly waiting for the sect master to come out of seclusion. Creak! The door of the main hall opened, and the Shadow Moon sect master walked out with a face full of glory. Breakthrough! The faces of the purple-robed elder and the others were full of joy. Fong Chin could feel that the Shadow Moon sect master seemed to be very different from 3 months ago. There was an aura on his body that even Fong Chin was very afraid of. The inheritance of the Shadow Moon Saint is so powerful. The Shadow Moon Sect Master has the blood of the Shadow Moon Saint, so it is very compatible with the inheritance. Breaking through to the profound God level is nothing. The Spirit said, Elder Fong, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, when would we be able to see the rise of the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect? The Sect Master greeted everyone with a smile, and then walked to the front of Fong Chin. I wonder what the ancestors' guidance that Elder Fong mentioned before is. The others also looked at Fong Chin intently. Fong Chin chuckled, leaned close to the Shadow Moon Sect Master's ear, and said, Annex a small sect, strengthen the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect, and then take back the mountain gate. That's it. That's it. Fong Chin nodded. Narrowing his eyes, looked at the Shadow Moon Sect Master's face. The latter's expression changed, then he gritted his teeth and said, Since the ancestor said so, then we'll do it. However, this matter needs further consideration. The Shadow Moon Immortal Sect, a simple meeting hall. Everyone from the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect stood around a long wooden table. There was a map on the wooden table, with some complicated patterns drawn on it. There are a total of 81 forces in Kanglin District. There are 49 third-rate forces, 21 second-rate forces, and 11 first-rate forces. Shadow Moon Sect Master said, Our current goal is 49 third-rate forces. Sect Master, you can't be careless. The background of these third-rate forces is complicated. If you're not careful, you'll get yourself killed. The purple-robed elder reminded. Sect. Other forces might not care about such a small force, but to our Shadow Moon Immortal Sect, it's very important. Revival was a long process that required patience. After some discussion, they decided to start with a small sect led by an earth-splitting realm cultivator. Let me do it myself, before Purple Moon could finish speaking. She was stopped by Fong Chin. Sect Master, let me deal with such a small force. After pondering for a moment, Guru Purple Moon nodded. The night was dark and the wind was strong. Fong Chin left the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect alone. This was his own request. The target of this trip was the Amethyst Mountain, an extremely small force. The Mountain Lord of the Amethyst Mountain. His cultivation base is at the late stage of the Earth Opening Realm. This was the information he had obtained from the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect. 6 hours later, Fong Chen arrived at the Amethyst Mountain. Amethyst Mountain was brightly lit. Fong Chen used space-time collapse and silently arrived at the mountain peak. Too weak. Shaking his head, Fong Chen went straight to the Amethyst Mountain Master's room. In the room, the Amethyst Mountain's Mountain Master's plump body was lying on the bed. He was currently enjoying himself with a young lady. Beauty! At this moment, the Amethyst Mountain Master was completely defenseless. He was fully focused on the young lady. This fat pig can also become a Mountain Master? What the F***CK Fong Chin could not help but grumble. He had to immediately change the current situation. Or he could increase his cultivation base and leave Kanglin District. Fong Chen used space-time collapse and silently arrived at the bedside. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed. The Amethyst Mountain Master on the bed suddenly sat up and pushed away the young lady in his embrace. Bang! The Purple Cloud Mountain Master punched out fiercely into the void. Instantly, Fong Chen's figure was forced out. Who are you? With a wave of his hand, the Amethyst Mountain Master put on his clothes and jumped to the ground, confronting Fong Chin. Not bad, not bad. Fong Chin did not answer the Amethyst Mountain Master's question. Instead, he laughed. The young lady on the bed wanted to scream, but she realized that she could not make a sound. Her heart was filled with fear. How dare you ruin my plans? Go to hell. The aura around the Amethyst Mountain Master surged and gathered on his fist. He then punched towards Fong Chin. Dong! When the two fists collided, a deafening sound was heard. The Amethyst Mountain Master's body involuntarily took a few steps back. His pitch-black eyes glared at Fong Qin. "Who exactly are you?" "I'm an elder of the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect. If you surrender obediently and lead the Amethyst Mountain to join the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect, I can spare your life," Fong Qin said. "Shadow Moon Immortal Sect? Spare my life?" The Amethyst Mountain Master laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. Whoosh! He held the hidden star sword and quickly swung it. In the blink of an eye, 5 terrifying sword lights spread out and were all aimed at the Amethyst Mountain Master. Rumble! A deafening sound was heard. The commotion was too big, and it alarmed the people of the Amethyst Mountain. Just as they rushed over, they suddenly saw the door open. The Amethyst Mountain's Mountain Master and Fong Qin walked out with smiles on their faces. "Mountain Master, what happened?" everyone asked. "Nothing much. I just had a spar with Elder Fong." The Amethyst Mountain Master smiled. "You guys came at the right time. I have something to announce." Everyone looked at Fong Qin in confusion. Where did this elder come from? "From today onwards, the Amethyst Mountain will join the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect." "Mountain Master, why is that?" Many people did not agree, but this was no longer Fong Qin's problem. He would let the Amethyst Mountain Master settle it himself. As for whether he would betray them, there was no need to worry. Fong Qin defeated the Amethyst Mountain Master with his absolute strength and forced him to swear a martial oath. A martial oath was a huge restriction to a martial artist. 3 days later, the Amethyst Mountain quietly joined the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect. "Haha, as expected of Elder Fong. Your moves are astonishing. Although the Amethyst Mountain was nothing, it was a good start." Elder Fong was able to defeat the Purple Cloud Mountain's Mountain Lord with his heaven-opening realm cultivation. "Yeah, with Elder Fong in our Shadow Moon Immortal Sect, how can we not rise?" The elders chuckled as they spoke. After Fong Qin spoke a few words with the Amethyst Mountain Master, he returned to his residence. He sat cross-legged on the ground and opened his palm. A black pearl the size of a thumb was lying in his palm. Such a small faction actually has such a treasure. This pearl was called a soul pearl, and it was similar to a soul stone. Fong Qin was worried about the lack of resources, and he did not expect to obtain a soul pearl. He had already cultivated the innate soul reversal technique to the 3rd level, and he could use this opportunity to improve it. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes and started to absorb the soul energy in the soul pearl. At the same time, in front of the Amethyst Mountain, 2 earth-opening realm cultivators looked at the Amethyst Mountain with gloomy faces. Damn it, the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect was a step ahead of us. Could it be that the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect is also after the Soul Pearl? No matter what, I must obtain the Soul Pearl. If the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect obtains it, we will make them spit it out. But I heard that the Amethyst Mountain Master has broken through to the profound God realm. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. After speaking, the 2 disappeared into the darkness. The news of the Amethyst Mountain being taken over by the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect still spread. Chapter 23:14. After subduing Amethyst Mountain, Fong Qin's plan was gradually perfected. If he wanted the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect to rise, he could only use his wits instead of strength. Therefore, in the following days, the atmosphere in Kanglin District suddenly became foul and rumors were flying everywhere. All of these masterpieces came from Fong Qin. He disrupted the major sect and made them fight each other while the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect reaped the benefits. At first, this plan didn't work very well. But Fong Qin used a clever trick to instigate some of the weaker, 3rd-rate sect, causing the entire Kanglin district to fall into chaos. After half a year of chaos, the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect gained a lot. They had secretly subdued 9 3rd-rate forces. Although these 3rd-rate forces were no longer the same as before after the war, it was enough for the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect. In just half a year, the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect began to emerge among the third-rate factions. As for Guru Purple Moon, because she cultivated the inherited divine arts that were compatible with her bloodline, her strength was thriving. Although she had broken through to the profound god level not long ago, she could already compete with some old monsters. This also led to some third-rate factions not daring to go against the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. 3 years later, Guru Purple Moon broke through again, and the Shadow Moon Immortal sect became the strongest third-rate faction in the Kanglan district. At this time, there were only 21 second-rate factions and 11 first-rate factions standing in front of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. Amethyst sect. Damn it! Has the Shadow Moon Immortal sect gone crazy recently? They've expanded so much. The fat Liemo said coldly. After 3 years, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect was strong enough to threaten the Amethyst sect, which made Liemo very angry. It said that the guy who was abandoned by everyone joined the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. Did Guru Purple Moon get the treasure of the Shadow Moon Valley from him? Thinking of this, Liemo's eyes flickered. Soon, Liemo found the sect master of the Amethyst sect. He was also a profound god and was slightly stronger than Guru Purple Moon. Sect Master, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, has developed too quickly. I suspect that they've gotten something, Liemo said. I noticed it too. I'm about to visit Guru Purple Moon. The sect master nodded. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Fong Chen was doing well in the stellar heavens, and the Shadow Moon Immortal School was also thriving. As for the limitless sword sect that was far away in the void star heaven, it was a bit bitter. Ever since he learned that Fong Chen had disappeared, Jian Wuji had become silent. He couldn't accept this fact. He searched the entire Dongxin heaven, but couldn't find any trace of Fong Chen. In fact, he had even requested Ancestor Xing his help in finding Fong Chen. However, in the end, he had failed. This scene made Jian Wuji think that something had happened to Fong Chen. The development of the Wuji sword sect slowed down. Jian Wuji drank every day and didn't care about the matters of the limitless sword sect. However, he had a vague feeling that Fong Chen was not dead. He was still alive, but he had gone to a place where they could not find him. Black North Desert, Devil City. Little Mouse and the others were sitting cross-legged on a high mountain. Ha ha ha, this is really satisfying. That guy has been beaten into a pig's head by us, right? A heaven-opening realm guy dares to be arrogant in front of us. He's really courting death. Fong Chen's departure was a bit sudden. After that, the 5 of them had been cultivating in the Devil City. A few years later, their cultivation had reached the Unity Realm and their innate divine abilities had become even more tyrannical. Now that the 5 of them joined forces, they could fight against a heaven-opening realm martial artist. Although this was nothing, they believed that after they broke through to the heaven-opening realm, they would definitely be able to sweep away heaven-opening realm martial artists. Continue to work hard. One day, we will be able to enter the demon god list, Little Mouse said. What's the demon god list? If Boss was here, he would probably be at the top of the list, right? Xiao Huang curled his lips. Just as they were talking, a strange gust of wind suddenly blew over. Immediately after, Little Mouse's expression changed greatly. Someone is coming. Just as the Little Mouse's voice faded, a black figure suddenly appeared on the mountain peak in a faintly discernible manner. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Submit to me. The person opened his mouth and asked Little Mouse and the others to submit. Dream on. A single word of disagreement led to a fight. However, when it came to a real fight, Little Mouse and the others were filled with helplessness. You are. Ranamo. Little Mouse cried out involuntarily. Ranamo was an expert ranked 100th on the demon god list. He was extremely powerful. We have no enmity with you. Why are you attacking us? Xiao Huang asked with scarlet eyes. Your innate divine abilities are too outstanding. If I can obtain them, my strength will definitely increase greatly. It turned out that Ran-mo had long been eyeing Little Mouse and the others. Die. Ran-mo growled and stretched out his palm. With a fierce and domineering aura, it instantly enveloped the 5 of them, suppressing them below. You guys go first. Little Mouse's eyes were scarlet. His heart was filled with anger. He roared to the sky, and an extremely dense purple aura emanated from his body. When the purple aura gathered together, Little Mouse's body suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, Little Mouse's body expanded by more than 30 meters. His body exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Bang! He threw out a punch, creating a huge crater on the ground. Ran-mo's body was pushed back by the impact. Ran-mo, who had stabilized his body, showed a touch of excitement in his eyes. Great. The stronger their innate divine abilities were, the happier Ran-mo was. Go. Little Mouse used the divine skill of the Godly Mouse clan to stall Ran-mo hearing Little Mouse's cry. Xiao Huang and the others hesitated for a moment, and then said, Go quickly. Otherwise, everything Brother Mouse has done will be in vain. Go. Brother Mouse, if anything happens to you, we will avenge you even if we have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. Soon, Xiao Huang and the others quickly disappeared. Ran-mo wanted to chase after them, but was stopped by Little Mouse. You're courting death. Ran-mo was completely enraged. He shouted in a low voice and his body flashed. He displayed his absolute strength and fought with Little Mouse. After fleeing for a long time, Xiao Huang and the others heard an earth-shattering sound. They stopped in their tracks. Their faces showed a complicated expression, and they turned to look at the distant sky. They clenched their fists, and their hearts were filled with anger. There had never been a moment where they were so furious. Brother Mouse. Xiao Huang let out a miserable cry. Xiao Hai and Pangolin's eyes were scarlet. They almost rushed back to avenge Little Mouse. Are you crazy? Ran-mo is too strong. We are not his match for the time being. If we go back now, we will all die. Who will avenge Brother Mouse then? At the critical moment, the old faker stopped the 3 impulsive people. Let's go. The old faker's branches and leaves rolled up the 3 people and quickly disappeared. After a long time, Ran-mo, who was in tatters, appeared. He sniffed and found the aura of Xiao Huang and the others. His eyes were filled with coldness. Damned fellow, you want to escape from my grasp? Dream on. After saying that, Ran-mo leaped and chased after them. The people of the Wuji Sword sect did not know what happened in the Demon City, and Fong Qin did not know either. Although he had telepathy with Little Mouse and the others, it was impossible for him to sense them through the distance. At this moment, Fong Qin was acting as the military advisor of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. He was leading the Shadow Moon Immortal sect to take advantage of the situation and rise. I didn't expect our Shadow Moon Immortal sect to develop to this point in just 3 years. Purple Moon Sage was also in disbelief. Yes, all of this changed because of Elder Fong's arrival. The purple-robed elder said with a smile. As the Shadow Moon Immortal sect continued to rise, his status in the sect also rose steadily. All of this was because he had tricked Fong Qin into joining the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. Elder Fong, what do you think of the current situation? Purple Moon Sage asked. Fong Qin frowned and said, the changes in the Shadow Moon Immortal sect in the past 3 years have been noticed by the second-rate forces. We have to slow down for the time being. Otherwise, it will lead to a fatal disaster. But what? Purple Moon Sage asked. Although he was a profound immortal, he admired Fong Qin's mind from the bottom of his heart. Before that, let's take back the Shadow Moon Immortal sect's former mountain gate. Fong Qin had always been thinking about the Shadow Moon Immortal sect's mountain gate. According to the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail's spirit, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect's mountain gate had a very deep foundation. There might be an energy treasure. To read a novel, please visit Chapter 2315. Warning Fetter, curlopt_quote, curlopt_http 200 Online 44. In 3 years, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect had gradually grown. After all, they were once strong, so they still had some foundation. However, only Venerable Purple Moon knew that all of this was because of the inheritance of their ancestor, the Shadow Moon Saint. His inheritance was compatible with the bloodline of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. So cultivation was twice the result with half the effort. After stepping into the profound God level, his strength had been steadily increasing, and at the same time he had also intimidated many second-rate forces. Otherwise, with the strength of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, they would have been targeted long ago. Fang Chen's words stirred Reverend Purple Moon's emotions. If they could retake the sect and unravel the foundation hidden in it, he dared to bet that the Shadow Moon Immortal sect would become a first-rate force in less than 3 years. At that time, they would be able to stand firm in the entire Kanglin district. Thinking of this, Venerable Purple Moon's face showed an excited smile. This was an opportunity. The Shadow Moon Immortal sect had fallen to the point of no return, but Fang Qin had miraculously brought the Shadow Moon Immortal sect back from the cliff. Although Fang Qin was an elder and the young sect master of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, Venerable Purple Moon's attitude towards Fang Qin was very sincere. Fang Qin's decision could basically represent the entire Shadow Moon Immortal sect. That's right, it's time to retake the sect. Venerable Purple Moon nodded slightly. In the past 3 years, not only had the Shadow Moon Immortal sect's strength increased, but the number of disciples had also gradually increased. Many disciples could not join other sects, so they could only join the Shadow Moon Immortal sect in order to obtain some cultivation divine techniques. However, the strength of the Black Dragon sect is not to be underestimated. They have 2 profound gods, and they are on good terms with the Purple Sky sect. If we act rashly, we will be attacked by the 2 sects. Venerable Purple Moon pondered. The purple-robed elder and the others also nodded. The Black Dragon sect was considered very good among the second-rate forces, at least not much worse than the Purple Sky sect. Just as everyone was discussing, a disciple suddenly rushed in to report the news. Venerable Purple Moon's expression changed, and the purple-robed elder hurriedly asked, "Sect Master, what happened?" "Sect Master Violet Sky has brought Li Mo to visit the Shadow Moon Immortal sect." "Sky sect? I don't think they have any good intentions. They must have seen the sect, Purple Moon Immortal sect, the elder. Sect. What do you plan?" Several elders asked. Sect. Was sect. Was sect. And sect. Guru Purple Moon pondered for a moment before saying, "Since an esteemed guest has arrived, if our Shadow Moon Immortal sect doesn't receive him, wouldn't we be laughed at by others?" After saying that, Lord Purple Moon's gaze landed on Fang Qin. She said, "Elder Fang, come with me." Seeing Guru Purple Moon's gaze, Fang Qin nodded slightly. The Purple Sky Sect Master and Li Mo sat in the armchairs. Sect Master, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, was in dire straits back then, but it has developed to this point in just 3 years. "There must be something wrong," Li Mo said in a deep voice. "I suspect that they have obtained the legendary treasure of Shadow Moon Valley." The Violet Sky Sect Master nodded when he heard that. He looked outside with a deep gaze. The legend of Shadow Moon Valley had been passed down in Kanglin district for countless years. Ever since he became the Purple Sky Sect Master, this legend had been lingering in his ears. There's no smoke without fire. Although many people thought that the legend of Shadow Moon Valley was fake, the Purple Sky Sect Master thought it might be true. The ancestor of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, the Shadow Moon Saint, had most likely died there. The more he thought about it, the more curious he became. Just as he was about to speak, Venerable Purple Moon and Fang Qin came in. "Ha! Sect Master Purple Sky, Sect Master. Your presence brings light to Shadow Moon Immortal Sect. Venerable Purple Moon said politely. After all, Venerable Purple Moon was now an abstruse god, so Sect Master Purple Sky, Sect Master's attitude was not cold. You, the fat Liemo beside Sect Master Purple Sky, Sect Master, widened his eyes in anger when he saw Fangchen. Venerable Purple Moon, your Shadow Moon Immortal Sect has improved by leaps and bounds in just 3 years. I'm very curious, what is the reason for such a change? Sect Master Purple Sky, Sect Master's gaze swept over Fangchen and then said softly. Venerable Purple Moon laughed and said meaningfully, if I said that all of this is because of the peerless expert behind Elder Fang, would you believe me? Sect Master Purple Sky, Sect Master's expression changed when he heard that. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fangchen. At this moment, Liemo cried out involuntarily. What's wrong with you? Liemo clearly remembered that day when Fangchen was sentenced to death by 2 abstruse gods. His meridians were all broken and cracks appeared in the space in his body. No sect was willing to take him in. How is this possible? Liemo looked at Fangchen in disbelief. The cripple from back, then, was now standing in front of him, perfectly fine. As if to increase his credibility, Venerable Purple Moon continued. Otherwise, how do you think a heaven-opening realm martial artist with broken meridians and an unstable foundation in the space in his body could reach this step in 3 years? Sect Master Purple Sky, Sect Master was an abstruse god. At his level, his comprehension of the miniature universe had already reached another level. He knew better than anyone what it meant to have cracks in the space in his body. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Sect Master Purple Sky, Sect Master, shook his head fiercely and said in a low voice, even an abstruse god cannot repair the space in a martial artist's body. The space in the body involved the most fundamental power of a martial artist. Even an expert at the abstruse god level could not repair it. Could it be? When he thought of that, the Sect Master's face changed drastically. A sliver of graveness appeared in his eyes as he looked at Fangchen. If what Venerable Purple Moon said was true, then there must be a peerless expert behind Elder Fang that their Sect Master could not afford to offend. Liemo, Sect Master Purple Sky, Sect Master looked at Liemo and said in a low voice, Sect Master, I can confirm that this child's meridians were broken 3 years ago, and cracks appeared in the space in his body. At that time, there were 2 abstruse gods present, Liemo said. Sect Master Purple Sky, Sect Master, finally, made a decision after some internal struggle. Venerable Purple Moon, I'm here to congratulate your Shadow Moon Immortal Sect on returning to a second-rate sect. Sect Master Purple Sky, Sect Master cupped his fists and said, now I should return. See you again. With that, Sect Master Purple Sky, Sect Master, brought Liemo, and quickly left the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect. Sect Master, are we giving up just like that? Liemo asked unwillingly. Bang! Sect Master Purple Sky, Sect Master gave Liemo a head slap. Do you want to kill Sect Master Purple Sky Sect? An expert who surpassed the abstruse god level could destroy Sect Master Purple Sky, Sect Master with a single finger. Regardless of whether this matter was true or not, they could not easily provoke the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect. Let those old fellows probe, Sect Master Purple Sky, Sect Master said sinisterly. Shadow Moon Immortal Sect, waiting room. Sect Master, do you think Sect Master Purple Sky, Sect Master will believe it? Fangchen asked. Venerable Purple Moon was in a good mood and chuckled. Whether he believes it or not, there will be doubts in his heart. He will definitely not dare to attack our Shadow Moon Immortal Sect in a short period of time. Fangchen nodded and did not say anything else. Venerable Purple Moon looked at Fong Chen's departing figure and said to herself, "You simply can't understand how terrifying an existence that surpasses the abstruse god level is." A few days later, Fong Chen and Venerable Purple Moon discussed a plan. Black Dragon's sect had 2 abstruse god level experts. Venerable Purple Moon could deal with one of them, and Fong Chen would personally lure the other away. As for the purple-robed elder and the others, they would lead the Shadow Moon Immortal sect to attack Black Dragon sect. The most crucial part of this plan was Fong Chen. He was only a heaven-opening realm martial artist. It was very dangerous to lure away the abstruse god. If he was not careful, he would die. Elder Fong, are you sure you can do it? Venerable Purple Moon asked worriedly. Don't worry, I already have a plan to deal with that abstruse god. Fong Chen said confidently. Of course, it was impossible to meet force with force. To deal with the abstruse god, one could only use their wits. However, the reason why Fong Chen dared to do this was because he had his own trump card. At the heaven-opening realm, he could use the mysterious heaven all once. If it was a critical moment of life and death, he could use the mysterious heaven all to save his life. Elder Fong, you must be careful. Venerable Purple Moon said in a deep voice. This operation had a great impact on the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. If they succeeded, they would soar into the sky, but if they failed, they would fall into hell. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2316. Black Dragon sect was a superior power among the second-rate powers. There were 2 profound gods in the sect. Profound gods were beyond the level of pure sky god. There were 3 levels of pure sky god. They were the heaven-opening realm, the earth-opening realm, and the absolute saint realm. These 3 realms represented the growth and operation of the space in the body. Eventually, it would be separated from the body and formed into many miniature universes. Within every miniature universe, a large number of life forms could be nurtured. The more experts there were in the miniature universe, the more it could change the fate of the miniature universe. It could also indirectly increase the power of the creator of the miniature universe. Of course, the operation of the miniature universe was not simple. Otherwise, there would be so many miniature universes in the chaos void with so many pure sky gods. In fact, that was not the case. Compared to the countless cultivators in the chaos void, there were not many miniature universes. If the creator of the miniature universe died or something went wrong in the operation of the miniature universe, the miniature universe would be destroyed. Han Tianxin was strong enough to protect himself in the chaos void. As long as they did not provoke profound gods, they could live a comfortable life. Those who could be called profound gods must be powerful. From these words, one could see the strength of a profound god expert. The profound god contained too much content, so there were a total of 6 levels to divide the experts at this level. The first realm was the mysterious sky realm. It could be understood from its literal meaning that the masters of this realm had just crossed over from the chaotic sky god realm. Their control of the miniature universe had already reached the point of perfection. In a certain region, they were the heavens. The second level was the profound chi realm. Compared to the profound heaven realm, this level completely merged the power in the body with the essence, spirit, and spirit. The third level was the profound star realm. Experts could swallow mountains and rivers and refine the sun, moon, and stars. Their power was unimaginable. So far, the strongest expert in the Kanglin district was a profound god at the profound star realm. Profound gods at the profound star realm were considered upper-middle level experts. Therefore, there was only one in the entire Kanglin district. As for profound chi realm experts, there were many in the first-rate powers. Some second-rate forces also had them, but they were relatively rare. Of the 2 profound god rankers of the Dragon Black sect, one was an ordinary profound heaven realm, and the other was at the limit of the profound heaven realm. He was only 1 step away from reaching the profound chi realm. Guru Purple Moon was able to fight against peak Mystic Heaven Realm experts with her bloodline. The Black Dragon Gate was located in the northern part of Kanglan District. Late at night, the cold wind rustled. Under the dark night sky, Feng Chen stood silently on a towering tree. The tool spirit of the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail was investigating the situation of the two profound gods in the Black Dragon sect for him. Soon enough, the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail's tool spirit reacted and said, "Master, one of the two profound gods of the Black Dragon sect is cultivating in seclusion while the other is teaching the younger generation disciples." Feng Chen nodded. "Are you confident?" "Don't worry, Master. If I don't activate my power, killing a profound god is difficult. However, trapping him is extremely easy." The artifact spirit said with complete confidence. "If you don't use your power, it shouldn't count, right?" Feng Chen asked worriedly. "It doesn't count," the artifact spirit said. Feng Chen did not want to waste a chance to use the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail because of this matter. He only had one chance at the opening Heaven Realm. If he wasted it, he could only wait for the opening Earth Realm to use it. This was his second life. If he could complete the plan without using it, of course he did not want to use it. "Master, a profound god left the Black Dragon sect." Suddenly the artifact spirit said, "Oh." Feng Chen's expression changed slightly. He immediately said, "Keep an eye on him for me." Under the continuous report of the artifact spirit, Feng Chen found out that the profound god who left the Black Dragon sect was at the beginning stage of the profound Heaven Realm. He sneaked into a forest in the west of the Black Dragon sect. The artifact spirit said, "Oh, let's go and take a look." Feng Chen was somewhat puzzled. This was the Black Dragon sect's territory. Why would a profound god be sneaking around? As he walked, Feng Chen transmitted his voice to Guru Purple Moon. If he could quietly get rid of this profound god, then his chances of winning against the Black Dragon sect would be greater. With the help of the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail, he quietly arrived at the forest. "Master, we can't go forward. Otherwise, we'll be discovered." After all, the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail was heavily injured. It was not like before. "What did you find?" Feng Chen hurriedly asked. This profound god is talking to a black-robed martial artist." The artifact spirit said, "Strange that black-robed martial artist is only at the opening Heaven Realm. Why would the profound god be so respectful to Han Tianxin? The power behind the Black Dragon sect?" Feng Chen's pupils shrank, and his face revealed a sinister expression. Deep in the forest, "Hey San, how is it?" the black-robed martial artist asked in a deep voice. "Young master, I've already turned the mountain gate of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect upside down, but I didn't find anything." The profound god called "Hey" San said in a low voice, "Could it be a mistake? The Shadow Moon Immortal sect has no foundation at all." The black-robed martial artist frowned, glanced at Hey San unhappily, and said in a deep voice, "Humph, when the Shadow Moon Immortal sect was strong. You still don't know where you were. You know, this is a task given by the higher-ups. It's been so many years, you're really a waste." Hey San hurriedly explained, "Young master, don't worry, I will definitely complete the task given by the higher-ups. Try to be faster. If you can't, you can capture Purple Moon Master." The black-robed martial artist said, "Special times require special treatment." "Yes, young master." After a short exchange, the black-robed martial artist quietly left. After a long while, Hey-san was also ready to return to the Black Dragon sect. However, at this moment his body trembled slightly, and then his brows furrowed. What's going on? As a profound god, his sense of touch was very sensitive. In an instant he felt that there was an aura approaching. "Who?" Hey-san said in a deep voice. In the darkness, a figure appeared out of thin air. Venerable Purple Moon. Seeing this, Hey-san's pitch-black eyes emitted a cold light. He just said that he wanted to capture Purple Moon Master. Did not expect this guy to deliver himself to the door. Hey, San, how is my Shadow Moon Immortal Sex Mountain Gate? Purple Moon Master asked. Do you want to die? Hey, San said coldly. Today, I'm here to take back the Mountain Gate. If you know what's good for you, quickly get out of here. Purple Moon Master said. Boom! Hey, Sen was furious and attacked like thunder. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The two profound gods fought together in an instant. The surrounding towering trees were constantly exploding, and the space collapsed. Nearby, Fong Qin was quite shocked. Fortunately, there was the spirit of the mysterious sky cone nail which sealed the space here. Otherwise, such a big movement would inevitably alarm the Black Dragon sect. Is this method reliable? Fong Qin asked. Master, you can rest assured, although I can't shrink the binding space, but sealing a profound god of the mysterious sky realm is enough. The spirit said, with the strength of Purple Moon Master, in this sealed space he should be able to kill him. The battle lasted for a long time, during which the sound of explosion was endless. Boom! After the fierce battle, Heisen finally could not resist the attack of Purple Moon Master, and his body was blown away with a bang. A trace of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, and his face was extremely gloomy. How is it possible? The outside world said that Purple Moon Master had just stepped into the mysterious sky realm, but after the battle, he found that was not the case at all. Purple Moon Master's strength was comparable to the Black Dragon's Sect Master. At this time, Hei San's heart was a trace of horror, and he transmitted his voice to the Sect Master. However, he was shocked to find that the space here was sealed, and the transmission was cut off. No wonder the battle was so big. Why didn't the Sect Master come? Thinking of this, Hei San's face was full of helplessness. Hei San, your time of death has come. Purple Moon Master took a step forward, came in front of Hei San, and launched an amazing attack. Go! Hei San did not think and fled directly. Boom! Just as he fled a distance, he felt his body was hit hard and he was bounced back. There is a strong person secretly helping Purple Moon Master? Hei San's heart was frightened, and his heart was burning with anxiety. To be able to seal the mysterious sky realm, it was not something that ordinary people could arrange. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2317. Seeing that Hei San wanted to break through, Fong Chen was a little worried. Once Hei San broke through, the consequences would be unimaginable, especially if the Sect Master who was at the peak of the mysterious heaven realm was alerted. The plan would be ruined. However, the weapon spirit was very calm and said that there was no problem with the seal he had set up. Are you sure? Fong Qin was still worried. Master, don't worry, there is no problem at all. Seeing that the weapon spirit was so calm, Fong Qin also gradually relaxed. Sure enough, no matter how hard Hei San tried, he could not break through the seal. This caused Fong Qin to sigh endlessly. This kind of sealing technique was too shocking. Even if his array reached the heaven opening level, it would not be able to trap the mysterious god. Looks like I have to study more about arrays. Fong Qin said to himself. Half an hour later, the sealed space shook. Fong Qin looked up and found that Hei San was dead. Purple Moon Guru put his hands on Hei San's body and was absorbing the energy in his body. What is this? Fong Qin walked towards Purple Moon Guru in confusion. Every Saint Realm martial artist, when taking the last step, can separate the universe from the body and form a miniature universe. However, there are some people who, in order to pursue strength, will destroy the universe in their body and absorb all the energy. Purple Moon Guru explained. Hei San is like that. Although he is dead, the remaining energy in his body is very beneficial to me. While speaking, Purple Moon Guru absorbed all the energy in Hei San's body. Elder Fong, your method of sealing space is really amazing. Purple Moon Guru could not help but praise. She was busy fighting just now, and now that she had calmed down, she felt that Elder Fong was unfathomable. How is it, if I were to use the same sealing method to seal Sect Master Longhe, would you be able to kill him? Fong Chen asked. Purple Moon Guru pondered and said, Sect Master He Long's strength is similar to mine. It is too difficult to kill him. But what? Fong Chen asked. Actually, we don't have to kill him. Wouldn't it be better if we can make him submit? Guru Purple Moon said. However, this was also a difficult problem. Fong Chen's eyes flickered as he secretly communicated with the artifact spirit and said, I have an idea that we can try. Hearing this, Guru Purple Moon's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, Then let's take action directly. Late at night, darkness shrouded the land. The interior of Longhe Gate was brightly lit, and many patrol teams were walking around. Fong Chen and Purple Moon quietly arrived at the Black Dragon Gate, and then found the place where the Black Dragon Gate Master was in seclusion. Seal it, Fong Chen murmured to himself. Instantly, the weapon spirit sealed off the area. Then Guru Purple Moon went inside. After a short while, there was a rumbling sound coming from inside. Fong Chen stood there quietly, waiting for an opportunity. After a long while, Purple Moon sent a sound transmission to Fong Chen, telling him that the time was ripe. Crash! When he entered the secret chamber, he was greeted with a scene of utter chaos. The entire secret room was already in ruins. If it wasn't for the sealing method, the battle fluctuations here would have destroyed the Black Dragon Gate. Black Dragon Gate Master, Fong Chen said. Who are you? Black Dragon Gate Master's face darkened as he said in a deep voice, This is Elder Fong of my Shadow Moon Immortal Sect, and also the creator of this sealing method. A mere elder of the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect couldn't enter the eyes of Black Dragon Gate Master, but the creator of the sealing method attracted the latter's attention. You set up the sealing method? Black Dragon Gate Master couldn't believe it. The other party was clearly a heaven-opening realm martial artist. Yes, you can think of it that way. Fong Chen said with a smile, How about it? How about joining my Shadow Moon Immortal Sect? Fong Chen said straightforwardly. Black Dragon Gate Master cursed. Dream on, although Purple Moon's cultivation is the same as mine. She can't do anything to me. All of this was within Fong Chen's expectations. Black Dragon Gate Master, I'm afraid you still don't know that He San colluded with an external force to snatch your Black Dragon Gate, right? Fong Chen sneered. You're talking nonsense. Just now, Sect Master and I saw it with our own eyes. He secretly reported something to a black-robed martial artist in the Western Forest. Fong Chen said he didn't need Black Dragon Gate Master to believe him. He just needed to disturb his mind. Impossible. Black Dragon Gate Master's heart was in chaos as he thought to himself. At this time, Fong Chen continued, Black Dragon Gate Master, how about we make a bet? And you and I fight. If I win, we will leave immediately. If you lose, how about joining the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect? Fong Chen said, you want to win against me? Ridiculous. If it was any other time, a chaotic sky god would have slapped him to death if he dared to say such words to him. But now Black Dragon Gate Master didn't dare to act rashly. He had also tried the power of the sealing method. It wasn't something an ordinary person could do. He couldn't see through Fong Chen. You don't dare to agree? Fong Chen spread out his hands and said, You can't defeat Purple Moon Guru either. There's no point in continuing to fight. Why don't you have a good fight? Moreover, if you join the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect, your status will be very high, and you will be able to obtain the foundation of the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect. Black Dragon Gate Master's eyes flickered. The reason why he occupied the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect was because of the legendary foundation. But for many years he couldn't find it. He once thought that the legend was a lie. But now that Fong Chen said this, a wave really rose in his heart. Could it be that there is really a foundation in this sect? Black Dragon Gate Master said to himself. He raised his head to look at Fong Chen and said in a deep voice, "Okay, I agree to your challenge, but I want to change one thing. If you lose, you will stay in Black Dragon Gate forever. How about it?" "No problem, Elder Fong," Purple Moon Guru said worriedly. But after seeing Fong Chen's confident expression, Purple Moon Guru didn't say anything else. Boom! The aura of the peak of the profound heaven realm gushed out violently, instantly squeezing Fong Chen's body. "I'd like to see what you have to fight with me." As soon as his voice fell, Black Dragon Gate Master took a step forward and rushed towards Fong Chen. However, after a breath's time, Black Dragon Gate Master's eyes were filled with fear, and he retreated step by step. "How is this possible?" Sect Master Long He exclaimed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, there was a heart-palpitating power in the secret room, hovering above Fong Chen's head. That kind of power seemed to have existed since ancient times. Too strong. Even Guru Purple Moon, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but tremble. Even a profound star realm expert couldn't have such an aura. Could it be that there's really a peerless expert beyond the profound god realm behind him? Patriarch Long He was completely dumbfounded by this powerful force. In his heart, he did not have the slightest intention to fight. Too strong, so strong that it made people despair. Boom! Fong Chen took a step forward, directly approaching Black Dragon Gate Master. The violent aura suppressed Black Dragon Gate Master to the point that he couldn't move, and he looked at Fong Chen in fear. "Stop!" Fong Chen didn't move and continued to move forward. "Stop, I admit defeat," Black Dragon Gate Master shouted. At this moment, he couldn't care about his face anymore, saving his life first. "Swear the martial Tao oath." Fong Chen's cold voice exploded in Black Dragon Gate Master's mind. Black Dragon Gate Master didn't even think and directly swore the martial Tao oath. "I, Black Dragon Gate Master, will join the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect and never betray you." After the martial Tao oath, the terrifying aura above Fong Chen's head instantly dissipated, and the secret room returned to normal. Black Dragon Gate Master panted heavily, and his forehead was full of sweat. "From now on, you're my Shadow Moon Immortal Sect's Black Dragon Gate Master," Fong Chen said with a smile. Purple Moon Guru also extended her hand and said, "Elder Black Dragon Gate Master." Black Dragon Gate Master's face was pale, and his heart was still throbbing. Fortunately, it's Black Dragon Gate Master. If it was someone with a firm mind, I'm afraid they would fight me at all costs. At that time, I'll be exposed, Fong Chen said secretly. Actually, the terrifying aura just now was released by the profound sky cone nail to deliberately scare Black Dragon Gate Master. He didn't expect that it would actually succeed. No matter what, this mission was completed perfectly. Not only did he take back the sect, but he also incorporated Black Dragon Gate Master. Chapter 2318. A few days later, everyone from the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect moved into the old site of the Black Dragon Sect, which was where the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect used to be located. Guru Purple Moon stood beside Sect Master Black Dragon Sect, who had a dark expression on his face. He dared not betray Purple Moon Immortal Sect due to his martial oath. It took a few days for the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect's members to settle down, with Black Dragon Gate Master and Purple Moon Guru, two peak mysterious heaven realm experts, as well as a mysterious peerless expert supporting them from behind. The Shadow Moon Immortal Sect became one of the top sects among the second-rate sections. When the Purple Sky Sect heard the news, they quickly sent their elders to congratulate the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect. This made Sect Master Purple Sky even more certain that there was a peerless expert behind Fong Chen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take in the Black Dragon Sect so quietly. Nor would the proud sect Master Black Dragon sect be willing to join the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. He immediately ordered everyone in the Purple Sky sect not to do anything to the Shadow Moon Immortal sect in the future. The Shadow Moon Immortal sect that had caused waves in the Kanglan district was gradually on the right track. At night, Fong Qin, Guru Purple Moon, and sect Master Black Dragon sect quietly arrived at the back mountain. "Sect Master, it's up to you now," said Fong Qin. Guru Purple Moon's eyes flickered, and his face was full of excitement. Buzz! He waved his hand, and the blood in his body spurted out. Complicated seals appeared in the sky. When these seals gathered together, they actually turned into a purple moon. Guru Purple Moon stomped his foot and jumped onto the purple moon. The purple moon emitted a gentle light that enveloped his body. Creak! The purple moon shrouded Guru Purple Moon, and a strange light shone on the back mountain. A moment later, a strange door appeared in the back mountain. Whoosh! Guru Purple Moon jumped down from the purple moon and said with joy, "Let's go in." With that, the three of them entered the door. "Where is this?" "This is the bottom of the back mountain, where the foundation of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect lies," said Guru Purple Moon proudly. Fong Qin looked around and nodded slightly. He was not surprised that the Shadow Moon Immortal sect had such a foundation. After all, it was once the overlord of the innate world. Ha ha ha. The happiest person was none other than sect Master Longhe. Many of the resources were things that he yearned for even in his dreams. If he could obtain it, breaking through to the profound Qi realm wouldn't be a problem. "Elder Longhe, I promised you that I would give you a certain amount of resources. You can choose any of the items here," Lady Purple Moon said. "Then this old man won't be polite." After saying that, the Black Dragon Gate's gate master directly rushed into a pool and jumped in with a plop sound. "Elder Fong," Purple Moon said. Fong Chen's gaze fell on a book. "This is the 3,000 Scrolls of Array Tao." Fong Chan walked to the bookshelf and picked up the yellowed book to read it carefully. As soon as he flipped to the first page, a paragraph came into view. "This old man has spent his entire life studying the Tao of Array Tao. However, in the end, I still couldn't win against the heavens. Although I died, I have no regrets." From this short sentence, one could tell that the author of this book was a peerless expert who was obsessed with the Tao of Array Tao. The 3,000 Scrolls of Array Tao is the result of this old man's lifelong research. Within it, there are 3,000 types of Array Tao that this old man created. Each Array Tao is completely different and used different methods to create them. If one can fully comprehend the 3,000 Scrolls of Array Tao, one's Array Tao cultivation will definitely reach the peak of the Heaven Ascension grade, and even have hopes of breaking through to the legendary Chaos grade. Reading the last line of small words, Fong Chen's heart trembled. Peak of the Heaven Ascension grade? As everyone knew, the grades of Array Tao were the same as weapons. Above the Heaven Ascension grade was the Heaven Opening grade, and above that was the Heaven Ascension grade. If one could cultivate the Array Tao to the peak of the Heaven Ascension grade, then one could casually set up an Array Tao to kill a profound god. At that time, one could turn the world upside down and do anything. And this expert said that after mastering the 3,000 Scrolls of Array Tao, there was hope of breaking through to the legendary Chaos grade. Chaos grade. Fong Qin couldn't help but be excited. "Sect Master, can you let me read this book for a while?" Fong Qin asked. "Of course, no problem," Esteemed Purple Moon said. "This book was obtained by our ancestor, the Shadow Moon Saint, from a peerless expert. Back then, our ancestor also said that the Array Tao recorded in this book is invincible." Fong Qin nodded and then looked around. He found that there were no energy gems to activate the super long distance teleportation array. "Although I didn't get what I wanted, this 3,000 Scrolls of Array Tao is precious enough." After the Shadow Moon Immortal sect regained their sect, they officially announced their strong return. During this period, many weaker, second-rate factions sent martial artists to test them, but they were all scared away by the Shadow Moon Immortal sect's strength. In the end, there was even a sect that attacked the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. However, in front of two peak profound Heaven Realm experts, all attacks were useless. In the end, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect relied on a resounding battle to intimidate many second-rate factions. Even first-rate factions didn't dare to act rashly. News of the peerless expert behind the Shadow Moon Immortal sect that surpassed the profound god level spread throughout the Kanglin district in an instant. For a time, many sect members watched and didn't dare to make a move. Therefore, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect was able to keep its peace. After completely unearthing the sect's foundation, Elder Longhay and esteemed Purple Moon's strength increased by leaps and bounds. Both of them were breaking through to the profound Qi realm. Many of the elders in the sect had also received some cultivation resources. The entire Shadow Moon Immortal sect was thriving day by day. On a mountaintop, Fong Chen sat cross-legged with the 3,000 scrolls of array Dao in his hands. He was carefully studying them. Fire Demon Sky Shattering Array. He was looking at the first array of the 3,000 scrolls of Array Dao. Although it was a simple fire elemental array, it was more profound than any array he had ever seen. It's too profound. At first glance, it looked very ordinary, but after looking at it a few times, it felt more and more unfathomable. Fong Chen's face was full of excitement as he plunged into the 3,000 scrolls of Array Dao. The Dao of Array Dao was as vast as smoke. Fong Chen's potential in the Dao of Array Dao was very impressive. His Array Dao had also reached the supreme grade Ingress Realm. Buzz! After reading the 3,000 scrolls of Array Dao, he was enlightened. 7 days later, he had completely comprehended the Fire Demon Sky Shattering Array. Half a month later, he was already trying to set up the Fire Demon Sky Shattering Array. Rumble. During this time, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect was often surrounded by flames. Many disciples were burned by the sea of fire, their clothes tattered. The reason for all this was that Fong Chen had made a mistake while practicing the Fire Demon Sky Shattering Array, causing many to be injured by accident. However, the situation took a turn for the better after a month. Condense. On the mountain top, Fong Chen suddenly opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, 108 flames instantly shot out and disappeared into the void. As he shouted this word, the flames in the sky suddenly soared into the sky, forming a cage of flames. This is the real Fire Demon Sky Shattering Array. Looking at the array in the sky, Fong Chen grinned. In his mind, the aura of Array Dao filled the air. His cultivation level increased naturally. Although he had reached the Ingress Realm, Fong Chen was not excited at all. He was deeply infatuated with the 3,000 scrolls of Array Dao. The Fire Demon Sky Shattering Array was only the weakest array among the 3,000 scrolls of Array Dao, but it could erupt with such power. The Dao of Array Dao is too profound. With a thought, he put away the Fire Demon Sky Shattering Array. It will definitely be difficult to comprehend the 3,000 scrolls of Array Dao at the beginning, but the study of the Fire Demon Sky Shattering Array has allowed me to vaguely grasp some techniques, Fong Chen said to himself. He was not satisfied with the current situation and wanted to improve. Just like that, Fong Chen directly went into seclusion. Time passed, and some of the sects that were secretly watching the Shadow Moon Immortal sect finally could not hold back and wanted to spy on the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. On this day, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect welcomed a challenge from a sect. Purple Moon Guru. The disciples of our two sects can learn from each other. Not only can we enhance our friendship, but we can also improve our cultivation. Why not? The head of the Hans Han sect said with a smile. Oh, how does Hans Han, sect master, want to spar? Do you even need to say it? Let the ingress realm and ingress realm martial artists spar with each other. As for the Saint Realm, forget it, Hans Han, sect master, said. In a second-rate sect, a Saint Realm martial artist could already be considered an elder. Whether it was strength or status, they were very high and were not suitable for a spar. Chapter 2319. Immersed in the sea of array Tao, 3 months had passed unknowingly. From the beginning, it was easy to understand, but later on it was difficult to understand. Fortunately, Fang Chen's potential in array Tao was extremely strong. Although it was difficult to understand, it was easy to understand if he analyzed it one by one. 3 months later, Fang Chen had comprehended 37 arrays. His array Tao realm had officially stepped into the middle stage of the heaven-opening realm. Now he could casually set up a medium-grade heaven-opening formation. Almost no one under the absolute Saint Realm could break through his formation. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, he stopped comprehending and put the 3,000 scrolls into his spatial ring. A faint smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. During this period of comprehension, he felt that his essence, energy, and spirit had changed. Now, even if I meet an extreme earth-opening realm martial artist, I have nothing to fear, Fang Chen said to himself. With the help of the heaven-opening array, no one under the Saint Realm could defeat him. Walking down from the mountain, he leisurely walked into the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. A martial artist hurriedly ran over and said, Elder Fang, the Cold Mountain sect has come to visit and wants to exchange pointers with our Shadow Moon Immortal sect's disciples. The sect master asked me to invite you over. In fact, Guru Purple Moon only wanted her disciple to give it a try. She didn't expect Fang Chen to really come out of seclusion. After arriving at the square, Guru Purple Moon directly called Fang Chen to sit on the rostrum. Seeing this, the Cold Mountain sect master frowned slightly. Bang! The battle below had already ended. The Shadow Moon Immortal sect disciple was sent flying. The Cold Mountain sect disciple won. The Cold Mountain sect master's brows relaxed, and he laughed. Guru Purple Moon, my Cold Mountain sect disciple, won this round. What do you think? Guru Purple Moon nodded and didn't say anything. In the following period of time, one battle after another was carried out continuously. Overall, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect disciple was slightly inferior. When the battle reached noon, Fang Chen yawned and said, boring. Although his voice was soft, it was still heard by the master of the Han Mountain sect. He sneered, looks like the Shadow Moon Immortal sect has really fallen. A heaven-opening realm cultivator can sit on the rostrum as he pleases, and even speak as he pleases. Guru Purple Moon said with some dissatisfaction, This is my Shadow Moon Immortal sect's elder, Fang Chen. A heaven-opening elder? Sect Master Hans Han widened his eyes and mocked. Esteemed Purple Moon, is there no one else in your Shadow Moon Immortal sect? They actually made a heaven-opening realm martial artist an elder? Ha ha ha. Fang Chen was also somewhat displeased by the Hans Han sect master's mockery. Just as Black Dragon Gate's master was about to stand up and speak, he was stopped by Fang Chen. What? Looking down on the heaven-opening stage? Do you believe that if I make a move, I can defeat everyone below the absolute Saint Realm in your Hans Han sect? Fang Chen said coldly. Arrogant words. With your strength, any disciple of my Hans Han sect can kill you. The Hans Han sect master sneered. Fang Chen shook his head. Forget it. There's nothing to say to someone like you. The more he acted like this, the angrier the Hans Han sect master was. Brett, do you want to die? The head of the Hans Han sect stood up abruptly, his dark eyes fixed on Fang Chen. Enough, Hans Han sect master. He is an elder of my Shadow Moon Immortal sect. I hope you can maintain your rationality. Esteemed Purple Moon said in a deep voice. The Hans Han sect master's expression changed. He glanced at esteemed Purple Moon and then at Elder Black Dragon Gate. In the end, he calmed down. However, His sarcastic mockery of Fong Chin made the latter quite unhappy. "Esteemed Purple Moon, you're not honest," the Hans Han sect master said. "Are you afraid that Elder Fong will be killed in the sparring, so you promoted him to an elder and avoided this sparring?" We agreed that all warriors below the Absolute Saint realm from both sides would participate in the sparring, the Hans Han sect master said sourly. Esteemed Purple Moon's face darkened, and she was very unhappy. However, at this moment, Fong Chin stood up. "Hans Han, sect master, do you really want me to participate in the sparring?" Fong Chin asked. "If you're afraid of death, you don't have to participate. After all, you're an elder, and I can't do anything to you," the Hans Han sect master said. Hearing this, Fong Chin nodded, stepped out, and came to the martial arts arena. He turned to the Hans Han sect master and said, "Since you want me to participate, I'll show you." Then Fong Chan waved his hand and said, "Anyone below the Absolute Saint realm of the Hans Han sect can come up and fight." His voice was full of arrogance and dominance. Immediately, many disciples of the Hans Han sect master were enraged. Even the Hans Han sect master's eyes flashed with a cold light. On the rostrum, Esteemed Purple Moon was relatively calm. Sect Master Long Hei sneered in his heart, mocking the Hans Han sect master's ignorance. "Too arrogant, a heaven-opening realm. Let me deal with him." As soon as the Hans Han sect disciples stepped on the martial arts arena, they were kicked away by Fong Chin. "Trash!" Fong Chen's voice spread mercilessly, and the Hans Han sect disciples were even more furious. "Trash, like you can't beat me even if you join forces. You're courting death." Bang! 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 Almost none of the Hans Han sect disciples could resist Fong Chen's kick. After a while, Fong Chin defeated all the heaven-opening realm disciples of the Hans Han sect and sent them flying with one blow. This scene made the Hans Han sect master blow his beard and glare, and he wanted to do it himself. "Trash!" The Hans Han sect master cursed secretly. "Are all the Hans Han sect disciples like this? If that's the case, then it's too disappointing." Fong Chin shook his head and said disdainfully, "Boy, do you know what you're talking about?" An earth-opening realm martial artist in the Hans Han sect area said, "I know. You Hans Han sect disciples are all cowards who don't dare to fight on the stage." Fong Chin spread his hands and said, "Do all the disciples of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect like to talk?" "Sorry, I'm not a disciple of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. I'm an elder," Fong Chin said. His momentum was strong, and his words were unforgiving. He was very vicious. For a moment, the Hans Han sect disciples were furious. Finally, the earth-opening realm martial artist attacked. Die! The earth-opening realm martial artist's figure flashed, and he dodged Fong Chen's kick. He was secretly happy. "Let's see how you block it." However, just as he stabilized his body, he felt a terrifying force hit his stomach, and his body couldn't help but fly backward. Bang! With a loud sound, dust flew. What? He sent an earth-opening realm martial artist flying with one punch? How is this possible? Damn it! What's the background of this family? In an instant, the Hans Han sect area became restless. Many of the earth-opening realm martial artists who were about to make a move stopped in their tracks, not daring to act rashly. On the rostrum, Guru Purple Moon asked with a smile, "Hans Han sect master, how is Elder Fong?" The Hans Han sect master's face turned pale, and he clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, Fong Chin spoke again. "All of you attack together, otherwise you won't have any chance. Damn it! How dare you insult our Hans Han sect? Attack together and kill him. Brat, you'll know the consequences of being arrogant in a moment." More than 30 earth-opening realm martial artists of the Hans Han sect stepped onto the stage together, surrounding Fong Chin. "Just a clown. There's nothing to be afraid of." Fong Qin smiled. Kill. A terrifying aura spread out. More than 30 Earth-opening realm martial artists attacked together. Even a saint wouldn't dare to take it head-on. You're dead. The Han sect disciples gritted their teeth and said, boom. When their attacks landed on Fong Qin, they suddenly found that there was nothing around them. What's going on? A formation. We're trapped in a formation. Some people recognized the formation, but they couldn't break it. Boom! The Han sect disciples attacked the formation madly, but it was useless. They couldn't break it at all. With Fong Qin's attainments and formations, it was impossible to break a middle-grade, heaven-opening realm formation unless a saint came personally. Bang! Fong Qin kicked the disciples one by one, sending them flying. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 disciples were kicked out of the formation by Fong Qin. On the rostrum, when the formation covered the stage, the Han sect master sneered. So what if it's a formation? In front of absolute strength, everything is nothing. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw several figures flying out from the crowd. His face was ashen, and he was speechless for a moment. At this moment, Reverend Purple Moon burst into laughter. Then she said, that's right. Before absolute strength, everything else is like floating clouds. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2320. The formation collapsed. Fong Qin stood on the martial arts stage with his hands behind his back, looking down at the Han sect disciples. Who else? Fong Qin said calmly, his words full of dominance. A heaven-opening realm martial artist had defeated more than 30 Earth-opening realm martial artists. Just this achievement alone was enough to make all the first-rate forces fight to rope him in. Han sect master, what do you think of this competition? Guru Purple Moon stood up and said with a smile, Shadow Moon Immortal Sect, not bad. After saying that, the head of the Han sect hurriedly left with many disciples. Everyone's eyes fell on Fong Qin. Elder Fong, you've broken through? Guru Purple Moon walked over with a smile. Fong Qin had only obtained the 3,000 scrolls of formations for 3 months, and his attainments in formations had reached such a level. He was indeed a legendary genius. Admirable. Even sect master Long He admired Fong Qin from the bottom of his heart. Han sect's momentum was high, but they left dejectedly. The Shadow Moon Immortal Sect disciples were very happy and excited. They admired Fong Qin very much. In a forest in the west of Shadow Moon Immortal Sect, Han sect master rushed into the forest and came in front of the black-robed martial artist. Young master, Shadow Moon Immortal Sect has a deep foundation. It's no longer the destitute sect it used to be. Han sect master said in a deep voice, and I suspect that the rumors outside are true. Hearing this, the young master opened his dark eyes and looked into the distance. You mean there's really a peerless expert beyond the profound god realm behind Shadow Moon Immortal Sect? That Elder Fong is only at the heaven-opening realm, but his strength is comparable to a saint realm expert. I won't believe it, even if you beat me to death, Han sect master said. A cold smile appeared in the black-robed martial artist's eyes. He grinned and said, There's actually such an incredible thing in the small Kanglan district. It's getting more and more interesting. The Shadow Moon Immortal Sect, which I originally didn't care about, has grown to such an extent that it may even destroy my plan. At this point, a cold killing intent flashed in the black-robed cultivator's eyes. He clenched his fists, and the aura around him shook. He said, coldly, No matter who it is, I'll kill whoever wants to ruin my plan. Young master, what should we do next? Asked the master of the Han sect. For the time being, we won't make a move. After I've thoroughly investigated the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect, we'll eliminate them together, said the young master. Yes, young master. No one knew that a mysterious young master had already controlled most of the second-rate forces in the Kanglin district. Even the first-rate forces had some connections with him. Undercurrents were surging in the entire Kanglin district. The Shadow Moon Immortal sect was at the heart of the struggle, and the slightest carelessness would cause them to be consigned to eternal damnation. On this day, Fong Chun was cultivating on the top of a mountain when a black shadow flashed through the clouds. But soon the shadow returned. He stopped in the void and looked down at Fong Chun. After a long time, a smile appeared on his face. 3,000 scrolls of array Tao. The old man recognized the 3,000 scrolls of formation path at a glance and was immediately overjoyed. If I'm not wrong, this child has already comprehended more than 30 formations in the 3,000 scrolls of formation path. The old man continued, "It's not easy for a heaven-opening realm cultivator to have such achievements in formation path." In the eyes of array masters, the 3,000 scrolls of formation path were very important. It was a springboard to a higher level. After watching Fong Chun comprehend the array formation briefly, a thought popped into the old man's mind. Whoosh! With a thought, he landed on the top of the mountain and stared at Fong Chun. "Who are you?" When Fong Chun saw the old man, he was shocked and hurriedly asked. He had set up a formation around him. If anyone approached, he would definitely be alarmed, but this old man could actually penetrate the formation and enter. "How can your lousy formation trap me?" The old man said disdainfully, "I see that your potential in formation path is not bad, so I want to take you as my disciple. What do you think? Senior, if this junior becomes your disciple, are you willing to send this junior out of Star Sky?" Fong Chun asked. The old man shook his head and said, "If you want to leave Star Sky, you have to surpass the profound God realm. Only then can you rely on your own strength to cross the primal chaos void. Otherwise, you can only rely on an ultra-long distance teleportation array." "I can't build an ultra-long distance teleportation array, so I can't send you out," the old man said. "Senior, you are a profound Star Realm expert, yet you can't leave Star Sky?" Fong Chun said with some regret. The old man sneered, "What do you know? It's not difficult to leave Star Sky. The difficult part is crossing the primal chaos void. Star Sky is located in the west of the primal chaos void. There are strong spatial storms nearby. Even a profound star realm cultivator would be annihilated in a single encounter. There were strong and weak spatial storms. The weak could only trap cosmos gods, while the strong could annihilate profound gods. Star Sky was located in a special location. There were strong spatial storms around it, and it was located in the center of the storm. Thus, if one wanted to leave, they had to use ultra-long distance teleportation. Under normal circumstances, ultra-long distance teleportation was in the hands of experts. A mere profound god couldn't get a chance at all. "Brat, even though I can't take you out, my attainments in the Tao of arrays far surpass yours. Be my disciple and I can guide you." The old man tempted. Seeing that Fong Chun was indifferent, the old man used his trump card. "Brat, I'll bet with you. If you can last a breath in my array, you win." The old man said, "If you win, I can promise you one thing unconditionally. If you lose, how about being my disciple?" Hearing this, Fong Chun's eyes turned, and he nodded in agreement. "Let's begin." The old man waved his hand. Immediately, an overwhelming aura spread out. A terrifying array trapped Fong Chun within. Sky soaring great array? In an instant, Fong Chun recognized the grade of the array. He felt his breathing become hurried, and his body was squeezed. He couldn't hold on at all. "Weapon spirit!" Fong Chun roared in his heart. Suddenly, a clear stream flowed through his heart, greatly reducing the pressure on him. "Master, don't worry. Even though it's a sky-soaring great array, a breath will pass very quickly." In the blink of an eye, time was up. At this time, Fong Chun still stood there without a change in his expression. The old man was shocked. He thought that there was a mistake in his array. He checked again, and there was no mistake. What kind of monster is this guy? After the old man removed the array, he was somewhat helpless. I lost. Senior, you lost. Will you promise me one thing unconditionally? Fang Chen asked with a smile. In fact, he used a trick. If it wasn't for the mysterious heaven cone nails weapon spirit, how could he resist the sky-soaring great array? Say it, the old man said with displeasure. I hope Senior can protect the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect for 100 years. Fang Chen said with a fist salute. 100 years is nothing to Senior. Senior, just treat it as cultivating here. Of course, we won't disturb you if there's nothing. Hearing this, the old man thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. I admit defeat this time. I agree to your request. But I want to know, how did you resist my array? The old man asked. My bloodline is special. Fang Chen made up a random story. From the conversation with the old man, he learned that the old man was called Zhen Yuanzi, a sky-soaring grade array master. Fang Chen was overjoyed. With Zhen Yuanzi protecting the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect, no force in the Kanglin district could touch it. He could leave the Kanglin district in peace and look for energy gems. Fang Chen did not tell Purple Moon, esteemed master, about this. Zhen Yuanzi secretly set up a sky-soaring great array to envelop the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect. Fang Chen bid farewell to Purple Moon, esteemed master, and left the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect. Now that he had nothing to worry about, Fang Chen prepared to head west. However, at this moment, a piece of news that shook the entire Kanglin district spread. The entire Kanglin district was shaken. All the celestial beings fell into a state of madness. In the sky above the Kanglin district, a floating castle suddenly appeared. All the martial artists' eyes were burning. Heavens, the legend is true! Is the floating castle the legendary Kanglin castle? When the castle appears, the world will fall into chaos. Countless years ago, there was such a legend in the Kanglin district. Whenever there was an era of geniuses, a floating castle would appear. Every time a floating castle appeared, it heralded the arrival of a golden age. A large number of prodigies would soar to the sky. For the latest novel update, please visit Chapter 2321. Fang Chen also received the news. He could see every corner of the huge floating castle in the Fanglan district clearly. All the martial artists were shocked to the core. They stared at the floating castle with their mouths agape. At the same time, they recounted the legends of the floating castle. The floating castle was actually called Kanglin Castle. In ancient times, there had been a peerless powerhouse called Reverend Kanglin. His strength was so strong that it made people feel intimidated at first glance. Sovereign Kanglin had once unified the Kanglin district and was born in the Kanglin district. After his death, Kanglin Castle appeared in the Kanglin district. Many believed that Reverend Kanglin had left it behind for his descendants. Some said that there was a demon in Kanglin Castle. Once it was opened, it would bring disaster to the world. Every time Kanglin Castle appeared, a large number of geniuses would enter. At the same time, many cultivators would die in the castle. As time passed, Kanglin Castle became a slaughterhouse. However, there were still countless cultivators who went crazy over it. After all, there had once been a powerhouse who had soared after leaving Kanglin Castle. He'd even been valued by some sect in the Khanate world. From this, one could see the importance of Kanglin Castle, in a city in the Kanglin district. Kanglin Castle? Fang Chen's eyes flickered with a curious light. With Zhen Yuanzi's protection, the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect didn't fear any faction in the Kanglin district. As for himself, he'd just decided to leave to search for opportunities and breakthroughs. He hadn't expected Kanglin Castle to appear at such a time. Have you heard? The appearance of Kanglin Castle has shocked countless Han Tianxin in the Kanglin district. It's said that the peerless geniuses of the Kanglin district have already left. Of course, who in the Kanglin district doesn't know? There's a restriction on Kanglin Castle that only Hun Tianshin can enter. Every Sex Saint Realm powerhouses are already preparing. My cousin is a guard in the Immortal Sword Villa. He told me a secret. A skinny martialist said mysteriously. Immediately, the people around him gathered around him. Brother Lan, what's the secret? Hurry up and share it with us. I didn't expect Brother Lan's form to be in the Immortal Sword Villa. I hope Brother Lan can take care of me in the future. Brother Lan, this table of food and wine is my filial piety to you. Lan, who'd been treated so well just by being a guard in the Immortal Sword Villa, was enough to see how powerful the villa was in the Kanglin district. There were a total of 11 first-rate forces in Kanglin district, and each of them was extremely powerful. Even the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, with Formation UNZ in charge, didn't dare challenge a first-rate faction. The Immortal Sword Villa was the leader of the first-rate forces. Hearing that Brother Lan was working as a guard in the Immortal Sword Villa, everyone was envious and tried to curry favor with Brother Lan. My cousin told me that the 5 tigers of Kanglin are also going to enter Kanglin Castle. Brother Lan said mysteriously. What? Hearing that, the crowd couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Great waves surged in their hearts. Heavens, if the 5 tigers of Kanglin come out, who can fight them? Yeah, I've heard about the 5 tigers of Kanglin when I was very young. Fong Chen, who was sitting by the window, was also curious. He'd only been in the stellar sky for a short time. His understanding of the Kanglin district was based on the books of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. He didn't know who the 5 tigers of Kanglin were. He listened carefully and soon learned the details of the 5 tigers of Kanglin. So they're just 5 old guys who can't break through to the profound god realm. Fong Chin pursed his lips. The 5 tigers of Kanglin were recognized as the strongest in the Kanglin district. They were said to be the strongest because they'd been severely injured in an operation millions of years ago. Their internal spaces had been severely damaged. But what was shocking was that everyone thought the 5 tigers of Kanglin would die. But no one expected that after disappearing for tens of thousands of years, the 5 tigers of Kanglin didn't die. Instead, they'd become extremely powerful. In the years that followed, they became stronger and stronger. When the 5 of them worked together, they could fight profound gods in the profound heaven realm. They swept through the Kanglin district and were invincible among the pure sky gods. However, as time passed, some of the powerful profound goddess were still able to see some clues. The injuries they'd suffered back then had caused changes to their internal spaces. The reason they didn't die was that they'd given up the chance to separate their internal spaces from their bodies. Instead, they'd let their internal spaces take root in their bodies. That was why their cultivation had been stuck at the pure sky god level ever since. The name of the 5 tigers of Kanglin gradually spread. Countless martial artists would think of their past achievements when they mentioned the 5 tigers of Kanglin. They weren't bragging about being invincible among the pure sky gods. Because they couldn't break through in their lifetime, they devoted themselves to improving their own strength. This way, they'd gained a deeper understanding of martial Tao and became more proficient in cultivating divine skills. They were all in the Absolute Saint realm, but their strength was far beyond ordinary Absolute Saints. However, the 5 tigers of Kanglin were unwilling to give up. They thought there had to be a way to break through the vast chaos void. In the end, they'd retired from the underworld and traveled all over the innate world in search of treasures to break through. They'd never thought that the 5 tigers of Kanglin, who disappeared for so long, would reappear because of the Kanglin Castle. However, today, the various sects no longer fear the 5 tigers of Kanglin. Although they're strong, there are also many absolute Saint Realm experts from the other factions. For example, young Master Immortal Sword from Immortal Sword Villa, where my cousin is from, defeated Hun Tianshin with his sword alone. His reputation has already surpassed the 5 tigers of Kanglin, the guy called Brother Lan said with a smile. Everyone nodded in agreement. Only Fong Chen shook his head slightly. This guy was just a heaven-opening realm martial artist. He didn't know anything. He'd only heard about it from others. However, just as Fong Chen was about to leave, he heard an interesting piece of news. My cousin told me that Sir Immortal Sword's target is Swordwood, Brother Lon said in a low voice. Swordwood. At this moment, everyone was completely stunned. Brother Lon, is there swordwood in the Kanglin Castle? I'm not too sure. My cousin told me this, Brother Lon said. Fong Chen frowned slightly. He turned to look at Brother Lon and thought for a moment. Then he walked to Brother Lan's side. Did you just say swordwood? Fong Chen asked. Brother Lon was a little unhappy when he saw this. He stared at Fong Chen from the corner of his eyes. Many martial artists around also looked at Fong Chen covetously. What? Does what I say have anything to do with you? I want to know everything about swordwood, Fong Chen said. Sorry, I don't know you. Then, Brother Lon turned his head and ignored Fong Chen. I don't want to repeat myself. Fong Chen's voice was very heavy. When Brother Lon reacted, he'd already left the restaurant and appeared in the wilderness. You, Brother Lon looked at Fong Chen in horror and said, What do you want? Tell me everything you know about swordwood. Fong Chen looked straight at Brother Lon. Brother Lan's body trembled. He knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Senior, please spare me. I don't know anything about the swordwood. I was just bragging in the restaurant to get some wine. Oh, so your cousin is also fake in the Immortal Sword Villa? The birth of the 5 tigers of Kanglin is also fake? Fong Chen looked at Brother Lon mockingly. Brother Lon shook his head desperately and said, No, my cousin is really in the Immortal Sword Villa. He's not a guard like I said, but a handyman. I don't know if the 5 tigers of Kanglin have been born. I only heard my cousin vaguely mention it. You made up the news about swordwood? Yes, no. Brother Lon looked at Fong Chen in horror and stuttered. Fong Chen grabbed Brother Lan's neck and said in a deep voice, Tell me what's going on. Senior, please spare my life. I'll tell you. Not long ago, when I passed by a remote alley, I vaguely heard 2 men in black talking about swordwood and Kanglin Castle. So, I connected the 2 together. Chapter 23-22. Perhaps it's just a coincidence, Fong Chen thought. However, he was still curious about Kanglin Castle. If he could enter it, he might be able to break through. With his current cultivation, he could beat up an earthly realm warrior. If he could enter the earthly realm, it wouldn't be a problem for him to challenge an absolute saint realm warrior. In the courtyard, Fong Chen was cultivating when suddenly, Brother Lon walked in cautiously. Fong Chen stopped cultivating and opened his eyes to look at Brother Lon. He whispered, Boss, this is the information you wanted. Brother Lon handed a small booklet to Fong Chen, who nodded in satisfaction. He then took out some origin stones and said, This is your errand fee. Thank you, boss. Brother Lon took the origin stones with a smile. Boss, if you have any other requests, just tell me. I have some connections in Lianglong City. Help me find out about the 5 tigers of Kanglin and the time and location of Kanglin Castle, Fong Chen said. Yes. After Brother Lon left, Fong Chen opened the booklet and saw the absolute saint realm warriors of each sect. The warriors who entered Kanglin Castle this time were all chaotic god realm warriors. Therefore, the ones who posed the greatest threat to Fong Chen were the absolute saint realm warriors. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The saint ranking was a list of the absolute saint realm warriors in Kanglin District. The top 5 were the legendary 5 Tigers of Kanglin. Seeing this, Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect the 5 Tigers of Kanglin to still be in the top 5 after disappearing for so many years. From this, one could see how powerful the 5 Tigers of Kanglin were back then. The saint ranking basically included all the absolute saint realm warriors in Kanglin District. From this list, one could see the enemies one had to face. The The corners of Fong Chen's mouth curled into a smile after he read the saint ranking carefully. On the saint ranking, other than the 5 tigers of Kanglin, the rest of the absolute saint realm experts were basically martial artists from the 11 first-class sect. Of course, there was also a small number of independent martial artists. As for the second-rate sect, there were very few absolute saints who could make it onto the list. It seems that I still underestimated the strength of a first-rate force. Fong Chen muttered to himself. According to the combat strength standards of the saint rankings, even the sword master might not be able to make it onto the rankings. Even if he did, he would be ranked at the bottom. This was the Stellar Sky, one of the top 10 regions in the Primal Chaos Void. The Kanglin district was just an ordinary district in the Heavenly Star innate realm, but there were already so many experts here. This trip to Kanglin Castle is going to be interesting. Fong Chen chuckled and said to himself. Although the Kanglin Castle had appeared, it was still spinning and didn't stop. All the warriors were watching Kanglin Castle. They were waiting for him to stop so that they could enter immediately. Lianglong City, where Fong Chen lived, was a bustling city in Kanglin District. Recently, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. Many warriors from outside the city came to Lianglong City to inquire about the news. On this day, Fong Chen was walking on the streets. He was going to take a look at the market. Lianglong City's market was very famous in the surrounding area. There was an unwritten rule in the market. As long as one stepped into the market, they had to follow the rules of the market. No one was allowed to fight in the market. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. This was a method that Lianglong City used to protect the market. Therefore, many treasures that couldn't be seen by others appeared in the market. Soon, Fong Chen arrived at the entrance of the market. There were many warriors gathered here. They were all warriors who weren't qualified to enter the market. If one wanted to enter the market, they had to be at least in the heaven opening realm or be extremely wealthy. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to enter the market. Fong Chen revealed his aura slightly and was directly allowed to enter the market. On the left and right sides of the market, there were sounds of hawking. Fong Chen looked around. Suddenly, Fong Chen felt the Shura sword chi in his body vibrate. What's going on? Something that could cause the Shura sword chi to vibrate must be related to the Shura sword Dao. Fong Chen followed the directions and soon arrived in front of an inconspicuous stall. This stall was very simple. There were only 2 broken sword parts. From the outside, these 2 broken sword parts looked very ordinary. The stall owner sat lazily in front of the stall, resting with his eyes closed. Fong Chen played with the 2 broken sword parts with interest. At this time, the stall owner opened his eyes, selling these 2 broken sword parts as a package. 1 million mid-grade origin stones. Hearing this, Fong Chen pursed his lips. This stall owner was too ruthless. He actually asked for 1 million mid-grade origin stones in one go. Even Han Tian-shin wouldn't have an easy time taking out 1 million mid-grade origin stones. You dare to ask for 1 million mid-grade origin stones for such ordinary 2 broken sword parts? Fong Chen asked calmly. What do you know? These 2 broken sword parts came from Kanglin Castle, the stall owner said mysteriously. Fong Chen's expression changed slightly. He continued to ask, since it came from Kanglin Castle, why are you selling it? The stall owner spread his hands and said, I want to study it myself, but others won't allow it. Just as the stall owner was speaking, a burly man suddenly walked over from afar and stopped in front of the stall. Kid, my young master has taken a fancy to these 2 broken sword parts. The burly man warned Fong Chen. His body emitted a sinister aura. He snatched the broken sword from Fong Chen's hand and threw it on the stall. Old man, are you planning to hide in the market forever? The burly man said in a deep voice. Do you think my young master can't do anything to you if you hide here? The stall owner was a little anxious, but he didn't dare to say anything. He just turned a blind eye. Fortunately, he was in the market. Otherwise, he would have been killed by his enemies. Glancing at the burly man, Fong Chen picked up the 2 broken sword parts again and said with a smile, "I'm interested in this broken sword. Unfortunately, your price is too high. I can't satisfy you." "Kid, are you tired of living?" the burly man rebuked angrily. "You know that my young master has taken a fancy to this item, but you still want to buy it. Are you courting death? Since your young master has taken a fancy to it, why don't you buy it yourself? Is your young master's name written on this broken sword?" Fong Chen retorted. "Humph, if we weren't in the market, I would have killed you with one punch." After saying that, the burly man warned Fong Chen and turned to leave. Fong Chen sneered and didn't care at all. He played with the broken sword and said, "Uncle, can you sell this broken sword to me for a cheaper price?" The stall owner was a little hesitant. Fong Chen transmitted his voice. "I can take you out of the market and leave Lianglong City secretly. I guarantee that we won't be discovered by our enemies." "Really?" When the stall owner heard this, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure. He didn't dare to joke about his life. In the end, the stall owner reached an agreement with Fong Chen. After paying a certain price, Fong Chen got the 2 broken sword parts. At the same time, he also promised to take the stall owner out of Lianglong City safely. After that, Fong Chen casually strolled around the market for a while. "Oh my God, isn't that Fairy Yuhua of Yumanlu? Why would she come to the market? I've long heard of Fairy Yuhua's beauty. Today, I see that she really lives up to her reputation." Hearing the discussions of many martial artists around, Fong Chen's gaze also fell on Fairy Yuhua. The latter's appearance was indeed beautiful. She was comparable to his wife, the Star and Moon. However, Fong Chen sensed a unique aura from Fairy Yuhua's body. Seemingly aware that someone was spying on her, Fairy Yuhua gently turned her head. A faint smile appeared on her pretty face. She glanced at Fong Chen, then turned and left. Even an expert on the saint list has appeared in Lianglong City, Fong Chen said to himself. After that, Fong Chen strolled around the market until evening, when he found the stall owner. "Don't resist." After speaking, Fong Chen grabbed the stall owner and used the space-time collapse technique to quickly disappear from the market. The burly man who had been staring at Fong Chen had a golden light flashing in his eyes. He immediately transmitted his voice to the young master. "Keep a close eye on him. I have never failed to get what I want." After saying that, the young master, dressed in black, quickly rushed out of the city. Chapter 23. On a dark and windy night, Fong Chen's figure flickered as he sped through the wasteland outside Lianglong City. Behind him, he could clearly sense several powerful auras. However, he did not care. With his attainments in the space-time Tao and the 11th level of the space-time collapse art, even experts on the saint ranking would not be able to catch up to him. Sure enough, after a short while, Fong Chen shook off his pursuers and arrived at an old forest deep in the mountains. Bang! He placed the stall owner on the ground and said, "I've already shaken them off. You can leave now." "Brother, many thanks." After saying that, the stall owner turned and left, disappearing into the darkness. Fong Chen turned his head and looked behind him, a trace of mockery in his eyes. Outside Lianglong City, in a vast wasteland, darkness shrouded the wasteland, making it impossible to see one's fingers. However, this was nothing to God Hun Tian. His divine consciousness was able to sense everything. "What's going on?" The burly man looked around but could not find any trace of Fong Chen. After a long time, he said dispiritedly, "I lost him." Hoo! Several sounds came from the distance. Soon, a black-robed cultivator appeared in front of the burly man. "Where is he?" The black-robed cultivator's sharp eyes looked at the burly man. "Young master, I'm sorry. I lost him, the burly man said with his head lowered. Lost him? You can't even catch up to a heaven-opening cultivator? The young master said, coldly, somewhat angry. Young master, that guy is very fast, and his movement technique is very strange. He can shatter the void and disrupt my pursuit, the burly man explained. The black-robed cultivator flung his sleeves, his face covered in frost. At this moment, Fong Qin, who was hiding in the dark, saw everything clearly in the wasteland. Those two broken swords are very likely related to the demon Sword Venerable, who once dominated a region. If I can get the broken swords and enter Kanglan Castle, I'll definitely gain something. The black-robed cultivator was furious. The cooked duck was about to fly away. Young master, I already said that we should just snatch it, the burly man said. What do you know? Lianglong City's marketplace has a profound god holding down the fort. Who dares to act recklessly? The black-robed martial artist glared at the tall and sturdy burly man and said. Secretly, Fong Chun revealed a smile on his face. Is it related to demon Sword Venerable? No wonder it caused the Azura sword energy to vibrate. Fong Chun muttered to himself. At the same time, he also recognized this black-robed cultivator. He was Tan Yifeng, ranked 97th on the Saint rankings. Let's go. Without a second thought, Fong Qin turned around and left, disappearing into the darkness. In the following period of time, people came and went in Lianglong City. The atmosphere was extremely stifling. Finally, half a month later, Brother Lon brought news. Someone saw with their own eyes that the 5 tigers of Kanglan were heading towards the north of the Kanglan district. They seemed to have received some information and were already on the move. Moreover, he indicated that many people had already heard the news and were heading in the direction of the 5 tigers of Kanglan. Boss, the spinning speed of the Kanglan castle is weakening. It is very likely to be in the north of the Kanglan district. Brother Lon said, many Hun Tian Shen have already headed there. Do you want to make a move? Fong Qin nodded and took out some origin stones. He handed them to Brother Lon and said, This is your reward. Thank you, boss. Do you know anything about the 97th on the Saint rankings, Straight Sword Tan Yifeng? Fong Qin asked. Straight Sword Tan Yifeng? Hearing this, Brother Lon was slightly surprised. He immediately said, Of course I do. This person is an outstanding disciple of the Sacred Sword sect. He has already entered the Saint rankings at such a young age. His future is limitless. Moreover, I heard that Tan Yifeng's sword principle seems to be a sword principle with killing as its core. How's his strength? Fong Qin asked. I don't know the details, but someone once saw Tan Yifeng kill 3 absolute Saint Realm martial artists with 1 sword. Since then, Tan Yifeng entered the Saint rankings and became famous. Brother Lon was too weak and couldn't get in touch with the experts on the Saint rankings, so he couldn't ask anything. However, Fong Qin was curious about the sword principle that Tan Yifeng cultivated. He had only heard of 1 sword principle that specialized in killing. It was the demon-killing sword principle. That night, Fong Qin used the space-time collapse skill and left Lianglong City for the north. A few days later, on a mountain peak, Fong Qin and a martial artist in a white robe sat side by side on the mountain peak. The two of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Brother Fong, I didn't expect that a heaven-opening realm martial artist like you would have such strength, the martial artist in a white robe said with a smile. Brother Bai's strength is not bad. I admire you. Bai Wen was a fellow that Fong Qin met on the way. He was very humorous and got along well with Fong Qin, so the two of them traveled together. Bai Wen kept saying that he was an expert on the Saint rankings, but Fong Qin didn't believe him. In his opinion, Bai Wen was only an earth-opening realm martial artist. If he used his full strength, he could defeat Bai Wen instantly. However, Fong Qin didn't reveal his true strength. Just now, when the two of them were passing through a mountain range, they encountered an absolute Saint Realm beast. After a fierce battle, they finally escaped from the danger zone. I told you that I, Baiwen, am an expert on the Saint rankings, but you didn't believe me, Baiwen said proudly, as if he really was an expert on the Saint rankings. I've heard of all the experts on the Saint rankings, but I haven't heard of the name Baiwen. Fang Chen looked at Baiwen mockingly. He thought that Baiwen was lying and deliberately deceiving him. Of course, he didn't care too much. I'm too popular. Everywhere I go, there will be a large number of people following me, so I chose to hide my name. Of course, you can't see me on the Saint rankings, Baiwen explained. Fang Chen chuckled and stopped talking about this meaningless topic. Brother Bai, how far are we from the landing site of Kanglin Castle? Fang Chen asked. During the conversation with Bai when along the way, Fang Chen found that this guy was like a know-it-all in the martial arts world. He didn't know anything. Let me count with my fingers. We'll be there in another 1,000 miles. At this moment, Baiwen was like an old swindler. He pinched his fingers and said with a smile. Fang Chen rolled his eyes. He was speechless at this clown. Brother Fang, don't doubt me. I do have some understanding of metaphysics. Hey, don't go. I'm telling the truth. Fang Chen walked down the mountain and heard Bai Wen's shout behind him. Then tell me, what will happen to me on this trip to Kanglin Castle? Fang Chen couldn't help but turn his head and ask. Bai Wen chuckled and said, Brother Fang, you have an imposing appearance. At first glance, I can tell that you have a promising future. Although your strength is a little weak, it doesn't matter. You can make up for it with your potential. When Brother Fang comes out of Kanglin Castle, you will definitely shake the entire Kanglin district. Fang Chen turned his head and ignored Baiwen. Baiwen finally caught up with him, panting. Suddenly, in the distant mountains, the towering trees made a strange sound. There's movement. Fang Chen's face changed slightly. If that beast came out, it would be troublesome. It's not a demon beast. It's a human, Baiwen whispered. As soon as his voice fell, a group of people came out of the mountains. The group of people divided into 2 rows. They walked on both sides, guarding a warrior in the middle. Jin Longyang of the Jin family, Baiwen whispered. Didn't you see young Master Longyang coming out? Get lost. Suddenly a guard shouted loudly. At the same time, he threw a punch at Fang Chen and Baiwen. The 2 figures flashed and dodged a guard's attack. Immediately, their faces changed. Jin Longyang, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at the 2. 2 eyesores. Kill them. Jin Longyang said coldly. Humph, isn't it just the young master of the Jin family? What's so great about him? I'm a powerhouse on the Saint rankings, Baiwen said disdainfully. Hearing this, the guards roared with laughter. If you're a powerhouse on the Saint rankings, our young master would be number 1 on the Saint rankings. Kill. Following a guard's roar, the other guards immediately attacked. Puchi! The sound of battle was endless. Fang Chen and Baiwen looked at each other and then attacked. Along the way, the 2 had cooperated countless times and formed a tacit understanding. As soon as they attacked, they directly sent a guard flying and forced the other guards to retreat. Jin Longyang narrowed his eyes and stared at the 2 of them. You 2 have good skills. Be my guards. This was an order, not a discussion. How about you be my servant? Baiwen said in a low voice. Chapter 23-24. What did you say? Jin Longyang's eyes glinted coldly as he said, Have you thought about the consequences of making me? Jin Longyang, your slave? I'm letting you be my servant because I think highly of you. Otherwise, with your strength, you won't even be able to carry my shoes, Baiwen said bluntly. You're courting death. Jin Longyang shouted and swung his hand. Immediately, 2 darts shot towards Fang Chen and Baiwen. Crash! The 2 stretched out their palms and easily caught the darts. Then a chaotic battle broke out. Fang Chen and Baiwen fought against the many Jin family members, led by Jin Longyang. After a long while, miserable screams were heard. Jin Longyang was stepped on by Baiwen to the ground, and the other guards fell to the ground in a sorry state. "You weaklings, killing you will only dirty my hands," Baiwen said disdainfully and stepped on Jin Longyang's head. "Do you admit defeat? The Jin family won't let you go." Crack! Baiwen stepped on Jin Longyang's head again. Jin Longyang's head cracked as if it was about to explode. Intense pain swept through his body. "Ah!" Jin Longyang let out a hoarse cry. His eyes were scarlet red and burning with rage. He could not wait to tear Baiwen into pieces. "My brother won't let you go." At this time, Jin Longyang was still threatening Baiwen. Baiwen was not a coward. Being threatened like this, he stepped harder on Baiwen. Crack! A crack appeared on Jin Longyang's head and blood gushed out. "I was wrong. Brother, I was really wrong. Please spare me. What was dignity compared to life?" "Do you admit defeat?" Baiwen asked. "I admit defeat. I really admit defeat." Jin Longyang begged for mercy. "I'm a person with principles. Just because you insulted me, I should twist your head off. But since you're a member of the Jin family, I'll spare your life." Baiwen said, "However, if you want to escape unscathed, give me information in exchange." "What information?" Jin Longyang wanted to cry. "Idiot, of course it's information from Kanglin Castle." Baiwen slapped Jin Longyang's head and said disdainfully, "Our Jin clan has dispatched a total of 79 chaos gods, including my eldest brother," said Jin Longyang. "I don't want to listen to your nonsense." Baiwen stomped her foot harder, scaring Jin Longyang so much that his face turned pale. "Our Jin family has received news that the sword has appeared in Kanglin Castle. This news has also been made known to the immortal Sword Villa. They are our hidden opponents." Jin Longyang was so frightened that he blurted out all the information he knew. After a long time, Baiwen smiled and released Jin Longyang after hearing the detailed information about the swordwood. "Get lost. When you see me in the future, remember to call me Grandpa." "Yes, Grandpa." In order to survive, he didn't care about anything else. Soon, everyone from the Jin family left. Fong Qin turned his head to look at Baiwen. The latter grinned and said, "How is it? Master Bai's ability is not bad, right?" I pinched my fingers and knew that the Jin family has information about the swordwood. "Get lost." Fong Qin kicked Baiwen's, but his face full of helplessness. Why did he encounter such a fraud? He really wanted to knock him out with a stick. Brother Fong, you're a sword cultivator. Aren't you interested in the swordwood?" Baiwen caught up and asked with a smile. "So what if I'm interested?" Fong Qin said, "The immortal Sword Villa and the Jin family are determined to get the swordwood. With my strength, it's very difficult to get it." Having said that, Fong Qin already had a plan in his heart. He would definitely not give up on the swordwood. "Don't worry, Master Bai is here. When the time comes, you can go and get the swordwood without worry. If the immortal Sword Villa and the Jin family dare to make trouble, let's see how Master Bai will suppress them," Baiwen said arrogantly. Fong Qin rolled his eyes at the latter and said, "If only your strength was as good as your mouth. Do you think the immortal Sword Villa's young master immortal sword is a vegetarian? Jin Hanyang of the Jin family is a vegetarian?" The two guys Fong Qin mentioned were real powerhouses on the Saint ranking. They were much stronger than Tanny Feng. Even if Fong Chen went up against them, he could only run for his life, let alone this guy who only knew how to talk big. "Are you looking down on Master Bai? Do you think Master Bai is a vegetarian? So what if you're a powerhouse on the Saint ranking? If they annoy you, Master Bai will suppress them," Baiwen said with a sullen face. "I can't stand you anymore." Fong Chen wanted to cry, but had no tears. Shadow Moon Immortal Sect. Guru Purple Moon gathered all the disciples to discuss the matter of going to Kanglin Castle. "Sect Master, all the Han Tianshin of our Shadow Moon Immortal Sect are here. You can make the specific arrangements. The purple-robed elder said with a smile, "Our Shadow Moon Immortal sect has now gained a firm foothold among the second-rate forces. If we can get the inheritance in Kanglin Castle, our strength will be guaranteed. At that time, even the first-rate forces won't dare to mess with us." Guru Purple Moon's eyes flashed with a trace of scorching light. "Sect Master, our Shadow Moon Immortal sect is developing too fast. Our foundation is unstable. There's really no need to get involved in this mess." Black Dragon Sect's Sect Master tried to dissuade Yang Kai. "Of the cultivators who enter Kanglin Castle, only 1 out of 10 will survive, so it is very difficult to survive. Rather than that, it is better to take advantage of this opportunity to recuperate. When the great sects suffer heavy losses in Kanglin Castle, that will be the time for us to rise. Elder Longhay, I know what you're worried about, but you should know the importance of Kanglin Castle, right?" While the crowd was discussing below, Zhen Yuanzi was glaring from the clouds in the void. "A bunch of idiots. Do you think Kanglin Castle is that easy to enter? Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you look like?" Zhen Yuanzi said angrily, "How dare you enter Kanglin Castle with this little strength? You're courting death." If he hadn't lost to Fang Qin and promised to protect the Shadow Moon Immortal sect for 100 years, he wouldn't have bothered with these idiots. However, he was a man of his word. Since he'd lost, he had to keep his promise. "Sai, forget it. Who told me to be soft-hearted? I'll guide you." News of Kanglin Castle flooded the entire Kanglin district. The northern part of Kanglin City was also the place where Kanglin Castle was about to land. It was packed with people. However, before Kanglin Castle could land, a dispute broke out here. An earth-shattering battle was taking place. Many cultivators were hiding in the distance, secretly watching. Everyone was extremely excited because both sides of the battle were experts on the Saint rankings. Heavens, isn't that the 5 Tigers of Kanglin? Who dares to challenge the 5 Tigers of Kanglin? I recognize him. The one challenging the 5 Tigers of Kanglin is the 10th expert on the Saint rankings. The 5 Tigers of Kanglin have disappeared for a long time. I wonder how strong they are now. Boom! The battle was very intense. Deafening noises were endless. Yellow sand filled the sky, shrouding both sides in the battle. Only the other 4 of the 5 Tigers of Kanglin could get close to the battlefield. The 5 Tigers of Kanglin have been away for a long time. "The world seems to have forgotten about us," said the 4th. Let's start with this guy." "Let the world know the strength of the 5 Tigers of Kanglin," said the 3rd disdainfully. "The 5th strength is enough to deal with this guy." "5th, that's enough. Stop fooling around." Boss glanced at the intense battle, frowned slightly and roared. As soon as the eldest's voice fell, a terrifying aura filled the air. A voice that shook the sky spread. In the next moment, a figure fell to the ground. The 5th of the 5 Tigers of Kanglin was expressionless. There was some blood on his palm as he walked out of the dust. The scene shocked everyone. "We, the 5 Tigers of Kanglin, are back," shouted the 5th. Countless cultivators who were watching from afar cried out. This was especially so for those experts who were at the top of the Saint rankings. This battle had a huge impact on them. They thought that the 5 Tigers of Kanglin had disappeared for a long time. Their strength had risen to another level, and they had surpassed the 5 Tigers of Kanglin. Who would have thought that the 5 Tigers of Kanglin would use such a shocking method to tell the world that they were back? The 5 Tigers of Kanglin, who had once defeated God Hun Tian of Kanglin District, had returned in a powerful manner. "They're too strong. No one can match them." That was the thought in everyone's mind. Chapter 23-25. Fenglan Castle finally landed in front of everyone's eyes. The northern part of Fenglan District was a desolate and uninhabited area. Wild beasts often roamed this area. How would heaven-opening realm cultivators dare to come here? But now, almost all of the pure sky god level cultivators had gathered here for Fenglan Castle. The experts on the saint ranking had gathered, and their powerful auras made the hidden beasts wary of approaching. A few days later, Fong Chen, and Baiwen finally arrived at the uninhabited area. Has Fenglan Castle landed? Dong. As soon as Baiwen's voice fell, a violent energy shook the heavens and earth. Fong Chen's body staggered. After stabilizing his body with great difficulty, he felt a berserk energy surging toward him, giving him a heart-palpitating feeling. Far away in the no-man's land, dust was flying in the air, and a vague castle could be seen. The castle was surrounded by extremely powerful forbidding spells. That's Fong Chen's pitch-black eyes stared the castle in the dust. He was shocked to discover that there were complex runes around the castle. These runes contained unimaginable power. The power of nature? The power of nature was boundless. Even pure sky god didn't dare to say that he understood the heavens. The mysteries of the heavenly way were the pinnacle of the martial path that everyone pursued. Cultivators absorbed the origin energy in the air to temper their bodies and raise their cultivation base. From there, they would constantly advance towards the pinnacle of the martial path. But now, the castle was surrounded by the power of the heavenly way. How powerful was Reverend Fenglan in the past? Fong Chen muttered to himself. Generally speaking, those who could be called reverends were unparalleled experts. Even ordinary profound god cultivators wouldn't dare call themselves reverends. Fong Chen could clearly feel the power of the heavenly way around Fenglan Castle constantly spreading. The power of the heavenly way wouldn't harm a cultivator's body, but it would make them unarmed and defenseless, like an ordinary person. Fenglan Castle. At this moment, the most excited people were none other than the 5 tigers of Kanglin. Their internal space was damaged, and they were stuck at the absolute Saint Realm for the rest of their lives. This was a chance that they couldn't miss. Ha ha ha, it really is the Kanglin Castle. How domineering. Back then, Reverend Kanglin was truly powerful. Even though he's been dead for countless years, the castle he left behind is still enveloped by heavenly energy. With the strength of us 5 brothers, we'll be able to sweep through all enemies once we enter Kanglin Castle. That's right. It's said that Venerable Kanglin once created a cultivation system. If we can obtain it, we can specialize in it. When the time comes, we'll definitely be able to step into the profound God realm. No one could understand how painful it was for a martial artist to be unable to take that step for eternity. It wasn't that they didn't work hard enough, but that their own conditions determined their future path. They were unwilling to give up. They spent their entire lives searching for a solution. The appearance of the Kanglin Castle was an opportunity. They believed that this was an opportunity. Seeing that the 5 tigers of Kanglin were in a frenzy, the experts on the saint rankings nodded. They could understand what the 5 of them were thinking. Gentlemen, what we should be thinking about now is how to enter Kanglin Castle, right? Suddenly, a voice was transmitted into the ears of the 5 people. Immediately, the 5 tigers of Kanglin turned around and saw a white-robed man holding a flute. He had a gentle smile on his face as he walked towards them, step by step. "Flute fairy," someone in the crowd exclaimed. At first, they didn't notice it, but after seeing the flute fairy, their hearts trembled. During the time that the 5 tigers of Kanglin had disappeared, the flute fairy was the most likely expert to replace them. Her potential was so great that it shook the entire Kanglin district. Even the innate world's major powers had tried to recruit her, but they were all rejected by the flute fairy. It was said that the flute fairy was protected by an expert. Even the major powers of the innate world didn't dare to casually deal with the flute fairy. The flute fairy usually kept a low profile. However, every time she made a move, she would shock everyone. Many people were talking about how the flute fairy's strength had already surpassed the 5 tigers of Kanglin. She deserved to be first on the saint ranking. So it's the flute fairy. The eldest of the 5 tigers of Kanglin nodded slightly. He didn't act rashly because he couldn't see through the flute fairy either. There's a very strong seal around Kanglin Castle. It's even surrounded by heavenly energy. It won't be easy to enter. The flute fairy said with a smile. What do you think? The eldest of the 5 tigers of Kanglin asked. Let's try and see how strong the seal is. Then we'll think of a way. As soon as the flute fairy finished speaking, everyone saw a white figure whizzing out. Ding! The crisp sound of metal colliding could be heard. In the next moment, everyone realized that the white-robed flute fairy had returned to her original position. Her face didn't change at all, as if nothing had happened. Only Fong Qin noticed that the flute fairy's hand that was holding the flute was trembling slightly. What a strong seal! If even an expert like the flute fairy couldn't break it, it must be very strong. The seal is very strong. We'll need to gather everyone's strength to break it. The eldest of the 5 tigers of Kanglin didn't waste any more time and said directly to everyone. Everyone present was basically at the level of the heaven god. They seemed to respect the 5 tigers of Kanglin. After hearing the eldest's words, they all nodded. The experts on the saint ranking took a step forward and stood side by side with the 5 tigers of Kanglin. However, at this moment, the 97th on the saint ranking, straight sword Tan Yifeng, suddenly saw Fong Qin standing at the back of the crowd. Damn it! Why is he here? A cold, murderous intent flashed in Tan Yifeng's eyes. I'll let you live a little longer, Tan Yifeng said coldly. Then, the experts on the saint ranking joined forces and attacked the seal around Kanglin Castle. Boom! A deafening sound resounded in the sky. The attacks of the experts on the saint ranking were so powerful that the ground shook. Brother, is Tan Yifeng looking at you? Baiwen asked. Yes. There's murderous intent in his eyes. Did you offend him? Baiwen continued to ask. Fong Qin nodded. Baiwen immediately said, Humph, if he dares to cause trouble for you, you'll never forgive him. Along the way, Fong Qin had gotten used to Baiwen's glib tongue. Boom! Just as the 2 of them were talking, a crack suddenly appeared in the restriction. Continue to attack, the eldest of the 5 tigers of Kanglin roared. Then, wave after wave of powerful attacks bombarded the seal. After a while, the seal was broken. Charge! Led by the 5 tigers of Kanglin, many experts rushed into Kanglin Castle. When Fong Qin and Baiwen were about to move, Tan Yifeng's dark eyes looked at them again. Fong Qin frowned. Was Tan Yifeng going to deal with him here? Let's go in, Fong Qin said in a low voice. Then he leaped and disappeared into the void. He had used the space-time collapse technique. Brother Fong, wait for me. Baiwen saw this and hurriedly chased after him. Trying to escape? Tan Yifeng deliberately walked at the back to kill Fong Qin. Stop! Tan Yifeng bellowed and slashed out with both hands. Instantly, a ferocious sword light slashed towards the void. Crack! The fierce sword light cut through the sky and chased after Fong Qin. Condense! The spirit of the mysterious sky cone nail let out a clear voice. Suddenly, the fierce sword light was unbelievably imprisoned in the void, motionless. How is this possible? Tan Yifeng saw this and cried out involuntarily. He widened his eyes and looked at Fong Qin's back that disappeared into Kanglin Castle. He dared not imagine how a heaven-opening realm martial artist could withstand his attack. Damn it, I won't let you go. After a long time, Tan Yifeng was furious and roared crazily. At this time, Fong Qin had already entered Kanglin Castle. Master, you have to improve your cultivation as soon as possible. I have restrictions and can't help you. I can only guide you with this little trick. The spirit said. Fong Qin nodded. A trace of passion flashed in his eyes. If I can get the inheritance left by the demon Sword Venerable, I will definitely be able to step into the earth-opening realm. Fong Qin said to himself, in every realm, he could use the mysterious sky cone nail once. Before he stepped into the earth-opening realm, He would use up the quota for the heaven-opening realm. He could not wait to see how strong the mysterious sky cone nail was when it was in its peak state. Chapter 23-26. Without entering the Kanglan Castle, one would never be able to imagine that a castle could be so huge. At this moment, Fang Chen was standing in a square. He widened his eyes and looked around at the empty space. There were some buildings in the distance. This was the legendary Kanglan Castle. It's too big. It's even bigger than the ancient Sword Continent. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. He admired venerable Kanglan even more. The origin energy in the castle seems to be a little thin. Fang Chen frowned and thought to himself. After rushing into the castle, Fang Chen realized that he and Baiwen were separated. After passing through the light gate, they were separated. This was probably venerable Kanglan's idea. If they gathered together, the stronger ones would definitely attack the weaker ones first. By spreading the crowd apart, it would also give the weaker ones a chance to win. Dong! Fang Chen felt the broken sword in his Sumru ring trembling as if something was summoning it. Venerable demon sword's inheritance. That must be it. How could it make the broken sword tremble? Help me check the surroundings. Fang Chen ordered the artifact spirit. His primordial spirit cultivation was only at the 7th origin realm. It was far from being comparable to those ultimate sage realm experts. Therefore, he needed the artifact spirit to help him check the surroundings. Otherwise, the experts on the saint ranking wouldn't be able to detect him. Don't worry, Master. There's no one within 1,000 miles. The artifact spirit said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded. Then his body flashed, and he quickly moved forward according to the guidance of the broken sword. In front of a small building, Baiwen looked left and right, sizing up his surroundings with shifty eyes. F***CK, I can't believe you sent me here. Baiwen felt a little helpless. If he guessed correctly, the small building in front of him should be the place where venerable demon sword imprisoned his prisoners. Time had erased youth, but it couldn't erase the traces of imprisonment. The building looked like a courtyard from the outside. After Baiwen approached, he gently waved his hand and patted the void. Suddenly, a golden net-like aura appeared in the void. Dense flames flickered on it, sealing the entire cage. Mother ****, luckily I got some information in advance. Otherwise, I would have been tricked. Baiwen could not help but curse. However, just as he turned his head, a fiery red light shot out from the sea of fire. Before Baiwen could react, she was enveloped by the fiery red light and sucked into the prison. No, Baiwen's voice came from the cell. Along the way, Fang Chen encountered many martial artists, the majority of them heaven-opening realm martial artists. To them, the outer area of Kanglan Castle was the safest place. They didn't dare to go too deep. They would wait until they obtained the inheritance and improved their strength. After sensing Fang Chen's aura, some people seemed to want to rob Fang Chen. Kid, stop right there. At a certain moment, 2 earth-splitting realm early-stage cultivators blocked Fang Chen's path with smiles on their faces. What's the matter? Fang Chen asked. Hand over your summer ring, and we can spare your life. The bald man said. Oh, spare my life? Fang Chen sneered. What if I want to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish. A cold-killing intent flashed in the bald man's eyes. Immediately, his figure flashed and launched a powerful attack on Fang Chen. Get lost. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. He clenched his fists and was about to attack. However, right at that moment, a pink streak of light suddenly shot out and struck the bald man. Bullying the weak? What's the meaning of this? An elegant voice came from the void. Fang Chen was also stunned. He immediately loosened his fists, withdrew his aura, and turned his head to look. Fairy Yuhua. After seeing the person who came, Fang Chen was also stunned. He didn't expect to meet Fairy Yuhua here. The latter actually helped him out. Fairy Yuhua was dressed in a pink robe, revealing her beautiful figure. There was a touch of indifference on her beautiful face. She walked lightly and gracefully in front of Fang Qin. She blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at the bald man. Then she said, "What if I also ask you to hand over your summer rings?" "Fairy Yuhua, please forgive us. This kid deserves to die. Fairy Yuhua, please let us go. These are our summer rings. We'll give them all to you." The two earth-splitting realm martial artists who were very arrogant just now directly knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling and their hearts filled with fear. Get lost. What kind of person is Fairy Yuhua? How can she be interested in your summer rings? Behind Fairy Yuhua, the maid berated. In an instant, the two Earth Expansion realm cultivators fled from this place in a panic. "Thank you, Fairy Yuhua, for saving us." Fang Qin cupped his fists and thanked her. Although he could deal with it, the latter had helped after all. Fairy Yuhua was a powerhouse on the saint list, and she was ranked near the top. For such a powerhouse to help, it was enough to see that her nature was kind. Fairy Yuhua nodded to Fang Qin and said, "I was passing by and just happened to encounter you." After saying that, Fairy Yuhua turned and left. "No matter what, I, Fang Qin, owe you a favor. If you need me in the future, just ask," Fang Qin said. However, Fairy Yuhua had already disappeared. The maid beside her shook her head gently. What kind of powerhouse was Fairy Yuhua? If she encountered a difficulty that even she couldn't solve, what could a heaven-splitting realm martial artist help? However, what they didn't know was how important this promise of Fang Qin's would be in the near future. Let's continue on our way. As they continued forward, Fang Qin could feel that the vibration of the broken sword was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that they were about to reach their destination. In the following time, Fang Qin didn't encounter any difficulties and easily arrived at the eastern region of Kanglin Castle. Stepping on the soft soil, Fang Qin breathed a sigh of relief. His pitch-black eyes looked at the sand in the distance, and a ripple appeared in his heart. There's a powerful sword qi hidden in this sand, Fang Qin muttered to himself. With a thought, two broken swords appeared in his hands. As soon as the broken swords appeared, they floated uncontrollably in the air. When the two broken swords reached a certain height, they looked at each other and spun rapidly. Streams of sword doubt aura were emitted from them and gradually merged with the sword doubt aura in the sand. Is this really the inheritance of Demon Sword Venerable? Fang Qin's face revealed an excited smile. In his body, the Shura sword qi circulated uncontrollably. At this moment, in a region thousands of miles away from here. Black Mountain King, what are you looking for? A few Pioneer Realm cultivators saw the Black Mountain King and asked with laughter. Although they were all in the same realm, they didn't dare to be careless when facing the Black Mountain King. The latter was the bodyguard of Tan Yifeng, the 97th ranked single sword on the Saint ranking. He was strong and was one of Tan Yifeng's most popular people. If they could make friends with him, they might be able to gain Tan Yifeng's favor. Someone offended my young master. I'm looking for him. The Black Mountain King didn't hide anything. Who dares to offend young master Tan Yifeng? Yet is he tired of living? The faces of the cultivators changed as they exclaimed, "Voila!" With a thought, the Black Mountain King's soul-Dao aura spread out and formed an illusory image in the air. This is the person. If you see him, inform me immediately. I'll reward you handsomely, the Black Mountain King said. The cultivators stared at the illusory image carefully. One of the cultivators with a short stature frowned slightly. He didn't know why, but when he saw the illusory image, he felt that it was familiar. Kacha! The image disappeared, and the Black Mountain King prepared to leave. At this moment, the short cultivator slapped his head and said, I was wondering why it was so familiar. So it's him. Hearing his exclamation, the Black Mountain King stopped in his tracks. You know this person? The Black Mountain King asked hurriedly. Black Mountain King, My big brother and I have seen this person before. We even had a conflict with him. My big brother had already made a move, but who knew that you manless fairy Yu Hua happened to pass by and save that guy? The short cultivator said. Where is he? The Black Mountain King grabbed his leader and asked in a deep voice. He seems to be walking in that direction. The short cultivator pointed to the front. Chapter 23-27. Fang Chen was sensing the aura of the Azura sword Dao in the sand when the artifact spirit suddenly spoke. Master, there are people approaching. They seem to be coming for you. How's their strength? Fang Chen asked. They are all Earth Expansion realm cultivators. One of them had made a move against you before, and the other one is Tan Yifeng's guard. Hearing that, a cold killing intent flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. He clenched his fists, and killing intent surged from his body. Since you're here, don't leave. After saying that, he put away the broken sword and waited for the arrival of these people. Not long after, with the Black Mountain King in the lead, several expansion realm cultivators appeared in Fang Chen's vision. Too slow, Fang Chen suddenly said, causing the Black Mountain King and the others to be confused. You knew we were coming? The Black Mountain King asked. Is it important? The Black Mountain King sneered and said disdainfully, Yes, it's not important. After saying that, the Black Mountain King approached Fang Chen and threatened. How dare you steal my young master's things? Are you tired of living? No matter what you do today, don't even think about leaving this sand. That's right. This sand will be your burial ground. Last time, Fairy Yu Hua saved you. This time, let's see who can save you, the short cultivator said coldly. Facing these expansion realm clowns, Fang Chen's lips curled up in disdain. He shook his head lightly and said, Ignorant and idiotic cultivators like you have died in my hands. You're not even ranked. Arrogant, you're too arrogant, the Black Mountain King said coldly. I'd like to see how capable you are. The short cultivator was the first to make a move. A powerful aura surrounded his body as he launched a fierce attack at Fang Chen. Bang! However, facing such an attack, Fang Chen did not dodge. Only when the short cultivator was infinitely close to him did he throw out a punch. It looked like a simple punch, but it contained endless power. The fist collided with the short warrior's body and immediately sent the latter's body flying. How is this possible? The Black Mountain King had been by Tan Yifeng's side for many years. He was very knowledgeable and could tell that Fang Chen's physical strength was extraordinary. The Black Mountain King thought to himself, his physical prowess should at least be comparable to a pinnacle earth-shattering realm cultivator, right? So what if your physical strength is strong? Even if I don't fight you in close quarters, I can still kill you. Bang! With a few punches, the otherworldly expansion realm cultivators who had followed the Black Mountain King here were all killed. At this moment, Fang Chen looked at the Black Mountain King with a smile. It's your turn, Fang Chen said. I have to say that your physical strength is very strong, but do you think you can defeat me with just this? The Black Mountain King laughed as a long sword appeared in his hand. His face was full of mockery as he said, My young master is known as the one-word sword. He specializes in swordsmanship and is a one-in-a-million genius in swordsmanship. As his guard, although my talent in swordsmanship is not good, it's still not something you can compare to. You're good at close combat, but I can kill you from afar. What can you do to me? The Black Mountain King sneered, his face full of disdain. Fang Chen looked at the Black Mountain King calmly and said, So, your swordsmanship is stronger than your physical strength? Of course, the Black Mountain King said proudly. How can your mediocre skills compare to the swordsmanship that my master taught me? Fang Chen shook his head and said, Is Tan Yifeng's swordsmanship very strong? Is it stronger than the demon-killing Sword Dao and Azura Sword Dao? The Black Mountain King was furious and said in a low voice, The demon-killing sword Dao and Azura sword Dao are invincible swordsmanships. Do you think they are cabbages that anyone can cultivate? So, Tanifeng swordsmanship is inferior to the Azura sword Dao? Fang Qin asked. Although my master swordsmanship is inferior to the Azura sword Dao, it's still one of the top swordsmanships in the chaotic void. I've only cultivated a little, but it's enough to destroy you. After saying that, the Black Mountain King shook his wrist, and the long sword in his hand drew a strange trajectory. A violent sword light instantly burst out. Dong! Fang Qin stood still and activated the myriad sword body. The myriad sword territory surrounded him and resisted the sword light. Crack! The sword light hit Fang Qin and burst into dazzling sparks before finally dissipating. The Black Mountain King rubbed his eyes hard and looked at Fang Qin in disbelief. How is this possible? How can your physical strength be so strong? At this moment, the Black Mountain King's heart was filled with fear. He prepared to contact Tanifeng secretly. Since you're so stupid, I'll show you the real Azura sword Dao. Just as Fang Qin's voice fell, he suddenly executed the Azura sword skill. Swoosh! The first move of the Azura sword Dao was enough to deal with the Black Mountain King. The violent Azura sword Qi condensed into a sword light and pierced through the Black Mountain King's chest. Blood spurted out, and the Black Mountain King's body fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Fang Qin. Azura! Before he could finish his last sentence, he fell to the ground and lost his life. He probably did not know that Fang Qin was a martial artist of the Azura sword Dao. If he had known, he would not have come alone. It was a pity that he could not transmit the news to Tanifeng. After killing the Black Mountain King, Fang Qin patted the dust off his clothes. Immediately he turned his head and saw that there was a slight change on the surface of the sand. Is it because of the Azura sword Qi? Fang Qin muttered to himself. He held the star-hidden sword and walked towards the sand step by step. When his feet landed on the sand, he immediately felt a violent sword Qi coming from beneath the sand. Sure enough, Fang Qin was excited and his body trembled. The familiar aura and the familiar sword Dao. The demon, sword Venerable, had indeed been here, but he did not know what he had left behind. Let me see your true face. Fang Qin shouted and displayed the 5 moves of the Azura sword Dao. 5 terrifying sword lights hovered in the air, and the momentum was shocking. At the same time, the 2 broken swords that he had obtained earlier floated out of the Summa ring and rapidly absorbed the power of the 5 sword lights. In the blink of an eye, the power of the 5 sword lights was absorbed by the 2 broken swords. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and sand flew up. Suddenly, the surface layer below the sand appeared in front of Fang Qin. This is... Fang Qin's pupils shrank, and he was excited. Below the sand there were 2 sword holes. The 2 broken swords hovering in the air could be inserted into them. Everything has already been decided by the heavens. Fang Qin did not believe in karma before, but now he finally believed in it. The cycle of karma allowed him to find the inheritance left here by the demon sword Venerable. Kacha! The 2 broken swords were instantly inserted into the monitor. Suddenly, the earth trembled and a huge stone door slowly opened. A dark underground cave appeared in front of Fang Qin. Is this the cultivation place of the demon sword Venerable? Fang Qin jumped in without hesitation. Dong! The huge stone door closed again. Sand flew up and covered the stone door. Peace was restored as if nothing had happened. In the underground palace, a yellow futon was placed quietly on the ground with 2 broken swords beside it. Kacha! The 2 broken swords that were inserted into the holes instantly merged with the broken swords in the underground palace, forming 2 perfect swords. The demon sword Venerable came here before. Fang Qin said. He could feel the pure Azura sword Dao aura in the air. At this moment, Fang Qin exclaimed softly and turned his head to the side. There was a stone tablet there. Sword Fairy Jing Qi. The stone tablet recorded the important events of the sword Fairy Jing-Qi's life. At the bottom of the tablet was the words, "The unfilial disciple of the demon Sword Venerable, Sword Fairy Jing-Qi." So she is the disciple of the demon Sword Venerable. But why is there the words unfilial disciple? Feng Qin was puzzled. After a long while he finally understood. There was no inheritance left behind by the demon Sword Venerable, but there was the inheritance left behind by the Sword Fairy Jing-Qi. As the disciple of the demonic Sword Venerable, Sword Immortal Jing-Qi's attainments in the Shura Sword Dao must be incomparable to ordinary people. Feng Qin thought to himself. Right now, the most pressing matter for him was to comprehend the Shura Sword Dao and raise his cultivation. Chapter 23-28. Feng Qin sat cross-legged on the yellow praying mat. Immediately, a frenzied Azura sword Qi entered his body. Feng Qin closed his eyes and started to comprehend the Shura sword principle. From the stone tablet, he could tell that Sword Fairy Jing-Qi had died an unnatural death. He hated himself for not being able to fulfill his master's wish. So he had carved a stone tablet before he died and signed it as an unfilial disciple. He had hidden all of his life's comprehension in the yellow futon. As long as one possessed the Azura sword principle, they would naturally be able to sense it. If one did not possess the Azura sword principle, no matter how strong they would not be able to sense it. In the huge Kanglin castle, countless martial artists were searching for opportunities. The experts on the saint ranking rushed to the core of Kanglin Castle to fight for the important inheritance that Honorable Kanglin had left behind. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In a dark forest, a figure suddenly rushed out of the swamp that was surrounded by death Qi. If anyone was there, they would definitely recognize this person. He was Straight Sword Tan Yifeng, who was ranked 97th on the saint ranking. Sword Fairy Amo Luo, don't worry. Since I have obtained your inheritance, I will definitely avenge you. Tan Yifeng's face remained expressionless, but his pitch-black eyes emitted a murderous intent. A short sword the size of a palm appeared in his hand. He gently stroked the short sword with his fingers, and a wave of aura entered his mind. Is this where Sword Fairy Jing-Qi's inheritance is? Soon, Tan Yifeng sensed the location of Sword Fairy Jing-Qi. Then, his body flashed and he left the dark forest. Rumble! A deafening sound reverberated through the sky. Tan Yifeng had just walked out of the dark forest when he sensed the fluctuations of a battle. Experts on the saint ranking are fighting. Tan Yifeng was a little curious. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped up onto a towering tree. When he looked over, he discovered that there were two experts fighting on the plains in the distance. Shui Yulua, ranked 93rd on the saint ranking, and Han Sha, ranked 91st on the saint ranking. A strange look flashed across Tan Yifeng's eyes as he quickly approached the battlefield. Bang! Shui Yulua, who was wearing a blood-red robe, suddenly punched Han Sha's body. Immediately, a violent power attacked Han Sha. He turned pale with fright and kept retreating. You have cultivated the Vajra-killing physique? Shui Yulua's face was filled with shock. You only know now. It's too late. Han Sha let out a sinister laugh. Raging energy swirled around him as he unleashed a thunderous attack. With just a few punches, he sent Shui Yulua flying. Shui Yulua, who was lying on the ground, struggled to get up. He said dejectedly, I lost. He had thought that he would have the strength to challenge Han Sha after cultivating for so many days. Who would have thought that Han Sha would have cultivated the Vajra-killing physique? You have cultivated the Vajra-killing physique. My loss is justified. With that, Shui Yulua turned and left. I will challenge you again. Hoo. At this moment, Tan Yifeng arrived. Pa. Tan Yifeng clapped his hands, and a faint smile appeared on his face. As expected of the 91st place on the saint ranking, Han Sha, You have cultivated the Vajra-killing physique. Impressive, Tan Yifeng said. Han Sha frowned. Tan Yifeng's expression made him very unhappy. What? You want to fight me? Han Sha asked in a deep voice. Han Sha, keep your tricks. I am not a coward like Xue Yulua, who can be defeated by you in just a few punches. Tan Yifeng sneered. You are ranked 97th on the Saint ranking. Swordlord, who was about to leave, said unhappily. So what? After today, I will be ranked 91st on the Saint ranking. Tan Yifeng spread his hands and laughed. Arrogant. Han Sha roared. He used the Vajra-killing physique and punched out. Suddenly, countless fist radiance shot toward Tan Yifeng. Too weak. If it was in the past, Tan Yifeng would not have dared to provoke Han Sha even if he had 100 guts. But it was different now. He had obtained the inheritance of Sword Immortal Marrow, and his attack power had increased by several times. I have not fought since I obtained the inheritance of Sword Immortal Marrow. Today I will start with you. As soon as Tan Yifeng's voice fell, his body flashed and the long sword in his hand danced continuously. Streaks of strange sword light burst out one after another. Crack! The sword radiance contained a strong sword principle aura. It directly pierced through the fist radiance in the void. How is this possible? Seeing this, Han Sha was shocked and quickly retreated. Xue Yulua was scared out of his wits. Tan Yifeng's strength. Xue Yulua saw that the situation was not good and quickly fled. Not long after he left, a miserable cry suddenly came from behind him. I am not satisfied. He could tell that the voice came from Han Sha. He sighed in his heart. Han Sha, who had shown mercy to him, was killed by Tan Yifeng. Too strong. Xue Yulua felt a chill down his spine and quickly fled. Soon, Xue Yulua spread the news. This news stunned countless martial artists. What kind of inheritance did Tan Yifeng get? How could his strength increase so much? Han Sha is an expert ranked 91st on the Saint list. He is much stronger than Tan Yifeng. How could he be killed by Tan Yifeng? The news should be true. Xue Yulua, who was defeated by Han Sha, said it himself. It is said that if Xue Yulua had not fled early, he would have been killed by Tan Yifeng. For a time, news about Tan Yifeng was all over the place. Of course, this was nothing to the experts at the top of the Saint list. But for those who were not on the Saint list, it was more shocking. After Tan Yifeng killed Han Sha, he replaced Han Sha on the Saint list and was ranked 91st. At this moment, Fang Qin, who was Tan Yifeng's target, was immersed in cultivation. In the underground palace, Fang Qin sat cross-legged on a yellow cattail hassock. It took Fang Qin a whole month to completely absorb the enlightenment in the yellow cattail hassock into his mind. Next, it was time to refine the enlightenment. He wanted to merge Sword Fairy Jingqi's enlightenment with his own and then improve his understanding of the Azura sword principle. The Azura sword principle was born for killing. Fang Qin muttered under his breath. His body was surrounded by dense sword light. Lead. Fang Qin shouted. The Azura sword chi in his mind was guided into the space in his body. Buzz! When the Azura sword chi entered the space in his body, it immediately invaded the entire space. At this moment, Fang Qin understood something. My space will be called the Azura space in the future. As the Azura sword chi entered his body, the space in his body was constantly changing. Fang Qin was using his sword principle to change the space in his body. One day, when the space in his body was separated from his body and formed a miniature universe, it would become a sacred place for sword cultivators. I see. After figuring this out, Fang Qin's face showed an excited smile. Then he waved his hand. The violent Azura sword chi was continuously injected into the space in his body. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After 7 days, Fang Qin's cultivation finally broke through to the limit of the heaven-opening realm. Condense! Fang Qin shouted and suddenly opened his eyes. If I continue to break through, there is hope for me to step into the earth-opening realm. Fang Qin said, but that will cause the foundation to be unstable. On the path of martial arts, one must strengthen the foundation step by step. In fact, there was another important reason. He did not want to waste the opportunity to use the mysterious sky cone nail. Whoosh! Azura sword principle. Suddenly, Fang Chen's mind flashed with a complicated light. In the next moment, he held the hidden star sword and began to perform a chaotic sword dance. The sixth move. In his mind, the shape of the sixth move appeared. That's it. With the Azura sword chi as the guide and the power of the space in my body, the main attack power of this move is the 1-inch punch. Thinking of this, Fang Qin grinned. Whoosh! A powerful sword light burst out from the hidden star sword and fiercely slashed at the wall beside him. However, the wall did not move at all. 1-inch punch. Fang Qin put away the hidden star sword and stared at the wall with a grin. Crack! As soon as his voice fell, the stone chips on the wall fell. After the stone chips fell, there was a shocking sword mark. I can't exert the full power of 1-inch punch for the time being. Fang Qin was quite satisfied with his sixth move. After I upgrade the grade of the hidden star sword, it should be enough, right? Chapter 23-29. The Shura sword principle was Fang Chen's most powerful sword principle. At the same time, it was a sword principle that he had created himself. He had created it based on the Wuji sword sect's traceless sword principle. There was a large part of the traceless sword principle in it. However, at this stage, Fang Chen's control of the Shura sword principle had reached an unimaginable level. As his understanding of the Shura sword principle deepened, the Shura sword principle would also reach a certain level. Looking at the shocking sword mark on the wall, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. The sixth move of the Shura sword principle was exactly what he had in mind. This move had perfectly combined the 1-inch punch and the Shura sword chi to form a powerful move. Am I qualified to challenge an expert on the saint ranking now? Fang Chen muttered to himself. In theory, with his peak heaven-opening realm cultivation base and his insane Shura sword principle, it was not impossible for him to challenge an expert on the saint ranking. However, being able to enter the saint ranking was a display of one's potential and strength. While Fang Chen was improving, the experts on the saint ranking were improving as well. Therefore, even Fang Chen did not dare to fight him head-on. He was confident that he could defeat an expert ranked on the saint rankings. However, if it was a battle of life and death, he was not afraid of any expert on the saint ranking. This was because his trump card was the mysterious sky cone nail. It's time to leave. Fang Chen cupped his fists at the pitch-black cave to express his gratitude. Thank you. After comprehending the Shura sword principle, Fang Chen had a certain understanding of sword immortal Jing Qi. He knew that she had been killed by a scoundrel which led to her death. If I have the chance, I will avenge you. With that, Fang Chen turned and left. Splash! Stepping on the sand, Fang Chen's heart was filled with complicated emotions. After obtaining sword immortal Jing Qi's comprehension of the Shura sword principle, his understanding of the Shura sword principle had reached an extremely high level. He looked up, and a shocking ray of light shot out from his dark eyes. Is it time to look for the swordwood? He had obtained detailed information about the swordwood from Jin Longyang. Although he did not know whether it was true or not, he still needed to take a look. According to Jin Longyang, the location of the sword seems to be in a sea of fire. Fang Chen muttered. He allowed the mysterious heaven cone nails, tool spirit, to sense if there was a sea of fire around them. Master, there is no sea of fire within a radius of 1,000 miles, the artifact spirit said. You can choose a direction and continue forward. I will keep a lookout for you. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded and glanced to the north. His intuition told him that there was a sea of fire in the north. Several days later, the artifact spirits' words made Fong Qin very happy. Master, there's a small sea of fire up ahead. I don't know if it's what you're looking for, the artifact spirit said. Where? Fong Qin asked excitedly. The artifact spirit engraved the map in Fong Qin's mind. Under the artifact spirit's guidance, Fong Qin quickly moved forward. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before a sea of fire. Fong Qin stared ahead. The sea of fire was not big. The majestic flames rose to the sky, giving people a rather shocking feeling. Within the sea of fire, there was a raging fire burning. Where's the swordwood? Fong Qin frowned. His consciousness shrouded the sea of fire as he thought to himself. At the same time, a group of people walked out not far away. Is it there? The leader was Jin Longyang, who was stepped on by Bai Wen. Behind him, there were a few absolute Saint Realm martial artists. They were all from the Jin family. According to the information we received, the sword should be nearby, one of the absolute Saint Realm martial artists said in a low voice. Let's go and take a look. Jin Longyang's face was filled with excitement. He strode toward the sea of fire. However, when he saw the figure in front of the sea of fire, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. He stopped and wanted to retreat. Young master, what's wrong? The absolute Saint Realm martial artists asked in confusion. At this time, Jin Longyang realized that there were a few absolute Saint Realm martial artists behind him. What was there to be afraid of? Humph! Jin Longyang's pitch-black eyes emitted a cold glint when he thought of the hatred from being humiliated by Bai Wen. Soon after, he swaggered away from Fong Qin. Fong Qin, who was deep in thought, was awakened by the sound of footsteps. He turned around and saw that it was Jin Longyang. He looked at him with a smile. Boy, where's the guy who was with you? Jin Longyang said fiercely. With the absolute Saint Realm martial artist by his side, he was much bolder. You mean Bai Wen? Fong Qin said faintly. If he was here, would you still dare to show off like this? Someone like you wants to obtain the swordwood? Dream on. As soon as Jin Longyang finished speaking, he suddenly pointed his finger at Fong Qin and said, Kill him for me. Hearing this, one of the absolute Saint Realm martial artists looked coldly at Fong Qin and said, Boy, you deserve to die for offending our young master. Unfortunately, you can't kill me. Fong Qin shook his head indifferently. He didn't take these absolute Saint Realm martial artists seriously at all. Shameless boasting. The absolute Saint Realm martial artist huffed coldly. He released a wild aura that pressed down on Fong Qin. At the same time, he stomped his foot and jumped into the air. He came above Fong Qin and punched toward Fong Qin's head. Who asked you to be so arrogant? Seeing that Fong Qin was about to die, Jin Longyang's face turned cold. Good, I can test my strength. Fong Qin raised his head and looked at the berserk fist light. Just as the fist light was about to touch his head, he suddenly punched out. Dong! The two fists collided, and a deafening sound exploded. Oh no! The absolute Saint Realm martial artist, who had been full of confidence, suddenly cried out. He felt a strange aura pass through his fist and enter his body, wantonly destroying his internal organs. Dang! Dang! After stabilizing himself, the absolute Saint Realm martial artist used his powerful strength to refine Fong Qin's strange power. How is this possible? He couldn't imagine that a sky-opening realm martial artist could explode with such power. Trash! You're an absolute Saint Realm martial artist, but you can't kill a sky-opening realm martial artist? Jin Longyang shouted angrily and stomped his foot. Don't worry, young master. I'll definitely kill this boy. Although he was a bit confused, he instantly regained his confidence. Boy, I don't care what kind of evil method you used. You must die today. The absolute Saint Realm martial artist roared and attacked again. Violent energy engulfed the entire land and launched a fierce and domineering attack at Fang Qin. Seeing this, Fang Qin shook his head and sighed. He didn't want to kill, but this person wanted to kill him. Such a person had to die. Voila! The hidden star sword appeared in his hand. The sword was like a dragon, and its aura was like a rainbow. He used the Shura sword technique, and a strange sword light shot out, piercing through the absolute Saint Realm martial artist's attack and landing on his body. I'll block it. The absolute Saint Realm martial artist used all his strength to form the strongest defense to block Fang Qin's attack. However, Fang Qin used the innate soul reversal technique. The third level of the innate soul reversal technique was extremely powerful. A terrifying soul path aura instantly filled the air. Above Fang Qin's head, it quickly condensed into a terrifying long sword and pierced the sage realm martial artist's mind. Ah! A pained cry sounded. The absolute Saint Realm martial artist's Yuan spirit was stabbed, and his mind was in chaos. His defense was pierced. Kacha! The Shura sword light took advantage of this opportunity and pierced his chest, instantly piercing through his body. Boom! Fang Qin's wrist shook, and the hidden star sword spun around in his body, causing his body to explode. At the same time, his Yuan spirit didn't escape either. Dong! Dust flew into the air. An absolute saint died at Fang Qin's hands just like that. This scene made everyone, including Jin Longyang, feel extremely shocked. Impossible. A sky-opening realm martial artist can kill an absolute Saint Realm martial artist? That's impossible. Everyone couldn't believe it, but the reality in front of them told them that it was all true. Damn it. Jin Longyang's eyes turned red. He waved his hand and said crazily, "All of you attack together and kill him. I don't believe that he has 3 heads and 6 arms." At this moment, Jin Longyang had also gone crazy. The other absolute Saint Realm martial artists looked at each other and released powerful auras. They stepped out and surrounded Fang Qin in the middle. Chapter 2330. The few absolute Saint Realm martial artists that Jin Longyang had brought were all martial artists who had just broken through. They hadn't completely consolidated their foundation yet. With Fang Qin's strength, he could easily kill them. Surrounded by several absolute Saint Realm martial artists, Fang Qin didn't look serious at all. Instead, he revealed a sly look. He looked at Jin Longyang and said, "Do you remember what you said to Bai Wen?" Do I need to remember the words of a dead person so clearly? In his opinion, Bai Wen was definitely going to die. He had already informed his brother to kill Bai Wen. Once they met Bai Wen, they would definitely kill him. Hearing this, Fang Qin smiled and said, "I know." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Qin's 10,000 swords domain instantly expanded. For a moment, the weapons in the hands of the absolute Saint Realm martial artists were actually out of control. Although the time was very short, it gave Fang Qin enough time. A battle between experts was only a matter of minutes and seconds, especially a battle between absolute Saint Realm experts. As Fang Qin's strength increased, the effect of the 10,000 swords domain also became more and more powerful. In the past, it could only be used on sword-type weapons. Now, it could be used on any weapon. It was just that the imprisonment time was a little short. However, Fang Qin believed that as the 10,000 swords body improved, the imprisonment power of the 10,000 swords domain would also become stronger. He couldn't wait to see what the 10,000 swords domain would look like when it matured to its peak. It was unimaginable that when the 10,000 swords domain was strong enough to imprison any weapon in the chaotic void, who would be his opponent? Of course, this was just his imagination. Fang Qin knew that he still had a long way to go. Step by step, he moved forward steadily. Shura sword technique. Fang Qin didn't hesitate to use the Shura sword technique. Terrifying sword light immediately swept across the entire land, instantly enveloping the few absolute Saint Realm martial artists. When their weapons could move, Fang Chen's sure sword light had already enveloped them. Like the water of the Yellow River, endless power burst out from the star-hidden sword. Voila! At this moment, a towering tree within the hidden star sword started to sway. Countless branches shot out and wrapped around several absolute saint stage cultivators. The third innate attribute of the star, concealing sword, was pestering, courting death. One of the absolute saint realm cultivators roared and punched the branches around him. Suddenly, the branches shattered and he broke free. He held a weapon in his hand and vigorously attacked Fang Chen. Voila! However, at this moment, Fang Chen's figure disappeared like a ghost. What happened? The few Saint Realm martial artists exclaimed. Their eyes widened as they looked around. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Oh no, we've entered an illusion." Only then did the others realize that they had already fallen into Fang Chen's illusion. Don't panic. He needs to use a lot of energy to maintain the illusion. Let's attack the illusion together. Once we break the illusion, we'll be able to kill him, the leading absolute Saint Realm martial artist said. However, what they didn't know was that there was a powerful array outside the illusion. The array and the illusion overlapped, and the few absolute Saint Realm martial artists were trapped in the illusion and couldn't walk out. Fang Chen sneered and charged into the illusion to attack the few of them. You're the one. He chose the weakest absolute Saint Realm martial artist. With a shake of his wrist, the special attribute of the star, concealing sword, instantly spread out. Pestering and the power of the 10,000 sword territory, the dual power acted on this absolute Saint Realm martial artist. His body was instantly imprisoned. Plus, this was an illusion, so he couldn't fight back at all. Pucci! When he broke free, the star-hidden sword had already pierced his chest. His eyes widened as he looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. I can't accept this. Unfortunately, his life was over. So what if he couldn't accept it? In the next moment, after a few waves of attacks, only the leading absolute Saint Realm martial artist was left in the illusion. He was slightly stronger, but it would only take some time to kill him. Putong! Out of Fang Chen's expectations, this absolute Saint Realm martial artist actually knelt in front of Fang Chen. Young hero, please spare my life. His body trembled as he begged with a hoarse voice. I'm willing to be your servant forever. I only beg you to let me go. Fang Chen had originally planned to kill him directly, but after thinking about it, it didn't seem right for him to be alone in Kanglin Castle. He would need someone to run errands for him, swear a martial arts oath. Even absolute Saint Realm martial artists would be bound by a martial arts oath. If they went against it, they would be punished by the heavens. I, Zanjiu, swear a martial arts oath to follow my master forever. If I go against it, I will be punished by the heavens. A weak power entered Fang Chen's head. At that moment, Fang Chen and Zanjiu had a connection. Seeing this, Fang Chen nodded lightly. Outside the illusory realm, Jin Longyang's pitch-black eyes stared straight ahead. I must kill him, Jin Longyang thought. Jin Longyang thought to himself, with the strength of Zanjiu and the others, dealing with a heaven-opening cultivator would be a piece of cake if they worked together. Jin Longyang let out a breath. He felt that he had been scared silly, which was why he was so nervous. Voila! At that moment, the illusion collapsed. Jin Longyang's heart was filled with excitement. Brat, you dare to go against me? Let's see how you're going to survive. Jin Longyang was filled with joy. After seeing Zanjiu, he asked excitedly, Zanjiu, is that brat dead? Do you want me to die so badly? Suddenly, a voice came from behind Zanjiu. Fang Chen walked out with a smile and looked at Jin Longyang. The latter's expression changed as he retreated. Zanjiu, kill him quickly. Jin Longyang was a little scared and shouted. However, Zanjiu was unmoved. Zanjiu, what are you doing? Jin Longyang asked angrily. Zanjiu had a complicated expression on his face. He opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. At that moment, no matter how stupid Jean Longyang was. He finally knew that Zanjio had betrayed him. Zanjio, how dare you betray the Jean family? Jean Longyang roared with a ferocious expression. If it weren't for the Jean family, would you have your current achievements? The Jean family treated you well, but you betrayed them. You will suffer the cruelest punishment of the Jean family. Jean Longyang pointed at Zanjio and said coldly, "Have you said enough?" Fang Qin interrupted Jean Longyang. Jean Longyang sat on the ground, his face filled with despair. At this point, unless a miracle happened, he would die without a doubt. After a slight struggle, Zanjio's heart calmed down. What was betrayal? As long as he could survive, there was a chance. Fang Chen walked towards Jean Longyang step by step. The tip of the hidden star sword lifted the latter's chin. At this moment, Jean Longyang was in a sorry state. There was no luster on his face, and his eyes were unfocused as if he was about to die. "You really want to kill me?" Fang Chen said. Jean Longyang was silent. Fang Chen continued, "Do you remember what Baiwen said?" Jean Longyang was still silent. "Baiwen didn't kill you back then because he disdained to do so. I didn't expect that you didn't repent and wanted to kill me instead. If I let someone like you go, it would be tantamount to letting a tiger return to the mountain. You might stab me in the back one day." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Jean Longyang already knew his fate. He opened his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. "I, Jean Longyang, have never been humiliated like this in my life. The first time was by that damn guy. He actually asked me to call him Grandpa. He didn't even look at himself. The second time is you." Jean Longyang said in a deep voice, "If there is an afterlife, I, Jean Longyang, swear that I will kill my enemy with my own hands." Speaking of this, Jean Longyang seemed to be relieved, and a wild smile appeared on his face. "After today, there will be no place for you in Kanglin Castle or even the entire Kanglin district." He was threatening Fang Chen. "Are you threatening me?" Fang Chen asked. "I have already sent a message to my brother, asking him to avenge me. You and that guy will die." The closer he was to death, the calmer Jean Longyang was. Seeing this, Fang Chen said, "Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to see that scene." Chapter 2331. Just as Fang Chen was about to kill Jean Longyang, the latter's energy suddenly surged. Self-destruct. Fang Chen frowned and left the place in a flash. Boom! The violent energy instantly exploded and Jean Longyang's body turned into nothingness. Jean Longyang's angry voice could be heard in the chaotic air. "Even if I, Jean Longyang, die, I won't die in your hands." Buzz! Dust flew and the air became chaotic. Jean Longyang's voice echoed in all directions. At the same time, somewhere in Kanglin Castle, a man in embroidered clothes had just walked out of the ruins. Suddenly, his communication jade pendant rang. He opened it and heard his younger brother's voice. Brother, I'm going to die." Such a voice could be heard from the communication jade pendant. The man could tell that his younger brother's voice was dispirited, as if he had suffered a great blow. "Zanjio betrayed me. The guy who humiliated me killed all of my guards. I no longer have a way out." Jean Longyang's voice was filled with despair. "I've never begged you for anything since I was young. This time I'm begging you. After I die, I hope you can avenge me." Jean Longyang's voice could be heard again. "I've already shown you the portraits of the two guys who humiliated me. If you see them, I hope you can kill them and avenge me. I can't accept this. There's a traitor among my guards. Zanjio must die. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest in peace." Jean Longyang said, "Brother, you don't have to come. There's not enough time. I don't want to die in humiliation. I'm going to self-destruct." "Brother, don't." The voice in the communication jade pendant disappeared. The man in embroidered clothes shouted crazily with scarlet eyes. His speed soared to the extreme as he rushed towards his younger brother's location. "Brother, don't do anything stupid. I'll save you. However, Not long after he walked out, his body trembled. Then he stopped in his tracks and held the communication jade pendant in his hand. A teardrop fell from his eyes. "Brother." The man in embroidered clothes roared angrily at the sky. His heart was filled with anger. Rumble. It was as if the sky had sent something. At this moment, it suddenly started to rain heavily. The man allowed the rain to hit his body. He closed his eyes, and his mind was filled with the happy times he had spent with his younger brother. "Little brother, I will avenge you. Zanjio betrayed you. I will make him wish he was dead." After a long time, the man in embroidered clothes was completely drenched, and the heavy rain mercilessly hit his face. His heart had already turned cold. He swore that he would avenge his younger brother. "I would rather give up Reverend Kanglin's legacy to avenge my younger brother. From today onwards, taking revenge for his brother would be his top priority. No matter who you are, no matter what ability you have, no matter what backing you have, my brother will not die in vain. Master, you've killed Jin Longyang. You must be careful of his elder brother." "Jin Xiaoyang," Zanjio reminded. His heart was also greatly shaken. Who would have thought that a peak heaven opening cultivator would be able to kill a Saint Realm cultivator as easily as cutting vegetables, and even force the insufferably arrogant Jin Longyang to self-detonate? If this news were to spread, it would definitely shake the entire Kanglin district. After all, the Jin family was one of the 11 first-rate forces. They had a deep foundation and weren't something a heaven-opening cultivator could compare to. "Jin Xiaoyang," Fong Qin said. "Jin Xiaoyang is the leader of the Jin family's younger generation. His strength has reached an unprecedented level. He is ranked 75th on the Saint ranking," Zanjio said. He knew a little about Jin Xiaoyang and was worried that his master would encounter him. 75th. Fong Chen's eyes flickered. He grinned. "Let's talk about it when he finds me." After saying that, Fong Chen looked at the sea of fire in the distance. His purpose here was to find the swordwood. "Master, are you looking for the swordwood?" Zanjio asked. Hearing this, Fong Chen's eyes lit up. Right. How could he have forgotten about Zanjio? He was Jin Longyang's guard. He should know something about the swordwood, right? "What do you know?" "Tell me quickly," Fong Chen said eagerly. "I don't know much about the swordwood, but I heard Jin Xiaoyang say that the swordwood is in this area." "It's not easy to find it," Zanjio recalled. "What else did Jin Xiaoyang say?" Fong Chen asked eagerly. After entering the Kanglin castle, Jin Xiaoyang sent his younger brother to find the swordwood and said, Zanjio said, "The sea of fire is boundless. Walk on the waves." "The sea of fire is boundless. Walk on the waves?" Fong Chen muttered the meaning of these words. "What does it mean?" Fong Chen frowned and racked his brain. He even asked the artifact spirit, but the latter didn't know either. He just asked him to enter the sea of fire to try. Splash! With a leap, he jumped into the sea of fire. Buzz! The raging fire wrapped Fong Chen, and he immediately felt a sense of oppression. What a powerful flame power! Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. The flame power here was very strong. Even his myriad sword body couldn't withstand it. And what's that? Suddenly, Fong Chen found a fiery red stone the size of a palm in the sea of fire. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed the fiery red stone. Suddenly, a fiery aura drilled into his body. Rumble! The sea of fire seemed to have undergone some changes. "What stone is this?" "Master, this is a flame crystal," Zanju said outside the sea of fire. "Flame crystal?" Hearing this, Fong Chen was excited. He had been looking for an energy crystal, and now he finally found it. This flame crystal can barely be considered an energy crystal, right? It's a pity that such a small flame crystal has limited energy. It can't activate the long-distance teleportation formation. In any case, Fong Chen was still very satisfied. "Master, you can use this flame crystal to keep the sea of fire," Zanjio said. Fong Chen rolled his eyes and immediately tried. Keep. Suddenly, the raging sea of fire drilled into the flame crystal. The land that was originally filled with flames suddenly became calm. Fang Chen held the flame crystal and stared ahead with his eyes wide open. Could it be that the sword wood is in the flame crystal? Fang Chen was secretly delighted. If that was the case, it would be perfect. He shrouded the flame crystal with his divine sense and looked inside. After a long time, Fang Chen frowned. Inside the flame crystal, except for the unchanged sea of fire, he didn't find anything strange. However, just as he was about to put away the flame crystal, his body suddenly stiffened. The boundless sea of fire, walk on the waves. Holding the flame crystal, he could feel the surging flames. Weren't these flames the boundless sea of fire that Jin Xiaoyang had mentioned? Thinking of this, Fang Chen tiptoed and jumped. He instantly came to the sky and looked down at the ground. He held the flame crystal in his hand. Suddenly, monstrous flames surged wildly. It directly wrapped the entire land. The raging fire was burning. Fang Chen's eyes became brighter and brighter. I see. He stepped on the sea of fire as if he was walking on the waves. Open. Every 3 steps, Fang Chen would change direction. In this way, Fang Chen walked for more than 100 steps and finally stopped. Then he shouted in a low voice. A crack actually appeared in the sea of fire. A wooden stick that was 10 feet long slowly floated out of the sea of fire. I see. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. Now he finally understood the meaning of the 8 words that Jin Xiaoyang had said. The boundless sea of fire, walk on the waves, was actually a secret phrase. If it was explained in the words of earth, it would be the art of divination. Here, Fang Chen relied more on his understanding of formations to come up with a solution. According to the secret phrase of these 8 words, by walking, he opened a passage in the sea of fire and released the sword wood. It's really exquisite. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The warrior who designed this mechanism was really thoughtful. Buzz! Fang Chen held the rotating sword wood in his hand. Is this the sword wood? Suddenly, a strong sword aura rushed to his face and resonated with the Shura sword chi in his body. Sword Dao Huai Treasure, Sword Wood. Chapter 2332. It was a sword Dao Huai treasure, the sword wood. According to the ancient records, the sword wood was as thick as an arm, and the most common ones were 3 meters long. It liked hot temperatures and lived in a sea of fire for a long time. The sword wood contained a strong sword Dao aura. It was not only a Huai treasure for sword cultivators to comprehend sword Dao, but also an excellent material for refining sword Dao weapons. In history, there were many amazing sword Dao experts who used the sword wood as the main material to refine long swords with amazing attack power. However, the sword wood was very rare, and it was very difficult to see it. It was priceless in the outside world. Only those super powerful sect would have it. Fang Chen did not expect that he would get the sword wood so easily. After feeling the powerful sword Dao aura circulating inside the sword wood, Fang Chen's heart was beating. He was very satisfied with this. Congratulations, Master, for getting the sword wood. Zhan Jiu stepped forward and congratulated him. Fang Chen nodded gently, put away the sword wood, and then said, Let's leave this place first. Jin Xiaoyang must have known that his brother Jin Longyang had died. If he came here, it would be troublesome. Fang Chen left with Zhan Jiu. Half a day later, Jin Xiaoyang came here angrily. He looked around and saw that there were only charred marks on the ground in front of him, which showed that there had been a sea of fire here. The sea of fire had disappeared, and so had the sword wood. Jin Xiaoyang's heart was filled with anger. My brother! Jin Xiaoyang clenched his fists, and his killing intent surged. He did not even leave the corpse behind and destroyed the evidence. How ruthless! No matter what, I will find you and kill you. Fang Chen naturally did not know that Jin Xiaoyang had gone to the Sea of Fire to look for him. On an inconspicuous mountain peak among the continuous peaks, Fang Chen was sitting on a blue stone, grinning. It's a pity that my refining skills are too poor. Otherwise, I can refine the sword wood into the Hidden Star sword now. The Hidden Star sword was a middle-grade heaven-splitting weapon. If it could be integrated with the sword wood, it would definitely be upgraded to a high-grade heaven-splitting weapon, or even a supreme-grade weapon. It was a pity that Fang Chen was only at the sky level. Master, you can first comprehend the sword Dao aura within the sword wood. After you leave Kanglin Castle, you can find a master blacksmith and make your plans, Zanjio said. Fang Chen nodded and said, help me guard the area. Then he began to comprehend the sword principal aura in the sword wood. The aura of Swordway in the wood of sword was the aura of wood. As for Fang Chen's Azura sword Dao, it was a killing aura. There was no connection between the two. However, Fang Chen used his great potential in swordsmanship to constantly fuse the two together. The wood sword principal aura could provide him with an endless supply of sword principal power, and it could even quickly heal his internal injuries. After meditating for an hour, Fang Chen opened his eyes. I've finished absorbing the wood element energy. Fang Chen grinned and immediately stood up to put away the sword wood. He had gained a lot this time. Not only did he obtain the sword wood, but he also obtained the crystal of flame. For Fang Chen, it was killing two birds with one stone. However, at this moment, the jade communication pendant suddenly vibrated. Bai Wen. He opened the jade communication pendant, and a voice came intermittently. Brother, Fang. On the other end of the jade communication pendant, Bai Wen's voice was very soft. If one did not listen carefully, they would not have heard it at all. Brother Bai, what's wrong? Fang Chen's expression changed slightly, and he asked hurriedly, I'm trapped in. Where are you trapped? Fang Chen asked hurriedly, but no matter how he asked, Bai Wen did not answer. At this moment, Fang Chen became more and more anxious. He knew that Bai Wen must be in danger. Otherwise, he would not have transmitted a message to him. Damn it! Didn't you say that you're an expert on the saint list? Why are you in trouble? You must suffocate to death. Fang Chen prayed inwardly. At this moment, an image appeared on the jade communication pendant. This image was the place where Bai Wen was trapped. Let's go. Without even thinking about it, he took Zanjio and left this place. The real place in the image is relatively dry. It should be west of Fenglong Castle. As he moved, he quickly analyzed. Soon, Fang Chen roughly determined the location. He then activated the space-time collapse technique to the extreme. His body turned into a ray of light and moved quickly. Master, wait for me. Zanjio shouted loudly, his face full of shock. He felt that his master was unfathomable. A heaven-opening realm martial artist's speed surpassed that of an absolute saint. It was unbelievable. In front of a small building in Fenglong Castle, Bai Wen was in a sorry state. His clothes were torn and tattered. There were countless skeletons in the prison. These skeletons seemed to have a mind of their own and were attacking him together. Every day, they would torture him until he was about to fall apart before they stopped. A bunch of damned bastards. Looking at the skeletons sitting opposite him, Bai Wen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As time passed, he found that his strength was constantly improving. Although the improvement was limited, at least it was improving. This discovery caused him to be both surprised and delighted. However, when he thought about the inhumane torture he had to endure every day, he had the urge to leave this place. He had tried countless times, but he couldn't open the prison at all. I wonder if Brother Fang can receive the message. All signals were cut off in the prison. Even messages couldn't be sent. However, Bai Wen wasn't an ordinary person. He cleverly used the loopholes in the prison and sent the message out with difficulty. How miserable! I've just entered Fenglong Castle, and I'm already locked up in a prison. Bai Wen muttered to himself, his face full of helplessness. He wanted to show off his skills. Who would have thought that he would be locked up in such a broken place? If he kept being locked up like this, he would definitely go crazy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This place was very remote. Ever since Baiwen arrived, he hadn't seen a single person. However, someone had actually appeared here today. Tan Yifeng. Baiwen was a little surprised. Why would Tan Yifeng be here? The person who had arrived was none other than straight Sword Tan Yifeng. He carried a huge sword on his back, and his expression was calm as he surveyed his surroundings. Someone's here? Tan Yifeng saw Baiwen in the prison. His eyes lit up, and he quickly walked over. Who are you? Tan Yifeng asked. What did you find here? Faced with Tan Yifeng's continuous questioning, Baiwen remained silent. After a long time, he raised his head and said, Tan Yifeng, I accidentally broke into this place and was trapped in the prison. If you save me, you will be greatly rewarded. Hearing this, Tan Yifeng sneered, his face full of disdain. Who do you think you are? Do you think you have the right to ask me, Tan Yifeng, to save you? Tan Yifeng sneered and said, Tell me everything you know here. If I, Tan Yifeng, am in a good mood, I may spare your life. Hearing this, Baiwen's face darkened, and a violent aura surged around him. The next moment, his face squirmed as if he had changed into a different person. Immediately, he raised his head and stared straight at Tan Yifeng. You! Seeing Baiwen, Tan Yifeng couldn't help but take a few steps back. His eyes widened, and he cried out, You are by Tian Shu? The 53rd strongest on the Saint rankings by Tian Shu. Tan Yifeng, I can pretend I didn't hear what you said earlier. I'm trapped here now. If you save me, I'll say the same thing again. I'll definitely reward you greatly, Baiwen said in a deep voice. Tan Yifeng's expression kept changing as he pondered in his heart. At this moment, the skeletons in the prison suddenly surrounded Baiwen. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard, followed by a squeal from Baiwen's mouth. Damn it! Baiwen cursed in his heart, but he had to face the reality. These damned fellows were trampling on him again. Tan Yifeng, who was originally a little afraid of Bai Tianshu, was stunned for a moment. Then a smile appeared on his face. I was wondering what was going on. I see. Tan Yifeng sneered as he looked at Bai Tianshu, who was tortured beyond recognition by the skeletons. So what if you are the 53rd strongest on the Saint rankings? You are still being tortured like a dog, Tan Yifeng said. You want to threaten me, Tan Yifeng? Dream on. Tan Yifeng's eyes flickered. This prison was extraordinary. Bai Tianshu was in it, trying to find a way to get some secrets from him. Bang! After a while, Bai Tianshu's body fell heavily to the ground like a dead dog.